Hey, everybody, and welcome to a masterful wild ride. There's no other way to put it. What Patrick Bet David does on this episode is mastery. And we did it in the new Ass Kicker RV, parked right outside of his office, which has a huge airplane hangar and a private strip, like for taking off private jets. Like, this dude is so wildly successful. It's unbelievable. And it's kind of obvious why he's so successful, because wow, was he masterful. And I was so looking forward to this because it was the follow-up to an episode that I recorded with him and my dad almost exactly 1 year ago. And he had such a good time that time. And he had such a good time this time. He went over an hour past the allotted amount of time. Literally to the point where his team was banging on the door of the RV to get him out of there. And he didn't want to stop. What a guy. And to make it happen, I had DM'd him on Twitter, sent a message like, hey, I'm coming down to South Florida in my new RV. Check it out. I sent that direct message and boom, got a text from him within 3 minutes because I DM'd my cell number. I mean, I'm just calling this guy my bro, and I'm calling him a master for what he does on this episode. I mean, for the love of God, it's incredible, and let's get into it. The title, Patrick Bet David destroys Steve-O's father.
Every time I give this to guys, like we go to a soccer game with my kids, and I bring it for the parents. They're like, no, man, I can't be drinking beer today. I said, it's water, because it looks like, if you haven't had it, this one especially, this looks like beer. But it's just water, folks, and it's actually great.
Did you see the Super Bowl commercial?
Dad, go ahead and pick up your mic.
Oh.
Okay.
So
I didn't. Well, was it good? Super Bowl commercial?
They had a very, very...
They shot the lights out.
Okay.
They got...
okay, Dad, talk into your mic just in case.
Okay, anyway.
We're going to go ahead and do this thing.
Yeah, let's do it.
Right.
Now, is the mic turned on? Do I have to do anything?
You're recording. You're in good shape. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, people of the universe, I bring to you, born in Iran, made in America, the bona fide Pied Piper of money,
My man.
Patrick Bet David.
How you doing?
For the second time.
That's right. We had a really good time last time.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And we're going to do better this time.
Let's do it. Let's.
Into the mic, Dad. There's no point in having a mic if it's that far away.
How close does the mic have to be?
Pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty close.
Okay.
To pick it up.
I listened to the entirety of the episode we recorded last time, and I thought, wow, it really was fantastic.
Yeah, he wasn't there fully, right? He was uncomfortable last time, if I'm not mistaken.
Dad doesn't really get uncomfortable.
Well, politically is what I'm talking about. It's like, well, what's going to happen with this? And what about this?
Dad's
We've
very
done a little bit of
pessimistic.
homework about you.
Okay.
And we wanted to get to the money without pissing you off.
No, do whatever you want to do.
Now we know that. Now we know that. But
I'm good with it.
I don't think, I told my dad that I don't think Patrick Bet David is the type to be offended by. I mean, you have Democrats on your show. You have people who disagree with you politically all the time. Like, you invite constructive debate.
I love it. We've had Anthony Weiner on. We had who's the guy that on Zoom, he was pretty excited handling himself.
Yeah, that
What's
was
his name?
Jeff Coburn.
What is his name? Tubin.
Yeah.
Yes, what a name, right?
Jeff
Something Tubin.
Tubesteak.
And by the way, he was so funny because I'm like, look, okay, now that we got this part done with what you did on the Zoom, let's move on to some real stories. He says, no, let's continue. Keep talking about my embarrassing moment in my life.
What he was actually, I didn't know the extent of it. He was actually handling himself.
He was full blown jerking off on a Zoom with his employees. And then he got fired for it, and he was a lead legal analyst, and they had to bring him back, and he had to talk about it.
that's Jeffrey Tubin from CNN?
Jeffrey Tubin from CNN, yeah.
You'd never guess that.
I mean, I don't know if you know, it's something that boys start doing at a young age. You have some, you know, it's a
Yeah, but
he's a
middle-aged attorney. Why is he doing it?
He couldn't have been aware that he was.
No. I don't think he was trying to like arouse every other lady on the Zoom. He was just kind of bored out of his mind. It's like the movie. What is that scene in Couples Retreat? You ever seen Couples Retreat with Jon Favreau, where he's in the room, he turns on the tape, he takes his wife beater, puts it over his head, grabs the the lotion, and then the butler comes in, and he's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" He says, "No, it's okay." He says, "No, I'm just putting lotion on me." He says, "No, sir, it's okay." It's the most uncomfortable scene.
Yeah.
But it's great. John's a great actor.
And there's that De Niro movie where he says, "I'm doing a number 3."
I'm doing a number 3. Which movie is that?
It was called Dirty Grandpa.
Dirty Grandpa. I've seen Dirty Grandpa.
Yeah.
I don't remember that scene. I got to go see it again. I'm doing a number 3.
Yeah, I was in the bathroom doing a number 3. In any case, I loved listening to the last one. It was fantastic. We're about exactly 1 year since then. And it's pretty incredible how much can happen in a year.
Seriously. Last year was what, like February of last year? God.
We were there for the UFC,
Yeah.
the O'Malley fight,
Right.
and so that was in March. Yeah, I looked at on the YouTube, the upload was 11 months ago.
So that means at that time, people were not sure if Trump was going to win. People were worried at that time.
I mean, that was before that assassination attempt.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody... You know what? Even then, it was going to be Trump and Biden. And even then, I was looking up Las Vegas odds. And even then, I think it was a likelihood. The probability in Vegas was that it would be Trump at that point.
The probability of the leading guys was them, for sure. The probability of him winning wasn't high. Everybody was worried about him going away. What's going to happen with him with the DOJ? What's going to happen with him with E. Jean Carroll? What's going to happen with them with this real estate? And they were doing everything in their power to make sure that Colorado,
took him off the ballot. That had happened.
Yeah,
I think that had happened.
That's right. And other states were considering. By the way, think about it this way. I was in Brazil 3 days ago. I got back from Brazil to sit down with the president, Bolsonaro. Do you know in Brazil, they charged him with 38 years of prison time if he gets convicted?
Yeah, and if I understand correctly, this episode hasn't even come out yet.
No,
but I saw
Wednesday.
Yeah, you were speaking with him.
Yes.
Somebody comes up, whispers in his ear, and he has to cut the interview short, and then you get the alert on your phone moments later that he's been charged with 38.
It was the craziest thing while we're there. Everyone's like, what the hell is going on? We're in Brazil. No, but the thing was, here's where I was going to go with it. I asked him, I said, so tell me about Supreme Court. How many Supreme Court justices do you guys have? 11. How many of them are on your side? 2. I said, how many senators you guys got? 81. How many are on your side? 22. I said, how many congressmen and women do you guys have? 513. How many on your side? 130. Alexandre de Moraes and Lula told him he can't run in 2026. For no reason, you can't run for president in 2026. If the Supreme Court justice here was the same way, 3-6 the other way around, Colorado ballot may have been able to remove Trump off the ballot. Again, if 6 were on the left and only 3 were on Trump's side, they may have said, this guy's not qualified to run. If they were extremist justices that we had, it may be somebody else. It could have been Nikki Haley, could have been DeSantis, could have been somebody else. If the Supreme Court, if he doesn't flip those 3 seats during his first term, dude, this is a very different America today. Very. Obama, in 8 years of being in office, flipped only one seat.
I saw you say that. I saw you say that in 2 terms, Obama flipped 1 Supreme Court seat. In 1 term, Trump flipped 3.
How crazy is that?
And you said that plus the assassination attempt, just the 1 turn of the head, and you attributed that to being evidence of God's hand putting Trump in the White House.
I'm a very skeptical guy. I was an atheist for 25 years. I lived a life that it's very hard to believe in God and all this other stuff. I'm like, there's no way in the world this exists. And by the way, believing in God is a risk you're taking, right? Like getting married is a risk. Starting a business is a risk. Having kids is a risk. Believing in God is a risk.
What?
Not believing in God is a risk. There's a risk no matter what direction you go to. And every once in a while, you have to kind of sit there and say, is this just ironic? Or is this like is this really like the man upstairs is trying to protect this country from something? Is this like who knows? For me, I thought it was something that happened that got a guy who is probably not the guy you look at that's going to go be an usher one day, President Trump. You probably don't look at him as being the guy that's going to be doing Bible study every day, 2-3 hours a day, and coming and telling you about Proverbs or Corinthians or whatever it is. He doesn't give me that vibe. I don't know if he gives you that vibe. Doesn't give me that vibe, right? For him to all of a sudden go from that to his approach now being a different approach, he's changed. This is not the Trump of 2020. This is not the Trump of 20. It's a very different Trump right now leading.
Okay. I think that he's very much off his leash. Like the first time around, he had a cabinet comprised of people who were largely government veterans, people that were respect. This time around, he's not even concerned with even trying with that. Like, he's got nobody around him that is going to push back on anything that he wants to say or do. Is that fair to say?
It is. But why is that, though? Think about it. So if parents get a divorce, mom says it's all dad's fault. You don't know what dad did. You're like, okay. The other way around. Dad says it's all your mom's fault. Okay? Maybe one parent doesn't blame anybody. Says, look, it's between your mom and I. Ooh, I don't even want to talk about it. It's none of your business. You're the kid. Your mom and I are handling this. Even though mom is talking shit about you, that it's on me. Hypothetically. That's on your pops, right? Okay. Yeah. How long can mom get away with those lies? Forever? No. How long can dad get away? They can't get away forever. Eventually, when you and I grow up, we're like, mom was full of shit. Dad was full of shit. One of them you're going to say, dude, that guy was the guy that was real. Okay. This is where I'm going with this. America gave the left, here, do whatever you want to do. Shut them down. Unessential, non-essential. Put your mask on or else. Get your kid off the plane. My daughter's, she's 2 years old. She doesn't want to put the mask on. She can't breathe. You better get your daughter to put the mask on or else you guys got to get off the plane. We're in first class. Ma'am, what do you want me to do? I'm holding you like this. We're not taking off until... Like, this woman's a dictator. The government empowered her to think she can talk to me like that. Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? You don't get to talk to me like that. But they gave him permission. California, Mayor Villagrosa, I'll give you $200 if you can snitch on who's working that's a non-essential business. I'll give you money if you can snitch on who's going out there that's not supposed to be going out there. Everybody's like, hey, kids should have puberty blockers. Let them do it if they want to. What's wrong with teaching LGBTQ stuff in school? You should do it. And Americans in the middle, they're like, maybe they're right. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're right. 4 years later, they're like, listen, we're so done with your shit that you lost a Kennedy. Who would have ever thought a Kennedy's going to go support a Republican, and not just any Republican, Trump? Who would have thought Tulsi's going to go to the other side? Who thought Rogan was going to go to the other side? Who thought any of these guys are going to go to the other side? They had all of them. And they screwed up and they lost them. And now it goes to them with the lowest level of trust in the U.S. government and mainstream media. And what's happened since then? Don Lemon, gone. The guy from Holter, Lester Holter, is that his name? Lester Holt, done.
Done at NBC?
They just announced it today.
Wow.
Joy Reid, fired. Mehdi Hassan, fired. Rachel Maddow, once a week. What happened to the mainstream media guys? Comcast, MSNBC's for sale. CNN is for sale. Ain't nobody trying to buy those two companies, those two assets. What happened to these guys? What happened to these guys? And you're going to see if they release the Kennedy stuff, if they release the stuff with Epstein, if they release any of this stuff, you know what's going to happen with the trust in the U.S. government under this administration? Watch it skyrocket. If they come through on their promises.
Did they not just announce that there are two shooters in the JFK assassination?
Anna Paulina, I think, said there's two shooters.
But that's not an official document that's been released. Okay.
Not yet. But again, they have a big opportunity. By the way, Steve, if they do this, this isn't like a small situation. This is a big flip. If all of those guys, if they go to Fort Knox and they look and they're like, yeah, they said there's $400 billion of gold, there's only $20 billion. How are you going to react to that? Who are you going to lose trust in?
Oh, man.
It's just a lot of things.
Auditing, how do you audit Fort Knox? I mean, because let's say you got all the people counting the bars. Like, you got to test the gold to make sure that it's not been replaced with, like, some fool's gold. It's a tricky thing, and it's a really strong argument for Bitcoin.
It is, but more importantly, imagine Trump and Musk go in. You think they're going to have the camera on? You think their guys are going to be comfortable with the camera being on? What do you think? Actually visualize what that looks like. Do you think they're just going to go and come out and say, the gold is here? Or you think they're going to come out and say, get the camera ready. Let's go. Open a door. Boom. Nothing's there. Or 20 billion's there. Or let's check the gold. Let's verify the gold. You don't think the people that are in there are shitting bricks? By the way, God willing, it's all in there. And there's no conversation here.
If it's not, what does that do to the price of gold?
Wait. Slow down. Congress has been asking for an audit for 5, 6, 7 years.
Hasn't happened in
And
70.
they've been consistently stonewalled. That surely got to tell you something. You know, if it was all there, it would be pretty easy to make that problem go away.
I got another problem that's easy to make go away. Your cat's crappy diet. It doesn't want to be eating kibble, and kibble's not even that great for it compared to Smalls. Smalls is actual food. You put it in the refrigerator because it's like real, high protein, nutrient dense, actual food that's healthy for your cat. Let's make this problem go away. Let's make your cat happy and healthy, and let's do it by giving you 50% off plus free shipping. That's 50% off your first order if you go to smalls.com and use the promo code STEVO. SMALLS.com. Use the promo code STEVO for this healthy, actual cat food, and you get free shipping plus 50% off. Do it if you love your cats. Do it to make them happy. And let's get back to it. So we're probably talking about a Fort Knox that does not have anywhere near the amount of gold that it's supposed to have. If that's the case, and if that's proven to be the case, the price of gold is going up dramatically. Is that right?
How the market reacts, it would make you think what? It's even more scarce? Like, where is that gold? Who has it? Those who have it, it's fewer. That could have the effect there. Bitcoin could have a big bump, like a 25 to 50% bump immediately. Some of these coins could also react.
Then everybody wants to get out of the ETFs. What happens to the gold ETFs?
That one, I don't know how that's going to react.
I'll tell you what
it's like a bank run on the ETFs.
Steve, what I did, I've got the ETF, the gold is stored in the Canadian Mint, and I trust the Canadian Mint. And I've been wanting you to get, your paper gold up there, because the U.S. is rapidly losing credibility in more than just one front. And there's a problem with the reputation of Fort Knox. And yeah, I think it will hurt the GOLD symbol ETF.
Right.
But the offshore, gold funds, I think will benefit from it because they're a lot more credible.
I think physical gold will do well. But we don't need to talk about gold the whole time. My dad and I both very interested in your fascination with mobsters and your semi-regular habit in interviewing them on your podcast. Particularly interesting to me because you seem to do that with impunity. People who openly admit to having murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very interested in speaking with somebody who had been on death row. I found a guy who was on death row and then had his sentence commuted to life in prison, after like 10 years on death row. Then he was in life in prison, and then he somehow got his sentence commuted and ultimately was freed. So he could speak to the experience of every single one of those things, death row, life.
Have you already, or you're about to?
I already did.
Oh, okay. How was it?
It was fascinating for me. And the guy was tremendously remorseful for his crime. It had been deemed, evidently.
Was it a nasty crime? Like, was it something?
I mean, it was a home invasion situation. Like, shot somebody in their own home, if I recall correctly. It was a terrible crime. There's no question about that. He was, like, unbelievably remorseful. And, like, according to the courts, the laws, he had paid his debt to society. I was fascinated to speak with him about his experience. And I caught a lot of shit for giving a platform to a murderer. How are you gonna, And then I look at you over here.
No. See, for me, to me, it's all on managing expectations up front because I don't like to, like I remember when my parents got a divorce, each side was, judging me as a kid saying, you're an Armenian. No, he's an Assyrian. No, he's a Bogosian. No, he's a Bet David. Bogosian's my mom's last name. They're Armenian. Bet David is Assyrian. And I finally told both sides of the family. I was a young kid. I said, look, honestly, the only people that matter in my life is my mom, my dad, and my sister. You guys are secondary. If you keep making fun of me like that, I don't need to see you. I just want to see my mom, my dad, and my sister. That's it. So managing expectations up front with the audience is so important that they have a choice to go elsewhere. When I started doing these mob interviews, do you know why I did it? Because in business, Steve, when I first got into business, for me, it was about, man, people are so supportive. I think you're going to do great. I think you're going to do so good. Oh, my God, you're going to do so good in insurance. I'm like, man, everybody is so nice and supportive. But I'm making 30 grand a year at the time. Everyone's so nice at 30. Then I get to 100. Some of the guys got a little bit, not as nice, but most of the guys were still nice. Then I start making $250,000 and have a better book of business. Then we build an insurance agency. People are still nice. I'll never forget this one guy. I would go to Skid Row in L.A. every Christmas morning with him. Super nice guy. Then all of a sudden we get 2,000 insurance agents. Now he's cursing me out. And I said, all of these guys that were very happy for the success, not all of them feel the same way again. Then I meet a lady who tells me another guy who was a former guy I used to work with is calling and telling everybody that I'm going out of business, that I'm getting sued. I'd never been sued in my life. And we're not going out of business. But then insurance companies start dropping my contract. And I don't know how to handle that guy. So then I realize this game is very dirty. You're getting bigger. The bigger you get, the people are not going to let you take the market share by just, hey, it's good. Go do it. It's awesome. Great. We're happy for you. You have to learn how to play the power games. And I said, you know what? If that's the case, I read a book called 48 Laws of Power at 23. Then I read another book called 33 Strategies of War. Then you read The Art of War, and you read all these games, and you see what goes on in business. So I start bringing mobsters on. Once I brought mobsters on, I'm like, so that is the high-stakes game. Well, in business, you can lose your business. In the mob world, you can lose your life. But if you set aside the crime and set aside the killing and the murders, and you just kind of go through how to handle power plays and negotiations, a lot of that applies to business. Truly, a lot of that applies to business. So then I'm in boardrooms, and I'm watching these guys. I'm like, oh, shit, that's the story from Godfather 1. It's going on right now. I saw what he just did. Boom, I remember that. Ooh, I saw the language you just used. You're trying to pin me against him. Not going to let you do that. Boom, I see what you're doing. I got it. Okay, now I'm kind of getting a hang of it. And you realize it's nasty when you compete. Everyone likes you when you're small. Everyone likes you when you're average. Everyone wants to be your friend. But when you start winning and kind of competing and being a threat, people behind closed doors start kind of doing the following thing. Even some of these guys that are much bigger than you. Say guys much bigger than you, but behind closed doors, like, hey, why is that guy getting some momentum? Why is it everywhere I'm going, people are mentioning him? Why? I'm sick and tired of hearing his name. So he'll find a way of saying it to undermine the other person. And the phrase is actually very easy. Yeah, it is, but let me tell you what I heard. I heard that da-da-da-da-da, oh, really? And then you go tell 7 other people. The other day we were having dinner with, let's call John. And he told me that such and such, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da. No way. Then you go tell 8 other people. Now that guy's da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. You know how long that lasts? Maybe you can get away with it for 5 to 10 years. 10 years later, the market said, you were wrong for spreading all those rumors. That guy's actually legit. And that 5 to 10 year period of being able to go through that mental torture, most can't cope with that. Most can't cope with that. So this is why I started interviewing those guys. And I'm like, okay, this is actually very good training for me.
I love it. My dad. Go ahead, Dad.
I watched probably 3 or 4 episodes last night as background for this. Fascinating. It showed the dark side of the mafia, at least in everything that I saw. I knew a couple of people that were connected to the mafia. A friend of a friend who was predominant in the Jewish mafia good friend of Meyer Lansky. He tells it, and he's gone from temple to temple talking about the Jewish mafia and all they did for Israel. There's a very positive side to that. Yeah, people got killed, but his part of the business was slot machines, and he sold slot machines all over the world. He speaks now 7 or 8 languages. He's in his mid to late 80s, still very, very smart, fascinating guy. And you would get a very different impression of the mafia talking to somebody like that as compared to the two people shouting at each other about all the people they killed and how they welched and all the rest of it. Another guy, I don't know if you know the name Chuck Workman. He was a golf pro. His father was the assassin who killed Dutch Schultz, spent 24 years in jail. Chuck grew up with his mother under the protection of the mob. Looked at through that lens, yeah, people got killed, but there was equal emphasis on all the good they did.
There's a code of honor.
The code of honor.
Yeah.
I never actually did a deal with anybody in the mob, but I did with a couple of contrabandistas.
Is this the podcast where you're going to confess and you're going to tell everybody that Steve-O's dad was a connected man to a big...
No, you're jumping the gun. You got it.
Let me tell the story.
No, the closest I got, I did a licensing deal in Panama with the Philip Morris, head of Latin America, who'd started his life as a contrabandista in Montevideo. Now, okay, contrabandistas are different from mafioso, but I think them kind of like second cousins. And it's still the same thing.
Yeah.
Your handshake is your bond, and if you welch, then you're going to end up dead.
I like that. There's certain codes that amongst boys, I love that.
He said the negotiation didn't require lawyers.
This guy was fantastic. A tough negotiator.
Yeah.
Didn't take too long. We reached a deal. We had a 1 or 2 page kind of handwritten, here's what we agreed to. He took care of his lawyers. I took care of my lawyers. No bullshit. The deal got done, and it was a really stimulating experience. And,
Great.
And I wanted to ask you, when you talk to these mob people, does that side come out? The side of helping other people, of being honest in traditional dealings?
Well, we did a deal one time. We did a documentary one time called Mafia States of America, a 10-episode documentary I did with Michael Francis, with Sammy Gravano, with Rudy Giuliani, and Chaz Palminteri was narrating it. And I rented a house in the middle of what is the wine country in San Francisco, Napa Valley, that looked identical to the Godfather 1 house.
Yeah.
And we walked up, we did the whole footage, drones. It was incredible. And it's the first time Michael and Sammy come face to face and we sit down. We had 24 hours of footage. And even in the negotiation of that documentary, the deal wasn't done until they both flew in 30 minutes before we turned on the cameras when we got the deal done. So there was a lot of risk with that. But, one thing is everybody wanted to figure something out. So we sat there, we came up with a deal structure. Everybody was happy. We shook hands. Good, let's roll. We went and recorded. It ended up being a successful thing. But, yeah, that is very common when you're dealing with them. Respect has got to be very high. Mutual respect. Now, obviously, I'm talking to these guys while they're later on in life. I don't know what it was doing deals with them at 20s and 30s. Maybe I would have been dead by now if that deal was done at that time.
I don't think so.
Yeah, but I enjoyed doing deals with them. It was something that I actually enjoyed doing.
But I watched a part of that. I saw Sammy and Michael, and they were going at each other.
Yes, big time.
And Sammy was all pissed off at Michael, and he welched, and like they were having a verbal fight.
It was pretty intense.
And I said, I know that goes on. Everybody knows that goes on. But it came across as such a one-sided presentation. And from the limited experience I'd had, I said it's multidimensional. There's much more to it than that. The greengrocer in the Bronx that has the bagman come every couple of weeks, that's a different deal. But if you're approximately equal status, negotiating a deal of mutual interest, my experience, limited experience, was, hey, they're rather deal with them than most.
I think the story's going to come out about you being a connected man, and we have to kind of watch out around you moving forward. I see that smile is no longer going to fool me. I want you to know that, sir. I'm going to watch you very carefully next time.
I think we've covered the mobsters.
We have.
We love that. Now, there's so much to talk about with Trump. Like, you had him on your podcast. This, how much interaction with Trump had you had before that?
One time, a couple times at Mar-a-Lago, one time at UFC. I think I think that's it. The interaction I had. Mar-a-Lago and UFC is our interaction. His son, one night calls and says, he says, "Hey, Barron Trump wants to have dinner with you tonight." I'm like, "Barron Trump?" He says, "Hey, he's a big fan of podcasts. Would you be open to the idea of having dinner?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So I was having dinner with Stephen A. Smith. I'm like, "Stephen A., I got to go up to Mar-a-Lago." I go to Mar-a-Lago. We sit there. We're having dinner. I'm like, "This guy's funny as hell, Barron." So I'm not talking. I'm just trying to watch this guy.
7-foot tall kid.
I'm watching this guy. I'm like, unbelievably charming, charismatic, talks shit, humor, self-deprecating, will stand up, will tell history, give his own opinion. You'll like the guy. He's the closest thing I've seen to the father. And then he says, "Can I take you and introduce you to my dad?" Sure. I go there, Kellyanne Conway and President are having dinner. There's a red rope around this table. And we start talking. It's like, "You got to go on this guy's podcast. No one fights in defense for you like the way this guy does. No one. He has a unique way of doing it." I said, "Okay, Barron, we're going to do it. We're going to do it." And then that was the interaction. And then one time was with Dana. Dana was the first person that introduced me to him at a UFC fight. He had me sit right next to him. So that was Dana. He invited me over. We came up, and I'm like, "Hey, President Trump." He made the introduction. If you've ever seen us shaking hands with Dana and Trump, that was Dana's connection that was made. But to say this guy is charming, charismatic, in the interview, while we're sitting there doing the interview, we're supposed to do an hour and a half podcast, but they come 45 minutes late. So he has to leave early to go to the next meeting. So his team is texting my team saying, we got to finish. I'm like, we're 40 minutes into it. I'm not finishing right now. So I paused. I stopped the entire, there's 9 people in front of me. I'm like, "Guys, stop." I said, "Guys, what are we doing?" He's sitting right here. I'm getting nonstop messages saying to finish it. These are my notes. I have an hour and a half of notes. What do you want to do? But stop texting me. I'm talking to the president. And he looks at his team and he says, "Patrick, how do you think the interview's going?" I said, "I think it's going very good, but I can't finish right now. I got a lot of other topics." "Guys, what do we have with the meeting? What's going on with this?" Right there, he says, "Back it up. Tell him I'll come. I'll do the meeting. No problem. Let's continue. I think this is going great." And then we continued. He's always, driving, negotiating, moving, maneuvering. There's a reason why he's able to do what he does so well. This is not every man's job. Not a lot of people. I had a guy here, a big politician, former Speaker of the House, McCarthy was here, and I'm talking about different people that may want to run for president in 2028. He says, "I disagree with you. Those two are never going to run." I said, "Why not?" He says, "Because they're not battle tested." He says, "You have to realize Trump's been battle tested in the flippin' city of New York for all these years. These guys think they're tough. They're not tough. They don't know how to handle media coming after them. They shake. They shiver. They don't know how to respond back. 'Oh, my God, I'm being judged. That's not true. You're telling..." And he knows how to do it. And I don't know how much you've studied Roy Cohn or not. Are you familiar with Roy Cohn?
The lawyer.
Oh, I mean, that guy is... He was the lawyer for the mobsters. I mean, he was he was like F. Lee Bailey, Roy Cohn. Like, this is that era where these guys were feared.
Who's the CFO that went to jail?
Andy Fastow from Enron?
No. The Trump, the Trump guys, the old guys,
Weissenberg or
Weisselberg.
Okay. Yes.
Weisselberg. Like, if Roy Cohn would not ever have found himself in the position that this Weisselberg character did.
No. Let me tell you. But Roy could have been a mobster and a gangster himself. No, Roy had intel on people that nobody else had.
Like Michael Cohen did.
Yes, but no, Roy Cohn is here. F. Lee Bailey is here. These are the real lawyers that when the guy would see you walk in with them, they're like, "Oh, shit, nothing's getting done today." That's Roy. So these types of, every once in a while, when you see somebody that's extremely tough and they used to be sweet and they become extremely tough, somebody really did a number to them. That they learned, listen, this next layer of competition you're going to have, this bullshit's not going to happen. This approach, not going to work with these guys. I'll never forget when I'm doing business with guys and you're doing business with an insurance company. Tell me about your wife. How's she doing? How are the kids? Everybody good? Oh, my God, that's so great. They're going to go through soccer. This is such special time. Bullshit. You don't know if this guy cares or not, but he's just kind of building rapport, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Then you meet private equity guys. They don't give a shit how your wife's doing. They don't care how your kids are doing. All they care about is, hey, am I going to get my 3 to 7 times on my money that I gave you? I gave you $10 million. I expect a minimum of $50 million on this. Are you working? What are you doing? They don't care to get to know your wife. So that's the real, when things get real, when someone lends you money or gives you money as equity, they expect a rate of return. You have to learn, they're not the salespeople that you think about. They're power. So the way you treat them is very different than the way you treat that insurance carriers, the way you treat this, media guy, than the way you treat this executive. So you'll learn. But typically, if the right person's in your ear, you'll learn how to graduate this air. Trump had the right people in his ear to teach him the real tough side of New York. And in New York, you come up in New York, you come up in the streets of New York, not Texas, not some other. You come up out of New York. Now that is in the right era of New York. The guy's 78, which means in the 80s, when the mob was still there in 70s, 84, he would have been what? 37 in 84, 37 years old. So in 74, you were 27 in New York, and your dad is Fred Trump. Oh, that's phenomenal training. Phenomenal. How many people hated Fred Trump? Think about it. How many guys wanted to put him out of business? How many guys wanted his son to be put out of business? And you find a way to go to the big city and make it, not outside the city? This guy's a gangster. This guy's a legit tough guy, trained, learned all the ways, and he says, one day I'm going to get into this position. And watch who he's negotiating with right now. Prime ministers, presidents, and how's he talking to them? Governor of Maine the other day, he's like, yeah, so where is this governor of Maine? Where is she? Yeah, and you're not going to do what? You're not going to do the two genders? Yeah, when are you going to, how come you're not doing that? Oh, you're going to take me to court? Go ahead and do that. That'll be an easy one. Go ahead, do it. I want you to do it. That'll be the rest of your career. That'll be the end of your career. Go ahead and do it. I'm looking forward to seeing. Even your people in Maine, the great people of Maine, are no longer with you. You can't teach that. There is no book to say, go read How to Win Friends and Influence People, and you're going to learn how to be a Trump. It's going to say, go read How to Be a Tough Guy and Troll and Put... There is no book like that out there. There is no book like that out there. It's either... You ever seen the movie American Gangster where Denzel, as Frank Lucas, is able to watch the other boss for a few years and they're giving away turkeys and the guy has a heart attack in the what do you call it, in the furniture store? But what did he get working under him for 10 or 15 years? That's not an MBA. That's not a PhD. That's a level of education that is only one person can get, and that's you. This is a very unique upbringing he had for him to be where he's at today.
You know what? No matter what your upbringing was, no matter where you are today, you can be in a better place with business with Shopify. I'm telling you, it's the gold standard for e-commerce. Starting with the website, it's the easiest to build, and it's the gold standard for incorporating every component of e-commerce. No matter what size your business, you can make it bigger. If you're just starting a business, it's the easiest way to do it. All of my entire e-commerce operation runs on Shopify, and you can try it for just $1 per month trial period if you go to shopify.com/Stevo. Being careful to make sure that's all lowercase letters. Shopify.com/Stevo for your $1 free trial period, and man, get to a better place in your life, and let's get back to it.
How do you explain the fact that he started out with 100 million, 150, whatever the number was handed to him?
Yeah.
And he went bankrupt 3 or 4 times.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If you were raised with $150 million, what makes you think you wouldn't become a cocaine addict? Would you have gone your entire life without drinking? Who would you have turned into? Who would I have turned into? I don't know. We're walking around like, oh my God, if you and I were given $150 million, and I don't mean to be an asshole to you. I'm just saying, like, sometimes we're very easy to say, well, that kid was raised with this money. You give somebody, say he got the money you say he got, and the guy never drinks, doesn't do coke, the only vice that he has that he openly talks about is women, and he's still able to take that into a brand that there's Trump towers all over the world. Yes, some of his businesses go out of business. You're not going to make it all in different places. But trust me, in my opinion, I had a guy that I brought on the podcast 7 years ago in Dallas. This guy's specialty, he was out of Seattle. And in Seattle, if you know anything about Seattle, there's a lot of billionaires there. Why? It's Microsoft and Amazon and all these guys. Do you know what his job was? His job was, his clientele were everybody that's got a net worth of $100 million plus. Most of his clients were billionaires. To sit down and prevent their grandkids from killing themselves from drugs. One of the families he openly talked about was the Franklin Templeton family. The family's worth $5.1 billion. And they openly talked about it. There was 16 grandkids at the time, of which every one of them had alcohol or drug issues or something going on. Okay, I could be wrong with the numbers. He's telling this story to me. Only one of them made it. And he says, you know what's the problem with when they call me? I said, what's that? He says, typically families call me too late. I can't do anything about it. You got to call me when you're about to have kids. You got to call me when you're about to give the money to your kids. You got to call me when you're about to decide to get married and have these kids so you can raise them in the right way. What's the point? Just because a guy got that kind of money at a young age, most kids would you call him lazy? Would you say Trump's a lazy man?
No, but once, twice, maybe. But he kept repeating it. History was repeating itself.
Would you call Trump a lazy man?
In some respects.
Would you call Trump a hard worker? Do you think he's a guy that wakes up at 11 o'clock and goes home at night at 5 o'clock and goes to sleep and plays video games?
No.
Do you think he's a guy that's up in the morning to go look at the construction site and to see if the people are working and comes home late at night after the last dinner he has entertaining people probably at 10, 11 o'clock at night?
Based on the way he ran his campaign, I don't think he's that hardworking. He's got to...
Did you say based on the way he ran his campaign?
I mean, he never did any of the field work that the Dems were doing. I mean,
wow.
He was playing golf.
God, you are Canadian. That makes sense. So if you think of, did you just really say based on the way he ran his campaign, he wasn't hardworking? This guy is 78 years old, Ted. Respectfully,
Well,
I'm
that's
46.
not even the point.
He's 78 years old. He goes for an event, I think somewhere in Arizona or Vegas or LA, then goes to Austin to do a podcast with Rogan for 3 hours, then gets on a plane, goes to Michigan. They're waiting for him around midnight, gives him an hour and a half talk, then comes back to Florida. This guy may be a guy who, no matter how much hate people give him, he's been a president now for how long? Since January 20th, February 24th, 5 weeks, give or take. How many people have worked this hard in the first 5 weeks of being a president? No, I think that's an unfair assessment. You may not like the guy. I can get that.
I'm going to side with Pat here. I think that there's a lot you can criticize Trump for, but not hard working on the campaign.
Okay, but when
Kamala didn't go on podcast. She was like, she was telling Rogan, come over here and we'll give you an hour and we'll build a set and all these things and they're going to give him questions. Joe's like, I'm not doing that. I'm the #1 podcast in the world. You're going to come to me. President Trump went to Austin.
That's fair.
You can criticize a lot, but there's...
But the part for me as a father who has some money, I don't have the kind of money he has, but I have the kind of money that his father had. Okay, so in a different era, my money at that era would have been 4 times less than what I have today. So his father probably had more money than me at that era. But I have 4 kids.
Yeah.
The one thing I have to constantly ask myself is, this money is not going to charity. I'm not one of these guys that's like, when I die, this money is going to charity. Why would I give it to? I'm not going to give this money to taxes.
Yeah.
The U.S. government see them waste my tax. I'm not going to do that. Yeah. I'm going to give to the charity of my choosing. But the money that's going to go somewhere is going to be to my kids and my grandkids. So now the question becomes, what the hell do I do for these kids to be workers? What the hell do I do? The fear of a father is for them to not have that fight in their belly to go pursue something. I mean, that is so hard to do.
That's true.
So for this guy to have it and not touch a lick of alcohol, oh my! I mean, you got to give this man a Purple Heart. You got to give this man truly an award. Like you got to give him a lot of credit from that standpoint. That's not easy to do. It's very hard to do. Very hard. Most spoiled kids that grew up with a father who was an executive making 200 grand a year, those guys were the guys that held the ecstasy. Those guys were the kids that had cocaine. And the dad was only making $250,000 a year. This guy's dad's a freaking hectomillionaire. And you still don't drink? And you become a two-term president? And you work your ass off? You run a #1 show on TV for 15 years? I'm sorry. That is not easy to do.
Okay,
that's
fair
very
enough.
hard to do.
Okay.
Do you have any concerns about the appointments he's made?
That's a valid question.
Yeah, I do. I actually do. You know why I do? Here's why I do, and I'll answer it in a way that maybe like I don't know if these guys have executive experience.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's a difference between having executive experience and having the experience of the job, right? And you're like, shit, I don't know what's going to happen with this, how that's going to work out. Now, let me give you the flip side of my own argument that I'm going to give you. So, Pete Hagg said has only been a Fox News host and thought maybe in military he did this, but what does he know about running a big company and all these employees and all this stuff? Bobby Kennedy's been an environmental lawyer. How is he going to handle $1 trillion or maybe $1.5 trillion? What's he going to do with that? With Cash Patel and blah, 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 blah. Okay, yes, fair. Now, watch this. Starbucks hires a guy that was a former CEO of Pepsi, I believe, and who was with McKinsey and Company for like 17 years. And they bring this guy in, Indian guy. And when they bring him in, Starbucks is valued at whatever the number it was. After they bring him in, 18 months later, the company drops valuation, a massive number. I'm talking like $40 billion. Massive number. Starbucks loses valuation. We can look up the number, but it's a big number.
Yeah, okay.
And one day, Forbes is interviewing this guy. So this guy on a resume is the guy that's supposed to be the CEO of Starbucks. He's fully qualified. Boom. One day on an interview with Forbes, they're like, so, what's your work-life balance schedule? If anybody calls me after 6 o'clock, I tell them, you better call me tomorrow. Don't call me after 6 o'clock. I'm spending time with my family. You're a friggin' CEO of Starbucks. What the hell are you talking about? You can't do something like that. Watch what happens. Guy gets fired. The guy gets fired. They bring a new guy who comes in from Chipotle. This guy who becomes a CEO of Chipotle was one of these pizza companies before. It was either Domino's Pizza, but you can look him up, okay? His name is Brian Nichol. I think I may be saying the name. I think it's Brian Nichol. They bring him from Chipotle. When the guy gets hired as a CEO of Chipotle, Chipotle is only worth $7 billion. He's only with Chipotle for less than 6 years. When he's done with Chipotle, Steve, Chipotle is worth $71 billion. Starbucks hires Brian Nichol. Brian Nichol comes in. The day they hired Starbucks, they gave him $200 million, the contract, whatever the terms was. It was a $150 million contract. Everybody was bitching about. The day Starbucks announced that he's the CEO, you know how much the Starbucks stock went up? $20 billion. In one day, Steve, Starbucks CEO went up.
But when he started out, he had executive experience.
But hear me out what I'm saying to you. He's younger, and the other guy was the most traditional older guy that's been McKinsey consultant, all this stuff. He may be better. With all these guys that are being hired, man, sometimes, like for me, let me tell you, I wanted to be the CEO of this company that I was a part of. Previous company I was a part of, Transamerica World Financial. I went in, I wrote a letter. I wrote this Jerry Maguire letter, which, by the way, for 15 years, I've never revealed this because this just happened 4 days ago. For 15 years, I'm trying to find my Jerry Maguire letter that I wrote. No one wants to give it to me. Just 4 days ago, this guy sends me the letter, the proposal plan that I wrote, okay? And I send this to the CEO of Aegon, to the CEO of Transamerica. And I'm sitting here reading this. I was a 30-year-old kid when I wrote this. And I'm reading all the things that I proposed for the company. I had my 16 points in there. And they said, what kind of a 4-year degree you got? I don't have a 4-year degree. You don't have a finance degree? No. The last guy, Art and Hubert, both have a finance degree from Georgia Tech. I don't have one. And what do you want to do? I want to be the biggest guy here, and I would like to one day run the company. I want to have equity in this company. And they're laughing at me. And I said, you know what? On paper, you're right. I'm not qualified. I don't have a 4-year degree. I don't have a 2-year degree. I had a 1.8 GPA in high school. I was a math guy. I was a calculus guy. I love math analysis. I don't like geometry, but I like numbers. But I had fire in the belly like you wouldn't believe. And I love the insurance industry because I witnessed what it was like the first time we delivered a life insurance policy to Gilbert's parents, who were Jehovah's Witness. And this kid was paying $60 a month. He paid 3 payments. 3 months later, one day he's coming down from school, Glendale Community College, driving down on Verdugo, about to make a left on California. He's driving with another kid because his car break down. The guy goes, cars come and skips the red light, hits the side, hits Gilbert. Gilbert gets out, drops, dies at 19 years old. 2,000 people showed up to this guy's funeral. He was a saint of a kid. And we saw when we delivered $100,000 to his parents, 52 and 50 tour. Up until that point, I'm selling life insurance just to make money. In that moment, I realized, holy shit, we changed people's lives. This guy's parents can take away 3 months and just mourn? Are you serious? Wow. This is bigger than... So for me, it went from here to here. It went from my pocket to understanding, hey, I love the fact that I'm doing this because I'm changing people's lives and I'm making a lot of money. I wanted to be the CEO. Who the hell are you? You're not qualified. You know what ends up happening? The guys they put in my spot, I leave and start my own company. Everyone comes after me. We had 66 agents. We turned it into 50,000 insurance agents in 50 states that we sold the company to 2.5 years ago for $250 million. I could have been their CEO, but I'm not qualified on paper. So part of this is my trust in the way Trump knows how to drive his direct reports to get shit done. I bet behind closed doors he's like, hey, man, my name's on the line. You better get the job done. And I bet that's the kind of conversations he's having with people. It's not like a regular conversation. Yeah, I believe in you. It's like, I believe in you, but you better do this. You better get it done. So there's pressure and also wanting to take the job. But I think sometimes when you hire a Harvard MBA guy, the MIT MBA guy, you're thinking that guy's going to be the more qualified one. I don't know why. Sometimes a guy with a regular degree from Cal State Northridge ends up beating a guy with a degree from Harvard, and nobody expects it. So that's the part. I don't know. Am I skeptical? Yes.
Okay. I'm not talking about education. And when you come in, you've run something, you've been successful, you move up to the next step, you're successful, but there's a pattern. But when a guy goes from being a news anchor with a somewhat checkered personal life and never having run anything to take over an organization with 1 million people and $3 trillion of spending or whatever it is, and international and
did you know Patton's personal life? Did you know Ulysses S. Grant's personal life?
I don't care about their personal life.
But no, you said personal life.
As one of many.
No, but let me give you an idea what I mean by that. Like,
yeah.
To me, when people when they used to say Trump was a womanizer, I said, bro, I'm not trying to marry Trump.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I'm trying to get this guy to put the fear of death in the opponents, and I think he does. I'm trying to hire this guy that's going to negotiate on my behalf. I think Trump's a great negotiator. No, look, there's a book written called Lincoln on Leadership by Donald Phillips, okay? And this book explains these, I think it's 13 principles, and one of the things he talks about, chapter 11, it says, chapter 10 or 11, search until you find your Grant. What's he talking about? He says he found a guy named McClellan. How many streets do we know called McClellan? It's because of this general, fully qualified, been around for a long time. He says, hey, man, we want to go win the war. And he keeps promoting and giving these other guys the guy to run the military. Gives it to McClellan. McClellan goes, all he wants to do is train his guys. We're not ready yet. 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 Dude, let's go to war. We're not ready yet. Eventually, he finds this guy named Grant, who never calls him back, who never gets back to him. He doesn't know what's going on. He's sometimes a drunk, not an easy guy to work with. Goes and wins the war, then calls and says, we won the war and it's over with. On paper, McClellan was the right guy. But sometimes the guy that gets the job done, they're a little bit off. They're not as perfectly, proper that we all think about. You got to be a little bit crazy to do a tough job. You really do. Bobby Kennedy's a little bit weird. He's not. By the way, he's not a regular guy. Look at his past. Like
By the way,
yeah, he's not a regular guy. But you know what? For a guy to be willing to go to those levels of pain, when the guy's father died, he became a heroin addict for 14 years. That's his hero. I mean, that's a very weird. How many people died and got killed in the Kennedy family? That's a very difficult 68 years to live for you to one day be ready to do this job. Yeah.
Okay, so without pointing to the cabinet appointees, the officials, I'm interested in your thoughts on mass deportation, being that you have the background as an immigrant. The idea that the mass deportation is something that Trump campaigned on so much. However, he also campaigned on he's going to reduce inflation. Is not mass deportation super inflationary?
Okay, so it's two questions, right? Let me address the first one. So in 1984, we applied to get a green card to come to the States. Didn't happen. June 3rd, 89, Khomeini dies. 6 weeks later, we escape to Germany. Go live in Germany at a refugee camp waiting for our green card. Finally, we get it. And we come here November 28, 1990. So I came here legally. So I didn't come here legally. We came here illegally. If you come here illegally, hey, man, follow the law. Very simple. You follow the law, do your thing. We got to kind of go through it. Now, the argument for inflation is two ways how you go with that, right? Like I remember the H-1B visa argument. The Americans are not as hardworking, or some of the people that are, coming in as immigrants and they're hungry. Maybe partly right. Maybe some guys that are coming here are more grateful about the opportunities given to them than somebody that was born here. Maybe there's a little bit of argument for that. Maybe it could have been said in a different way, but maybe there's some kind of an argument for that. And, these illegal immigrants, like the one lady on The View who used to be on the show with Bill Cosby, and I think she was the one, she says, well who's going to start cleaning the toilet if we get rid of the Mexicans? And they're like, wait, no, you can't say that. I'm just saying. And she just kind of spit it out. It was embarrassing because liberals are trying to make the case that it's unfair to let the illegal immigrant kind of do some of the work that maybe Americans don't want to do. But the reality of it is, if the president has a job, his job is to, one, take care of the American worker. By the way, let's go to this. They say Republicans are for billionaires, right? And Democrats are for the poor. Really?
Watch this. I think they're all for billionaires.
But I want you to think about this here. If that's the case, as a kid, I asked my mom, I said, Mom, are we Republicans or Democrats? And she says, we're Democrats. Why? Because Democrats are for the poor, Republicans are for the rich. And I said, when I grow up one day, I want to be a Republican. I just want to be rich. I'm sick and tired of being broke. But watch this. If Democrats are for the poor and the Republicans are only for the rich, well, if Trump gets rid of illegal immigrants and cheap labor, do you think his billionaire friends are happy with him? Oh, I never thought about it that way. And if Democrats are for the poor and they want to help increase the income, middle income, why are they allowing cheap labor to come here that's good for the billionaires but hurts the low and middle? Oh, God. Well, I never thought about it that way before. I mean, this is the arguments that we hear about sometimes being made. But no, if Democrats are really that concerned about increasing the median income, then stop allowing 10 million illegal immigrants to come here. And if Trump's got the brass to get a Tom Homan, who's another gangster, to get everybody to get out who's illegal, and that hurts his billionaire friends that are hiring people for cheap labor, well, then that could be a complete different argument being made, saying, hey, what are you doing here? You're kind of hurting us a little bit.
I feel like I want to push back on that a little bit. That's what she said. She said, I'm going to push back real hard, though. All kidding aside, Blue Chew tablets help that happen. And they help men have better sex. And that's why I'm proud to promote Blue Chew tablets. If you want to try them, then you go to bluechew.com. You get an entire month's supply totally for free. All you pay is $5 for shipping. Simple as that, man. If you think it can help you have better sex, then by all means, try it out. I love it. And I think you might too. So one more time, just go to bluechew.com. You got an entire month's supply on its way to you. You just pay $5 for shipping. And now, let's ride this baby home. Because, when I think of construction and stuff like that, and I feel like it's the average American it's so difficult to purchase a home. And then I think that chain reaction of mass deportation. I think that the construction work, the cost of building homes is going to rise. I think it's not just going to hurt billionaires. I think that we're looking at inflation from that.
Well, then the question becomes, do you want that job to go to an American? Do you want that job to go to an illegal immigrant? Who do you want that job to go to? If you want that...
Maybe you're right.
Let me give you an example. Community where I used to live, we had a landscaping company that was fantastic. Every face that showed up was black. Everything was terrific. Within a period of about 2 weeks, all the blacks were gone, and it was all whites. Strange kind of a transition that fast. It turned out it was a family company that had sold out to a regional corporation in Atlanta. The corporate lawyers were worried about illegals. Summarily, they fired all the blacks and replaced them with whites. The level of service went like shit. The work ethic just was not there. And you talk to people who are hiring for service jobs. They have trouble getting Americans to do some of this really crappy work. I think you could.
So you're for open borders and 10 million people.
Wait. You're oversimplifying.
No, but wait a minute. Do you think there was open border under the Biden-Kamala administration?
Obama deported
2.5 million people.
More people than any other president.
But what I'm asking you is, do you think there was open borders under Biden and Kamala?
There was I won't say they were open. They were insufficient. I think they were insufficient because there wasn't enough money put into it.
Do you think the guys working on the Border Patrol, had enough backing from the U.S. government to say, slow your roll? Tom Homan gave a report 2 days ago at CPAC. He says under Biden, they were averaging on days 1,800 people coming through. You know what the number is hit in less than a month? 45 in a day. And he says that's 45 too many that he wants to get. How were they able to drop it from 1,800 to 45? Because the top has got to protect them.
Wait, one theory that came out, the publicity that has been given to deportation has been massive. The other night there was a news clip of illegals being chained up, putting on the chains and the handcuff, all that, and leading them in a demeaning way onto the airplane.
Are they criminals?
Sorry?
Are they criminals? Did they break the law?
It wasn't clear, but they may have, and if they did,
I don't understand it.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point. The point was, by making it so demeaning and so threatening, and all the publicity, it reduced immigration because it scared people who otherwise might have come in.
That's not going to be the reason. It's called the Border Patrol people finally have authority to say, you can do whatever you want to protect the border. And finally, I have the backing. If I don't get the backing, I can't do the job. But if somebody came here illegally and you're a criminal, how do you want me to transport you? You want me to kind of give you lobster and get you a nice suit? You broke the law. I don't expect respect when I broke the law.
Okay. Do you distinguish between a criminal who broke the law, did something bad, and an undocumented immigrant who's got a gainful job and has been here for a number of years and is contributing to the tax base?
Do I differentiate a criminal and a person that's an undocumented? How long has the undocumented person been here?
It varies, but
give me a number. But I'll give you my opinion on any one of them.
Okay.
20 years?
Say 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years?
With gainfully employed and paying taxes for 4 or 5 years.
Are you legally here?
No.
You got to go home if that's the law that Trump is doing. That's very. By the way, hear me out. I'm not.
Okay, what about the 20 years?
Okay, you know what my conversation would be with 20 years? Tell me, where are your kids? What are they doing? Where are they at? How much? Because for me, okay, so you have to know. I made a video on this titled earning the right to vote. I don't think every 18-year-old should be voting. My system is very different. I'll break it down for you to realize where I'm going with this.
Okay.
Trust me, I have a very clear answer for this.
Okay.
For me, because I've thought about this.
He's got a clear answer for absolutely everything,
right.
Dad. We're getting.
No, but this is impressive. This is impressive.
But let me give you what I thought about this. So here's how I thought about it. How many 28-year-olds did you and I know that live with mom and dad, are still living with parents, have never had a job, don't want to get a job, are not showing any urgency of getting a job, they don't make any money, they're just smooching off just trying to take advantage of the system, don't want to get a job. Okay? You ever met anybody like that? Quite a lot of them, right?
No, I haven't met quite a lot of them.
I have met a lot of them. Okay, in America today, I've met a lot of them.
I think America has a woeful lack of work ethic and out of control entitlement expectations.
So hear me out. So there's a lot of people. Now, have you met 14-year-old boys or girls that are working a job at Taco Bell, making minimum wage, and they're doing 20 hours a week on top of their school, on top of everything else that they're doing? In America, in some places, you can have a job at 14 years old. Guess what? I feel comfortable the 14-year-old voting than the 28-year-old that has never paid a penny in taxes. If you've never paid a penny in taxes, you don't earn the right to vote. And the number for me is $5,000. If you paid $5,000 in income taxes, you get to vote. You're a 14-year-old kid, you paid $5,000 in income taxes, you get to vote. You're 16 years old, you get to vote. You're 42 years old, you've never paid $5,000 in income taxes, you don't get to vote to tell me what to do with my money that I'm working. That's one. Let me give you the other part. You're a person that's an illegal immigrant, the ones that you're talking about 20 years. But you came here, you want to be in America? Yes. Go serve the Army. I'm not going to do that. Well, then get back home.
That's fair.
Go serve the military.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Do you speak the language? I don't. Not going to do it. Do you know our Bill of Rights? Not going to do it. Do you know what America stands for? Do you love America? What do you love about America? Tell me what you love about America. Sell me on the dream of why you love America. Sell me the dream why you love America. If you can do that, and if you can find a way to contribute, maybe we'll keep you if you get 10,000 hours of community, what is it when you get arrested? You get, what's the
Community
word?
service.
Community service. I'll give you 10,000 hours. You get to stay here. 10,000 hours? Go back home. Join the Army. Join the military. Get an education. Be a contributor to society. If you've been here for 20 years, let's have a conversation. But for me, everyone's got to earn the right to vote. And by the way, I know this is going to sound crazy, and I'm going to get a lot of shit for this. I think some people should be able to vote more than others. I think a person's vote should carry more weight. You know how? Just the same way it does with a company when you got stocks.
So
if you got 50,000 shares of a company and I got 5 shares, should we have the same amount of voice with the company? No. You got 50,000. Why am I having the same power as you? That's not fair.
So you're against the Constitution?
Well, you can dispute that. This is my argument on voting.
No, I understand that, but the Constitution
we've made
is fairly
amendments.
specific.
But we've made amendments. We've made amendments to lower voting from 21 to 18. I thought it was a bad amendment. I think the amendment needed to be different. It needs to be based on earning the right to vote. If you live in my house and you don't pay rent, you don't get to tell me what color to paint the wall on. If you pay rent, son, and you're wanting to contribute with the phone bill and the car payment and the rent for your room, what would you like us to do with this room? I think it should be white. No problem. We will consider your idea because you're paying 1/10 of the rent in this house. You're right. You have the right to give. That's the way it should work. So to me, again, like I told you, it's a very radical idea that I got.
Well, it's also, unless the Supreme Court gets really twisted out of shape.
That's why I need my own country to be able to do something like this.
Okay.
But I like your idea. I like your idea of offering military service as a path to residency. Now, some people would question if they're illegal immigrants, do they have the educational or technical background to serve in the military? Language is an issue.
And they don't want people who, like, presumably they came here, they weren't zero, 20 years old, like, you've been here for 20 years. They want young people in the military. What I'm saying is
that guy, if I go look at this guy 20 years and I see that he has given so much back to the country, hey, man, let's have the conversation. Right. If you're here a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and you came illegally under the Biden, Kamala, listen, man, go back home, buddy.
Hey, you know what? Again, you win. You're batting 1,000 over here. But now I want you to tell me how. And I'm going to preface this comment about tariffs. I think in the long run that they do help, that they do bring manufacturing back to America. I think that it's solid. However, in the short run, I think the tariffs serve to be very inflationary. I think that with all of the economy concerns and to campaign against, I'm going to reduce inflation. How do you feel about the tariffs?
So let me ask you a question. If you are now the president of the country, You have a list of 195 countries, give or take. And on the list of 195 countries, we give you the Excel spreadsheet. And you ask the question, I just want to know how much other countries tariff us and how much we tariff them. Okay? We give you an Excel spreadsheet, and you look at it. And you see a company that gives us 20% tariffs while we only give them 3% tariff. Is that fair?
No, and you're absolutely right on that. Absolutely.
Did you hear what I'm...
Yeah. Absolutely no disagreement.
Right.
Reciprocal tariffs, to me, makes a fair amount of sense.
Beautiful.
That's not the way it started out, though. It was arbitrary.
I'll
25%.
give you my argument for the other one as well. Give me the other one. You want me to do the math for you? Let's do the math. So watch what I'm going to do. Here's what I want to do, Pops. You ready?
Okay.
But this is what I want. So is it fair if you've done 17 to me for 28 years, and I've only done 2 to you, is it fair for my reciprocal to just match your 17?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I think...
You know why I don't think so? Well, you know why I don't think so? Well, what about the 17% over the last 27 years that if I pull up and do the math and I find out that 17% is $97 billion, guess what? The 17% starts to be reciprocal to yours the moment I make it break even after my $97 billion.
No, that falls apart because the historic years.
See, I knew you were going to say that.
We're under different leadership, different laws.
I'm the new guy in charge.
You can't turn the.
No, that's not how it works. I'm the new guy in charge. I get to negotiate. No, that's not how this works. If I'm the guy that the American people voted for, and I'm just going to ask my guys that brought the data on a chart, and I'm looking at seeing the fact that you've been doing 17% to me for 27 years, let's just say, and I'm doing 2%. I'm going to say, pull up the number, how much that's been that we've sent to them. 97 billion. Hey, whatever the country it is, Germany, Italy, France, I'm coming even to you the moment I get my 97 first. So guess what? Here's what you could do. What's that? We can do it 2 ways. I'm going to go to 25%. Your 17 is going to go to 0. My 25 goes away the moment my 25 and the 0 difference reaches the 97 billion, then I'm 0. But you better stay 0 with me. Whatever you do to me, I'm going to give you reciprocal. Let's not forget that. That's how I'm negotiating with these guys because I have the leverage.
As a starting out point, I get it. But the old adage, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And there's a history to rely on.
America's been ripped off by so many flippin' weak negotiators for so many years that thank God somebody's finally negotiating. Listen, I cannot tell you how excited I am that he's negotiated on my behalf. I cannot tell you because to me, like for me as a business guy, when I hear him says what he says, I'm like, yeah, I get it. I totally understand why he's doing. There's like, wow, that's not fair. What if this happens? What if it happens? Go ahead, go elsewhere. Because here's the leverage that you have is the following. Here's the leverage that we have. So what is the number one country in the world that everybody wants to do business with? It's America. You want us as a customer. I don't need you. You need me. Well, guess what? You know what Nixon did? It's a lot of good Nixon did. Nixon took us off the gold standard. Debt became unlimited. People are borrowing debt so much, and we don't even know what happened to the gold. It's been the same price, I think, since 1972, which is $42 is how they priced the gold. Very weird how they're pricing the gold.
Was it 35?
Yeah, it was 35, 42, all these numbers that would, 35 for like 13 years, and then it would go. But then the other part is when you open up with China, Nixon is the reason why China is so big. So what do? Take that out. How big is China today? You think China's as big as it is today without America's help? Hell no. So now they want to kind of push their weight, just like Zelensky's videos when we go back and look at a few years ago. Oh, I will pay it back. I will pay it back. I will pay it back. We need your help. Now he's saying, I don't have to pay it back. Yeah, you don't talk like that to America. You can't talk like that. I'm an American. I'm a proud American. I'm not okay with that. Look at Canada and look at Mexico. You want to know the problem with Canada and Mexico? This really pisses me off. Watch this here. Do you know what percentage of their GDP Canada and Mexico have for their military expenditure? Do you know what the percentage is? I'll give it to you. Mexico is 0.7%. They don't spend anything on military.
Okay. Canada's about 2?
1.1%.
Okay.
You know where U.S. is? 3.4%. Why the hell am I giving you protection? You don't need a military. You're my neighbor. No one's going to F with you because you're America's neighbor. Of course you're not going to spend a lot of money on military. So let me get this straight. You're saving money on your military that I'm spending, and I'm supposed to not tariff you? Life doesn't work that way. If I'm offering protection to you, just like the mob, you're going to pay back the 25 points. And we're offering protection to Mexico and Canada. They're spoiled two countries. I'm very uncomfortable with that negotiation. We need to give both of them a 25% tariff just purely for protection. It'd be simple. It's either buy and protect your military and get to 3.5%, protect your country, and you make that expenditure.
He didn't say that. He said control the illegal immigration. There was no discussion.
Well, that's my conversation. I'm not giving
No, but you're
I'm going in a different place.
No,
Where I'm going to is there's benefits to being America's neighbor. If you live in next door neighbor, think about it. If your next door neighbor is Michael Jordan, do you think your community is going to be safe purely because it's Michael Jordan? Yes. If your next door neighbor is Oprah Winfrey, do you think she's going to make sure the city's a safe place? Yes. Guess what? Is that because she's going to hire her own cop? Is that because she's going to hire her own security? You think they're also watching other houses next door? Of course they are. Who benefits from that? The entire flipping community. Neighbors are benefiting from America, and they're not paying nothing for it.
Canada would push back on that because the gun culture, the drugs are everywhere, but they come into Canada from the U.S.
Yeah.
The danger in the streets. Canadians really don't want to be American. And whether it's fair or unfair, their geographic proximity to the states, the U.S. has to protect them. Because if the Canada sold out to an American of the U.S., just like Cuba did with the missiles many years ago, the U.S. would be threatened. So there's a mutual self-interest in the arrangement. And to come in, just kind of say it's 25% and that's it, with no rationale, to me makes no sense.
It's not the rationale. It's leverage that he has.
If he said,
and the leverage for him is to say, become the 51st state and don't worry about any of it. Guess what? It's a bold vision to cast.
No,
I agree it's bold. I agree it's a little crazy, but I like it.
Pat, it's not only crazy, it's unworkable and insulting.
No, it's not insulting.
It is to the Canadians, because Canadians have a relatively low opinion of Americans.
Do you know what great negotiators do? Do you think Americans go to sleep worrying about how Canadians think about them?
No.
I've been to Canada many times. I've had their beer. I've gone to their restaurants. I've spent a lot of time with their people. They're a lot of fun. Truly, Canadians are some of my favorite people are in Canada. Do you really think Americans go to sleep saying, "Oh my God, Canadians don't like us"?
They were booing. No. You saw that?
And they lost 3-1. I mean, you guys came back and won in the Boston 3-2, which was a great game. And but look, I mean, my point is, I understand the bold statements sometimes he says with the vision. I like it.
Well, you know what? I'm halfway there, because as a bullshit bluff to scare shit out of the opposition and focus their attention, I can support that. I've done a few very minor things like that in the past.
Very
small
minor
things.
Small
things. But taking
it soon. You're going to find out from me some stories you don't know about.
Taking an extreme position, sure, but you can push it too far.
Okay, you know what? Still undefeated over here. Still undefeated. but I'm gonna hit you with a tough one now.
Let's go.
What's going on with the Trump meme coin?
I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that.
You know what? I respect the hell out of you for not just identifying with the party, with an independent thinker.
Yeah, no, trust me, I lose a lot of relationships because of it. And some people are like, well, you're not 100%, and but I can't. Like even Millet, I was just with them 2 days ago in D.C., and he did his coin and made some money and all that stuff.
Wait, who did?
Millet,
head of
Millet from
Argentina.
Argentina. Yeah.
Oh my God, that was the big.
So he's getting some criticism for it.
Criticism.
I'm not a fan of a guy says, well, Pat ran a poll on XRP. Guess what? He's about to do his own coin next. I'm not interested. You know how much money it would make? Very quick buck.
But
I'm not interested in it.
I mean, I've had multiple people pitch me the idea. We're going to do a Steve-O meme coin. What do you think? I think that's the worst.
You know the NFT part when it first came out, and they would talk about, hey, NFT. Even me and Rogan talked about it. I said, if you had a meme coin right now, you had an NFT, you'd make $10 million immediately, right? But to me, it's, the NFT thing, never got into it, never bought a single NFT, never did any of that. So I think coins, something's going to happen. I think Bitcoin, I think Ethereum, I think you got to pay attention to some of these stuff. XRP maybe replacing Swift and doing so. You got to pay attention to some of that stuff. But the meme coin stuff.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And
I'm uncomfortable.
I think that it is impossible to have a successful meme coin operation without, by definition, scamming your audience.
Here's what I would tell you if I was a lawyer representing the other side. My argument for the lawyer would be the following. It is an unregulated industry where nothing that was done was illegal by law because it's not regulated yet. Till they do that legally, nothing was illegal.
Understood.
Till they do that. But there's a lot of ways to make money. I'm just not interested in making the money that way.
Right. I mean, but the concept of business, buy low, sell high, right? Like you're making these meme coins out of thin air. They represent nothing. You hype them up with your audience so that you got your fans buying them. That drives up and then you sell high, and it's called a rug pull. I just don't see any way to approach a celebrity meme coin that isn't a rug pull.
You know what it makes me think about? Here's what it makes me think about. The people that buy it, what are you doing?
Right. Did you hear about the Hawk Tua girl?
Yeah, of course.
The Hawk Tua girl, somehow...
She disappeared, yeah.
Somehow, she did a Hawk Tua meme coin, and it
rose... She didn't do a Hawk Tua to somebody. She did the coin, is what you're saying.
Yeah, she did.
Okay, just want to verify.
She had the Hawk coin, and it somehow amassed a market cap in the, tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, well, listen, like I said, to me, there's many ways to make money. You don't have to go into that part. They didn't do it illegally because there's not regulation to it right now. Eventually, it's going to be there. I don't have any interest in that space at all.
I think, we look at the charts of Trump's coin, and it's the same pattern as all the rest of it. It's a disaster.
So many people buy stuff. It's like the penny coin, penny stocks, and all these other things because what if this happens, and what if that happens, what if this happens? You're going to fall for it. You're going to fall for it. I mean, if you really think about it, when we're talking about meme coins, the Democratic Party is a meme coin. What did Kamala Harris do? All the money they raised, and where did the money go to? Hey, come perform. 4 million here, 2 million here, 10 million here, 3 million here. What happened to that money? We don't even know where the money went. And then there's still $20 million over. So, it's easy to go to that, and then you forget about what the other side did with $1.5 billion. Where the hell did that money go to? We don't know. And by the way, even with some of these coins you're talking about, and Pentagon still hasn't done their budgeting. 7 years they've never done it. Where did that money go to? Where's it gone to? We don't know yet. As much as I'm not with it, the opposite side has done so many things with money that none of us know where that taxpayer money went to. I love the fact that they're talking about if they're able to get money back that they save from Doge, they want to send a percentage over to the people. That's freaking sick.
Okay. The Doge generating money by indiscriminate firing. It's almost like people who have skills that are critical to the country. They're getting thrown out for no reason, generating money, which presumably is going to fund all of these massive tax breaks, which are at the top of the house and not going to benefit the majority of the people.
So you're afraid that 6% of 2 million employees only work out of an office, and you don't know what the other 94% is doing, and they're talking about that they're working hard, and we're worried about firing the 94%? No. If you're not working out of an office space collecting checks?
The last week and a half, they've cut out a lot of key people. The Justice Department.
Sure.
People with experience.
They can do that.
Legally, I guess he can, but it doesn't help the country.
How do you know that?
How do you replace them?
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know it doesn't help the country?
How do you know it's indiscriminate?
How do you know that? And by the way, guess what happens? If a new person is the leader, that's what they get to do. And by the way, guess what? You know what happens? You know what Elon did when he first came to Twitter and he
fired
half of them? You know what happened? Have you heard when he first came in, He fired half. I think, no, he fired out of the 7,500 employees, he fired 2,500. Then another 1,250 ended up quitting. No, 3,750 he fired. Another 1,250 ended up quitting on their own. And then some of the people that he fired that he needed, guess what he did? He called them back and he says, "I'm sorry, man, I need you."
And you can't reach some of them.
But
These are the aircraft controllers.
But you know what it is, though? The fact that somebody has the audacity saying, "I messed up. I need you. Are you willing to come back?" Yes. Appreciate you, bro.
You mean the humility?
To make that call. Elon Musk said he's sorry. That's a great comment. So that's going to naturally happen when people make those mistakes. Leaders sometimes have to make those tough calls. But to me, I'm very comfortable with that. To know the amount of wasted expenditure we have in the U.S. government. I was in the Army. We would buy parts for Humvees. I'm like, there is no way this thing is worth $1,000. Sergeant Braxton would say, well, that's what the military does. We always overpay. I said, Sergeant Braxton, realistically, how much is this thing worth? Maybe $50. Why the F are we paying $1,000 for this? Well, you're not, taxpayers are. Why are we paying $1,000 for this?
That was a report in the 1980s. I forget the cyan.
I was in from 97 to 99. It was like half the stuff. Like, who agrees to these numbers?
And that's like the Halliburton, the whole exercise in privatizing taxpayer dollars.
Look, again, for me, I am so glad they're doing it. They're going to break some things. And when they do break some things, trust me, CNN and MSNBC will report on it. It's coming soon because they're going to break. But guess what? You know what they have that none of these other guys have? Such thick skin. They have thicker skin than Barry Sanders with a horrible offensive line that he would run through and that would destroy him. They don't have the thick skin that Emmitt Smith had because Emmitt Smith had the best offensive line. Elon and Trump don't give a shit. Criticize them. Okay. They're going to do it, and if they fail, they'll adjust.
And how do you feel about Elon and his position in the government, unvetted, unelected, just kind of freelancing?
Trump said that 2 days ago. He's a patriot. That's his job, is his patriot. And we're going to see how that's going to work. You saw some of the administration, they're sending emails saying if Elon's asking you for anything, you don't report to him. You don't have to say yes to him. The information came out yesterday.
Come on, Pat. You know, nobody has. If Elon asks for something with the recent history, they don't have the guts to say no. They're going to get fired if they say no.
I don't know about that. I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's a, Department of Human and Health Services or DNI or some of these other stuff that they're going to be doing, national intelligence. Like, those guys are going to be like, no, I'm the one. I'm Tulsi. You go through me. You go through me. Now, he may call Tulsi and say he needs something. But you know what I was watching yesterday? It kind of made me think about how Elon views himself. So yesterday I was watching Captain America, the new Captain America that came out. Uh-huh. I took my boys to go see it with Harrison Ford. Uh-huh. And Harrison Ford in the movie is the president. Uh-huh. Okay. And he has the military and he has the Avengers. Okay. So the president needs the Avengers. And some of the stuff that would happen, the military alone couldn't handle it. They needed the Avengers to handle it. Mm-hmm. I think Elon kind of sees himself as the leader of the Avengers. That he's not going to be a president, but America needs him to get the job done to go against some of the enemies that maybe the other guys don't have the intelligence to go up against.
I understand the logic, but totally unconstitutional.
No, you could say that, but at the same time, so far, it's been kosher. Trust me. Hear me out. Okay. By the way, hear me out. If it's not, we're going to hear it. We will. But if I have to sit there and have these guys find all the wasted expenditure, 10 out of 10, I'm supportive of it. As a guy that runs a business, and I fired one of my guys recently, wasn't a nice fire. And we found out what he was doing behind closed doors with our credit cards and our money. I wasn't happy about that. I'm like, some of my guys came and showed me and said, this is what happened with this. And there was a kickback for this. And there was a kickback for this. I'm like, dude, done. Came in, called in security. We had a couple guys. We got to get him and move on. Everybody was happy. I've never had a person I've fired where more people were happy about than this guy.
Very, very different. One person, documented case. Let's suppose the auditors came to you and said, you're getting ripped off. There's a hell of a lot of money missing. You wouldn't fire the whole accounting department before you figured out what was wrong.
I may fire the entire accounting department.
Well, see, I guess that's
except for a person that is a person that I trust who is auditing everybody. yeah, I may replace everybody.
Everybody.
Maybe not
I mean-
everybody. I don't think they're replacing everybody, but a lot of the people I would replace. Yeah.
We're gonna let that one go too, Dad. Okay, were you at the inauguration?
I was, yes.
Unbelievable. How did you feel about never before in history. You got the number one, the number two, the number three. You got this billionaires row. It's like we're not even trying to pretend. We're just putting it right there in the front row. Like we've got the oligarchs, you know. It's the last time that we spoke. Again, I can't get over how fantastic this too. You said that the most important thing, I'm paraphrasing, is to be a net positive in society.
Mm-hmm.
You said if you obey the law, if you earn your way, if you pay taxes, you're a net positive. But there's levels to it, and that you kept talking about the books by the Kennedys and the Bushes about really having power and wealth to really level up the extent that you give back to society. Do you see the just the billionaire action going on as rising to that level of giving back? I mean, I hear you arguing Elon Musk is a patriot and he's helping with all this stuff, but when you see those billionaires just sitting there at the inauguration, when you consider how Trump's election just shot their wealth up, when you consider the tax breaks coming their way, how the top three richest Americans have more wealth than the lower 50%. Half of America has less money than three people. The tax breaks for the billionaires. You're behind that?
So for me, when I think about that, you think they all get along? You think Musk likes Zuck? You think they're best friends? You think Bezos likes those two guys? You think they sit there and, Bezos
I
is
think
awesome?
that by definition, you
cannot stand
cannot
each
be a
other.
billionaire unless you fight to the death.
Yeah, they cannot stand each other. They don't like each other. Maybe Elon can't stand them because of how competitive he is. Again, I'm not speaking on his behalf. This is my opinion that I'm giving this. But I think this year, 2024, something very unique happened. That the only way I can describe this to you, I can't describe it any other way. Many years ago, a book was written about how Lincoln was able to get a lot of things done. A book is titled Team of Rivals. He was able to bring his own enemies together to go up against the enemies. The enemies were so sick of the guys on the other side. They're like, frickin' screw it. We'll join Lincoln on this. We can't stand him. Screw the guy, but let's build a team of rivals. I think this is the example of team of rivals. This isn't a team of best friends.
Right.
This isn't a team of, I love you, we're in the same country club, oh my God, we went to Yale together, skull and bones, bullshit. This is not that. This is, those bastards tried to silence us. Those bastards were playing games, emailing me to do this and this and that, and I gave them $400 million, and I made a mistake, and my name is Zuck. They'll never do it to me again. I'm done. I think Zuck in the last 5 years realized he's not a Republican, but he's a libertarian. Bezos in the last 5 years realized he's not a Democrat. Zuck wasn't a Republican. He is a libertarian. He wasn't a Democrat. Same with Bezos. Bezos is not a Democrat. He became a libertarian. Everybody kind of was like, what am I doing? Why am I siding with these guys? These Democrats are crazy. What are they doing over here? I don't understand this stuff. They're out of their minds with what they want me to do. But now they're like, let's see what's going to happen with this. They gave them $1 million, all this other stuff. And by the way, keep this in mind. It is so early. It is so early. We have no idea what kind of a war is going to happen. What all of a sudden, what do you think is a likelihood that all of a sudden we get a message, breaking news, Elon Musk steps down? Do you think there's any percent that could happen in the next 4 years?
Yes.
I do as well. So we are so pump the brakes. I called this year, 3 years ago, I called 2023 the year of investigations. 2024, I called it the year of chaos, and this year I called the year of surprises. It's going to be a lot of weird surprises this year. Some good, some bad, some ugly. But this is the year of surprises for me. I don't know what's going to be happening. I do know it's going to be the roaring 20s. I do know a lot of money is going to be made. I do know the disparity in wealth is going to be happening. I do know we're going to be having trillionaires by the end of the term. I do know there's going to be people that have the kind of wealth we've never had before. I do know it's going to be the kind of money that back in the days the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers and the Carnegies had versus the poor of that time. That's the level of disparity we're about to experience. We're going to have that kind of wealth being made right now. A lot of money is going to be made. But I also see, first time in a long time, that you realize not 40 states, not 45 states, every state in America in 2024 became more Republican. More Republican. Let me say this again. Every single state in America, 50 out of 50 became more Republican. And do you want to know what states became more Republican than any other states? California and New York. This is the first time that this has happened. Why are they doing this? Brother, I don't know how you explain puberty blockers for a 13-year-old should be okay.
What is a puberty blocker?
That if you want to prevent yourself from your body naturally producing the testosterone or estrogen so you can become a man or become a woman, no, we can give it to the kids at a young age. Who says that's okay? Who says those things are okay? These are some of the weirdest things, ideas they came up with. Who says men competing in a women's sports because they call them transgenders? Who says that's even common sense? I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. You're a transgender? Compete with transgenders. I respect that. But you're a transgender because you were a man, now you want to be a woman and you want to go and compete against women? What are you talking about? If I go become a UFC fighter fighting women tomorrow, I'm probably going to do pretty well for myself. But if I go in UFC tomorrow in heavyweight, go up against John Jones, do you know what John Jones will do to me? I'm 6'4", 6'5", 245 pounds. What do you think John's going to do with one kick to my side? What do you think is going to happen if I go there? Just because I'm big? No. I'm not going to be able to compete in the UFC. See, these are the bad ideas that got exposed in a bad way the last 4 years that forced a Musk, a Bezos, a Zuck, all of these guys to be in the same room getting along.
It's really interesting, too, the way that Zuckerberg silenced... Trump wasn't allowed on his platforms. He just silenced him. Everyone like out to get him, and then all of a sudden, turn around.
What happened?
Hey, buddy.
That's right. Hey, buddy.
all the stuff you said just now, 100% agree. The bad idea, the gender, all that shit, and it has created a lot more problems simply by the controversy that it sparked. But I thought where Steve was originally going is that, do you think the country will be better off if, in addition to all of the extra money that's going to get made as a result of the conditions you described, another $4 or $5 trillion increases the deficit to fund additional tax breaks for the people that are going to make all that money?
Let me ask you a question. It's such a basic question. Do you think money going to the government does better than money going to free market, free enterprise with capitalists, reinvesting it into their business, creating jobs, creating businesses? Where do you think money is multiplied better?
Okay.
U.S. government or a free market?
I'll give you a statistic. I saw several months ago. The country where a newborn baby has the highest statistical probability of becoming a billionaire. Denmark. There is a balance between excesses.
Oh my God! You pick and choose your statistics, don't you?
Don't you?
Don't you? No, I mean you're picking Denmark. What is the population of Denmark?
No. You're talking.
Everybody always goes to Denmark.
No, wait. You would call that a socialist country.
But yeah, I mean, to me, the question is a very basic question. You got how many kids do you have? Two. Which is a better businessman, businesswoman?
Sorry?
Who's done better with money?
Steve.
Okay, so if you had to give one of them $100,000 and you had to pick and choose which one is most likely to turn that $100,000 into $200,000, who are you going to give the money to?
Probably my daughter.
Why?
Because she needs it.
Because she needs it. Okay, but that's not what I asked you, though. No, that's not the answer, though.
No, private equity, Dad.
But that's not what I asked
But
you.
you set sort of a false premise.
No, I didn't. But
Your criterion was what's going to make the most money on it.
No, what I'm asking you is, who is most likely to turn the $100,000 into $200,000?
Steve.
Steve or your daughter?
Steve.
Daughter. You're Steve. Okay, perfect. Now, if I were to ask you who needs it more, you may say what?
My daughter.
Now watch this. Let's flip the question. You're about to get cornered. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
What if I'm giving my $100,000 and I'm asking you for advice of who to give the money to, my money, that's more likely to turn it to $200,000, your daughter or your son?
Wait, you set a specific criterion.
Hear me out. Stay with me here.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I'm coming to you not with your money.
With your money.
With my money.
Okay.
With your money, I get it. Give it to your daughter. But I'm coming to you with my money.
I get that.
And I'm saying to you, I'm giving you $100,000 of my money.
Yes.
Ted, what do you recommend I do? Do I give it to your daughter or your son to turn it into $200,000?
Okay. If the objective is to turn it into $200,000, no brainer.
But also the criteria is who's giving the money.
And it's your
giving
money.
you my money. If it's your money, you would give it to your daughter.
No, but you're asking for an opinion.
Right.
And the opinion is based on your premise.
No,
of
that's
who's
not
going to
right.
make
Stop
most money.
beating up on my
But
sister.
hear me out what I'm asking. You know what I'm asking? What I'm asking is the criteria changes if it's your money. You can do whatever you want to do with your money. It's your money. But if I'm coming to you with my money asking for advice on who's going to be able to turn it to $200,000, you're going to say, Steve, taxpayers are giving their money to the U.S. government. And what I'm saying to you is, who do you trust can do better with that money? The government or free market? I trust the free market to make better choices with their money. You know why? Because here's what billionaires are going to do with their money, or entrepreneurs. You ready? It's very simple. If you give the money to a rich man who runs a business, what are one of three things he's going to do? Spend it, which creates jobs. Save it, which will be in a bank, which the bank is going to do with that money. Lend it to small business owners, okay? Or give home loans. Or three, what's he going to do? Spend, save, what's three? Reinvest into the company and create jobs. Tell me how we lose. No way.
Well, I'll tell you. I saw this in Latin
So
America.
funny.
The disparity,
Come on, man.
the disparity gets too great, and they say enough already. And you get resurrections. You get
Not resurrections, insurrections.
You get.
You may have a resurrection here soon as well. It's going. I mean, we may have a guy named Jesus coming back and doing a podcast with Steve.
No, I think there's got to be some balance, or else too many people get too pissed off and the system breaks down.
That's not our business, though. To me, it's to me if I think about the amount of money you have wasted as the U.S. government, you lack the credibility for me to give you more money. You know what Newsom is asking for right now from taxpayers? $40 billion, he said today.
Okay. Here's a
You've destroyed the California gave you $24 billion to help clear homelessness. Well, you know what happened? Homelessness went up 25%.
Pat,
Nobody knows where the $24 billion is at.
I won't argue with that.
Yeah.
Here's a potential compromise. Yeah, you let the billionaires get an extra out of the $4 trillion, but you amend the tax code so that a portion of that extra that they get needs to go to a charitable deduction of their choice. And like the Gates Foundation, like Warren Buffett, you're motivating the people who receive the tax breaks.
You are really... Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you know what NGOs are?
Those are
non-governmental organizations. Do you know how much money Americans gave to nonprofits last year?
No.
$2.88 trillion. Okay?
Okay.
Do you know who is the biggest donor to nonprofits?
Who?
The U.S. government. Do you know what percentage of money went to nonprofits last year from government? The $2.88 trillion? 29%. The government gave $880 billion, give or take, to nonprofits last year. What does that mean?
It means the government shouldn't be involved.
But they are, though. That's how they get stuff done. Why do you think when I was in Brazil a few days ago, the guy that won presidency and a guy named Alexandre de Moraes goes and gets the other guy out of jail named Lula, who took a freaking property from the country, Operation Car Wash, that they stole out $300 million, give or take. Bunch of guys went to jail. Alexandre's like, let's go get Lula out. He's the only guy that can beat him. Lula's doing 12 years in prison, comes out to go up against him, and he's like, holy shit, what are we doing? And the U.S., with NGOs, was involved in sending money down there to make sure that Bolsonaro doesn't win and he gets out and he loses. The amount of money going and funneled into these NGOs and charities to force billionaires to give money to charity. What do I know what Bill Gates is doing? We used to give money to Susan G. Komen. Every year I was giving money to Susan G. Komen. We run these events. First year we give whatever, $25,000. Second year. By the third year, one person comes up and he's saying, I have 1,700 people at Red Lion Hotel, Hilton in Glendale. Can I ask you why you're giving money to Susan G. Komen? I said, breast cancer. We want to help you. This is. Do you know how much the CEO of Susan G. Komen makes? How much? I pull up. No shit. Yeah. Do you know what percentage of the money you give goes to families and ladies? How many? Less than 30%. Are you joking? Yeah, dude. I'm not giving money to Susan G. Komen. This is a very technical thing we're having a conversation with, because even like, tithing to certain churches, you give money. Where's this money going to? You're talking to a guy that's skeptical at the highest level with some of these charities to see the money get to work. The other day, California's having a fire. So I say, all these people are devastated. Guys, whatever merch you buy today, 100% of the sales, we're going to give to the families in California. Mm-hmm. They said 100%. Boom. We sell. Then I said, send me names of people you know, and I'm going to call them directly, and we're going to send them money. So we start getting all these names on App Connect and all these other places. They're sending us numbers. This person, that person, this person. I'm calling them. This is Patrick Bet-David. Who is Patrick Bet-David? Your cousin. Do you know who he is? Who is he? He watches my podcast. He told me you were affected by the fire. I was affected by the fire. What do you need from me? Nothing. I just want to send you $5,000. Bullshit. Can you please three-way your cousin in? Hey, John. I got this guy named David on the call. Who's David? Patrick Bet-David. Oh, my God, what up, PBD? Dude, this is your cousin that was struggling with? Yeah, we're sending $5,000. Yo, John, this is real. This is the guy I was telling you about. No way. Can we send you the money? So we send the money to a church that used to be a part of in Glendale, in L.A., Northridge, Dudley Rutherford. Then we gave the names to them. They send the money to the families to make it real. The money went to them. But 100% of the money went to people. I'm not comfortable with, forcing billionaires to give money to charity. I don't trust the people that run the charities. It's a very difficult game with those guys.
It is.
There's too many people that are, again, forgive me because I'm extremely skeptical with charities. My advisor says, have you thought about starting a 501(c) plan to raise money? I don't want to start a charity. You know why I don't want to start a charity? I don't trust a lot of the guys. For me to start it and ask you for money, the other way I'll do it is just, here's what we're doing. Who's having a hard time? I want to directly send the money to you. I don't want any middleman.
That makes sense.
I want to send the money directly to you.
Okay.
Most charities don't do it that way.
I agree. And how many people do send it directly to?
A lot. You'd be amazed how many of these guys. You know how many billionaires help people out? They just don't want to advertise it. Rich people help a lot of people out. And, there's this connotation that rich people are just greedy people and they don't help the people out. I'm sorry. So if they're greedy, so if somebody gave them talents, let's say God-given talents that they have, and they use their talents to create $1 billion empire, and another person got God-given talents, but they don't use it, who's the greedy one? To me, the greedy one is the person that got all this talent. They're not using their talents. Should we tax those guys? That person should have built a $100 million company. That person should have been an executive at a company. But he got addicted, so ruined his life, didn't do anything with his talents, and we're affected by it negatively. He should have invented something nice. Should we tax that guy? It's so easy for us to criticize the guy who's out there working 80 hours time away. Or a lot of times they go through divorces, tough in a personal life. It's a lot of sacrifices to build what they build. Creating a job is the highest form of charity anyways. You're giving somebody an $80,000 a year job, $150,000 a year job, $250,000 a year job. Somebody worked hard to be able to give those jobs. They deserve credit. They're heroes. To me, they're the patriots of the economy.
Well, the only thing was the meme coin.
It was a meme coin.
You're not even trying to defend that.
No.
I mean, there are things about Donald Trump that you just simply can't defend. You're not even going to try. Like my dad was saying on the way over here. It's like, I really want to ask him about, like, how does he reconcile all of the lying that don't. I said, Dad, I think the answer to that's pretty simple. That's how politics works. Politicians lie, but Dad says, but if you take the aggregate sum of all politicians year by year and how much they lied and how bad their lies were, like, he's got to admit Trump's bad. He's a bad liar.
Look, I remember our last conversation. I haven't seen it, but I just remember you had a problem with them. I remember that. And you were the executive traveling, doing all this stuff, and you had done some big business. But no, to me, I think to be able to go up against some of the most cold-hearted bastards, users, manipulators, corrupt politicians, world leaders who have destroyed their own people for money that they've stolen from them for decades requires a very unique guy to go up against them. And it's not the guy you want. It's just not. God uses people, weird people. He doesn't use who you think he needs to use. It's just, I don't know why that is the case. It's always been weird people he uses. And most people like you are uncomfortable with it. I am very comfortable with him being the negotiator on behalf of me for my taxes. Very. But that's me. Mm-hmm. You love Justin Trudeau, which is great.
I don't love Justin Trudeau.
But you like Justin. He's a nice guy.
No,
he's a nice guy. He's a sweetheart.
My sister knows him quite well. She was a senator in the Canadian government. And when all this...
Sorry to hear, but...
When this 25% tariff came out, I was talking to my sister, and I said, I don't know Justin, you do, but my perception from the media exposure is that he is a weak dilettante that will get skewered by Trump in any significant negotiation. And she said, Ted, reluctantly, I agree with you.
There you go. I respect your sister. Good. What's her name?
Patricia Bovey.
Patricia, what a great name. If I was a lady, I would have your name because I have Patrick. So,
man, dude, I don't know what else to say. I'm just so absolutely blown away by you. I mean, it's really, really impressive. I mean, if you'd asked my dad, Dad, you're gonna have your opportunity. You're really gonna go after him. You're gonna put him on the spot. You're gonna nail him.
No. But you have opened my mind more about Trump. Do I believe in him? No. Do I expect a favorable result? No. Do I like Pete Hegseth running the whole military? No. But you've opened my mind enough that I will look at it through a different prism.
So we're going to do this again next year. Right? When we do, I can't wait to see where you're going to be next year.
I want to ask one last question. And by the way, thank you for going over the time that we were allotted. That means the world to me. I saw some... I don't think it was your channel. I think it was some other channel. Like, took your podcast or a podcast and they put it on their own channel with this dramatic music playing in the background and the thumbnail with the big text. It said, "Everyone will be wiped out." Patrick Bet Davis is going to explain how everyone's going to be wiped out, and it really kind of turned. I mean, if you search your name,
I said everyone's going to be wiped out.
Well, no, that's what the thumbnail said. Everyone will be wiped out.
It was a financial crisis, and it was about interest rates and how interest rates compounded, and how the housing market was going to collapse because people weren't going to give up their low mortgages, and it kind of played out the financial scenario that I think I expressed to you a year ago. That it's.
I think that the thrust of it is that what we saw in 2008, a recession, a financial crisis. It sounded from the clip that was pulled that you feel that there's something like that looming on our horizon.
Let me tell you why. Like, for example, I think right now, if they lower the interest rates, I don't think that's a good idea. By the way, it helps me out if they do. I live in a nice home. If they lower the interest rate, I got a more expensive home. I don't want them to do that. Here's why. I think, like, it's either cost of living's got to go down or income's going to go up. Well, we can't afford to increase income by 200% or 100%. Because then that's a different kind of inflation. This is the only way we can make it normal, right? Something's got to happen. If you lower interest rates, the valuation of homes is going to go up. If you keep the rates here, the fact that Powell is still staying a little bit strong with Trump, I kind of like that. I know they don't like that. I know they don't like me even saying that. But I like the fact that Powell is staying a little bit strong with not lowering the rates. I think we still need to go. There was a lot of fake success in the last that 128 economic expansion that U.S. went on, way too much fake success. Guys were making money that it was all fake. You don't need to make that kind of money. So the fake part, like the guys making $300,000 a month doing loans and rates were at 2.85%, 2.5%, that's not good. We need to be able to sell a 6% loan, 6 to 7% loan. And let's kind of stay there a little bit. And let's stay a little bit, and that becomes the norm. And then let's save the low interest rates. If there is a war, if shit hits the fan, if things are going on, then use that. You don't need to use that right now. This is the wrong time to use it. But you know what it's like? It's like being 22 years old and your testosterone level is 1,200 and you do steroids. You don't need to do steroids at 22 years old. Steroids maybe make sense. You're 52 years old, you're 48 years old, you're 63 years old, your testosterone's dropped up. You want to do a little bit of TRT, it's at 150 level, 200 level. Have the conversation with your doctor. Right now, let's just kind of pump the brakes with lowering the rates. My opinion.
Steve was asking me about the significance of the Fed. And obviously, the stock market reacts instantly one way or the other. But my view is that far more important than the federal funds rate is the 10-year T-bill rate. And that's controlled not by the Fed, but by the bond vigilantes. And at some point, the debt is going to get recognized more. The countries that are trying to get away from the dollar are going to gradually get more success. Central banks are going to buy more gold and shed more, dollars. And to me, that's the real worry. It's not the mortgage rates right now, but it's what happens when the music stops.
In that area, we're on the same page. That all I'm saying is pump the brakes on easy money right now.
I agree with that.
Too early.
Yeah.
Let's wait.
Let's wait a little bit. But the mortgage rates are driven more by the T-bill market than they are by the Fed.
Sure. Yeah, but the Fed can influence inflation and other things if they wanted to.
It can, but it's ultimately the ultimate decider is the bond vigilante group reacting to the T-bills. And there's so much money that's got to be rolled over, refinanced, new financing. It's just hard to see how the market is going to buy all that up without a higher interest return.
The team is now. They say we're an hour over. We got to get Patrick into the studio for filming. We're gonna lose you. Thank you so much for this.
I can't wait for next year, Steve. I'm telling you. I can't wait for next year, man. Yeah. This was so much fun.
It's I mean, really, really incredible. You the title, Patrick Bet David destroys Steve-O's father. Yeah, thank you so much, brother.
Thanks, guys.
And there you have it, folks. Like I said, that was masterful. I hope my dad doesn't get bummed. My dad looks at the comments when he's on an episode. Please don't be mean to my dad in the comments. And shoot, what else? I loved that, man. I genuinely loved that. I was nervous going into it because I knew that the first episode was so great and I didn't want it to be a big step backwards. What I thought it was a continuation of an epic conversation, and I loved it. I also really love this ass kicker, man. This here, pan for the people who can see on YouTube. Fucking this thing's so epic. I love it so much. And that's what I'm up to these days. I'm just roaming around in my ass kicker. Soon I'll be driving from Tennessee to Texas, then from Texas to Arizona. I'm just going to be in this fucking thing for the next solid month. And then I'm jumping onto the other RV and going to Canada. Yeah. But yeah, dude, Paul, I'll be in Arizona. What's going on? All right, I love you guys. Thanks for sticking around. Ranch. I mean, we've got that in common. We're both ranch people. And we talked about our new book, which is super vulnerable and really like epic. And my executive assistant, Isaac, literally read the book to me for hours before we went to the Rousey Acres. And I got to say, it's a great book. And we had a great conversation. I feel like she had fighting words for WWE. And I can picture her take on Logan Paul's wrestling going a little bit viral. That's just a prediction. Maybe I'm wrong. A lot of the time I am. But I love Ronda Rousey. I love this episode. So let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, people of the universe, I bring to you Ronda Rousey.
Yeah.
In the flesh.
Again.
Yeah, you were number 3 podcast we had when we started.
What,
really?
not number 3, but top 5.
Oh, I thought you meant like third podcast.
Well, no. Like, yeah.
That we've ever done.
Oh,
The
wow.
last time we had you on Zoom during the pandemic.
Yeah, we had you on Zoom, and it's been 4 years since then.
Wow.
Wow.
And 200.
Been a whole Olympics?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And more than 200 episodes later.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm honored to be one of your top 3.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Now, we're here to talk about your new book. It's your second book. And is this new book described as a memoir?
Yeah, they're both memoirs. I just had a lot of life happen, so I had to like space it out against 2 books. Maybe it'll be a third one day. I hope not, but more could happen.
Hey, I remember telling my book agent that I was like, I think I got another book in me, and they said, sadly, memoir part 2 is not a thing, and you gotta have like some kind of a spin on it.
I mean, Lance Armstrong has 2. I have 2.
I know Russell Brand has 2.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I mean, I went ahead and did a second book, and it's
Roddy Piper has 2.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, if Roddy Piper did it, that's like my mantra of like, what would Roddy Piper do?
Nice.
He did a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's so good to see you again. The last time I saw you, we were on a private jet together, flying out to.
All right.
Was it not WrestleMania? It was the Royal Rumble.
Royal
in St.
Rumble.
Louis.
Yep.
And
It's in the book.
nice.
We describe it in the book, the trip that we took.
And I ended up testing positive for COVID and was unable to actually participate in the Royal Rumble. And that's so like upsetting because you had at the time your newborn baby on the jet.
She was 4 months old, but she was pretty new. But I thought the Jackass match was the best one of the whole show.
Okay.
So I'm kind of bummed you weren't part of it either. I'm sorry.
Well, you were going to participate in the match?
I mean, I was gonna be like a henchman kind of a thing, like I was basically gonna.
So chaos. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be basically like watching, or just like walking Knoxville out to the ring.
It's called the valet. He'd be his valet.
Oh, you'd been valet.
But the fact that I potentially exposed your 4-month-old baby to COVID is upsetting, and I'm glad that everybody's okay.
Yeah, we were fine. I mean, like I think we were still wearing masks and stuff then, because like no babies had been like. There'd been no long-term studies of the effect of COVID. And I was like, oh my God, it could be like Zika. You know what I mean? She could like lose half of her head or something. So like we were abundantly cautious, but luckily, she's fine. It's fine.
So funny too that like while we're on the private jet, I come back like like unannounced, like videotaping, and like here I'm filming you, and you've got your titty out, breastfeeding your baby.
Yeah, I feel like breastfeeding's natural. It's not a weird thing. I was fine with it.
You could post breastfeeding on YouTube, so if it's
Yeah.
good enough for YouTube.
There was no nipple, so just some very tasteful and amazing areola that Travis Brown knows all about. But it's fine.
Yeah, I'll tell you, in the book, like we got really choked up over the way you described Travis. Like,
Isn't he amazing?
Yeah, it was emotional. that locker room scene with him saying you're so much more than a fighter.
Yeah, he always saw me as more than what everybody else does, you know. So it was so cute too. I hope I got it across in the book how like nervous he was around me at first, and he was such a like he was not playing it cool. Like he was so like, oh my god, Ronda Rousey, like around me all the time, and oh my god, he was freaking adorable. Like this 260-pound badass being like, oh god, like the first time he kissed me, I wasn't even looking. And he's like, oh sorry, like, who says that? Like, I'm sorry. Oh, he's so cute. Like that, I don't think anyone gets to see that part of him. You know, he's just like this big, adorable teddy bear.
Yeah, he's the best.
How long does it take you to write a book?
God, I mean, this one, I mean, Maria, I wrote this with my sister Maria, and I mean, she was around for my whole life, so that helps a lot. With the first one, that she actually was able to fill in all the stuff I couldn't even remember, and then for, you know, a lot of these fights, and my first tour in WWE, she was around a lot. My second one, she was around almost like every other weekend or every weekend 'cause she was helping me watch Poe, so. I guess like we really wrote it over 18 months. Like, yeah, but the first one we like crammed it into like 2 weeks or something. Like,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was insane. So we didn't have like a crazy deadline like last time. We had a crazy like you could not go over 90,000 words. So like our first one was like 130,000 words, and we had to like slim it down. So I would have talked so much more shit, but you know there was a constraints.
If your baby wants to get into judo, are you going to be supportive, or are you going to be like, stay away from that?
The rules have changed so much in judo, it kind of pisses me off. It's like Greco-Roman judo now. Like there's so many things like grip fighting and like all these things that like made judo. And in my day, like judo was like the best, I think, grappling martial art for fighting. And now it's like really been dumbed down a lot by a bunch of the referees basically run the sport, you know, guys that have never competed in the sport, and they try to make the sport what they want to watch, and it's like, it's not fucking for you, you know, but, you know, nobody asked me, so I will teach judo, but not how it is now.
Do they, you say they dumbed down judo, do they make it like safer? Was that the thing? Or?
No, they made it so there's no grip fighting, so it used to be like there's like literally like a whole other art of like fighting for grips.
Okay.
And they just eliminated that. They're like, you can't do any grip fighting at all. Whatever grip you have to throw from that grip. And they also made it that you couldn't dive for people's legs. You couldn't do like a double leg or grab people's legs when attacking, because some guy from Mongolia showed up and like double legged everybody, and they decided to make it illegal at the Worlds. And so it's always like, if the Japanese start losing in a certain way, they make that thing illegal. And then that's like the new rules, and that's basically how they do it in judo. And so,
Wow.
yeah, it's like the referees are very biased towards that like proper traditional Japanese style of judo, and try to make the rules in a way that that's the only way you can do it. And so now it sucks because there used to be like such huge variety of throws, and now you just see like the same couple throws over and over again, people grabbing each other and spinning around in circles. It just looks so stupid. So it's just not even the same sport anymore. But I'm going to teach judo the way that I taught it. Like what me and Trav want to do is we want to open our own like little dojo. We're going to be moving to Hawaii after the boys graduate high school. And I just
You
want
got a spot out there, right? Like
Yeah.
a while back.
Yeah, and so we're like making it into like a food forest, and like completely like sustainable and everything like that. And then we want to open our like a little dojo. We can have like our little local ninjas come and train for free, and you know, that's kind of like what I want to do. And I'll teach them judo the way I think it should be done. They're going to do it my way.
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird. I was talking, so I was, you know, doing some biography research on you, and it was crazy because it was at the part where, you know, you were born, you had the umbilical cord wrapped around your neck, and then my brother calls me. He's like, hey, my son just got delivered right now. He's like, you know, we were really worried about it.
This morning.
This morning.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, when the YouTube video cut, and he called me, and he was like, he's like, yeah, you know, I'm having a boy, and he's like, we were really scared because the umbilical cord was wrapped around the neck, and his blood pressure was dropping, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Wow.
Yeah, it's not uncommon.
It's not uncommon.
No.
Yeah, just
But it was pretty heavy with you. It's like where weren't able to breathe for a long time. They didn't know if you'd be like permanently messed up, and then you couldn't speak, and you had to.
Wow, you did do your research. Yeah, they had to like resuscitate me, and I guess there was like some sort of brain damage or whatever. But when you're a kid, you're like a blank slate. So it wasn't like I knew how to talk and had to relearn how to talk. I just had to learn how to talk in a different way. So like, it took a longer time. I had like a motor speech disorder called apraxia, which is basically like your brain says one thing and your mouth does another. And so sometimes it kind of like comes out, I'll like misspeak or, slur words together or whatever. And it makes it like I'll do things sometimes that I know are like apraxia related that people don't notice because it's just part of speech and people mess up when they talk and start over again. But like when delivering a wrestling promo, it is they will crucify you for like any little bit of anything that isn't perfect. So it make promos really stressful for me.
Yeah, and you had your sisters translating for you. And now, your sister's helping you write the book too. So
she's still translating. She can't stop once you start.
So you talk so much in the book about concussions.
Yeah.
It's like been pretty like it's just so to describe being like such a dominant fighter in the UFC, 15 victories in a row, but like kind of what people didn't know is that you considered like your own like brain so vulnerable, right? Like you had to not get hit. Yeah, the stakes were high when Ronda was fighting, and the stakes are very high this weekend for UFC 300. Man, is this the most insane card ever. The very first Fight Pass prelim is Cody Garbrandt against Davison Figueiredo, who's, I believe, making his bantamweight debut. I mean, dude, every single fight, all day and night, is something that could be headlining a card. I mean, straight up. It's the most exciting fights. And you know that the official betting partner of the UFC is DraftKings Sportsbook, and they're so excited about it that first-time users of DraftKings Sportsbook can bet $5, just $5, on a UFC fight and immediately get $150 in bonus bets. That's insane. I mean, you put down $5, next thing you know, you got $155 to play with. Now that's epic. So I'm going to go ahead and give you guys my picks for the whole main card. But first, I want to tell you that what you want to do for new users, you download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Download it and place a $5 bet. Boom, you got $150 in bonus bets. Yeah, do that. Oh yeah, and use the promo code STEVO to make sure it happens. I don't know if it's going to work if you don't use the promo code STEVO. So, the main card, if I'm not mistaken, starts with Bo Nickel and Cody Brundage. Yep. That's right. And Bo Nickel, I don't think that he's seen a second round in the UFC. I think that he's got a 100% finish rate. I think he's undefeated. And I think every single one of his finishes has come in the first round. So I'm going to go ahead and pick Bo Nickel. Then we got Charles Oliveira against Arman Tsarukyan. And, man, I really like this Tsarukyan kid. I really like him. I'm picking Arman Tsarukyan. And then after that, we've got the BMF title. God, this is a tough one to pick. Justin Gaethje against Max Holloway. Ooh. Ugh. I don't even want to pick this one. But I have to. It's a coin flip. Somebody flip a coin. I mean, ugh. I'm saying pick 'em. Nah. Okay. What do I really think? I'm going Max Holloway. Never bet against Max Holloway. And after that, we got Women's Strawweight Championship, Zhang Weili against Yan. I'm going Zhang Weili all day long. Then the main event, Alex Pereira against Jamal Hill. And I'm going to say I do want Jamal Hill to win. Jamal Hill might have the worst tattoo in the UFC. Those thumbs on his chest, epic. So there you have it, man. That's my picks. I got Bo Nickel, Armin Sarukian, Max Holloway, Zhang Wei Li, and Jamal Hill. And that parlay is your Steve-O parlay. So if you're a first-time user, DraftKings Sportsbook, download the app, use the promo code Steve-O, bet $5, enjoy $150 in bonus bets, and enjoy the fights. I know that I will. Now let's get back to it.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.co/MMA for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources.
Yeah, I mean, people weren't as aware of concussions back when I was like, a kid doing judo, and it was kind of thing where if like you hit your head and you started getting photovision or nauseous or a headache or things like that, you didn't say anything because, coach would be like, stop being a pussy, you just have a headache. And so like for 10 years, I was experiencing concussion symptoms more often than not. I would get a concussion, and every single night you're hitting the ground over and over again. You're doing judo, it's impacts. And so it would just keep aggravating it. So I would get one concussion and the symptoms would persist for like weeks, even months. Ugh. And then I would get them multiple times a year. And then every time you get one, it's easier to get another. And so then by the time I got into MMA, like, if I got hit, even reasonably hard, I'd start seeing stars. And so I had to develop a fighting style where I just never got hit and I finished fights quickly. Like I did that on purpose. It wasn't like, I was getting lucky. Like that was like the system of fighting that I created. And it got to a point where it was just getting worse and worse, like this, like lighter and lighter hits would start like, giving me concussion symptoms. And, I couldn't tell anybody about it because I didn't want to admit it to myself that I wasn't like invulnerable. It wasn't that I knew I wasn't invulnerable, but I needed to convince myself that I could be perfect in every single match and no one could ever touch me. Because to try to attempt something that crazy, you need to have that kind of confidence in yourself. And I couldn't tell my coach, I couldn't tell Dana because they would make me stop. They might make me retire, so.
That's a paycheck.
It's not just that. It's I think
your whole identity. Really.
Your identity.
Yeah.
It's not just money. Like it was like being the best in the world and being like the champion was my entire identity. And then it got to a point where, right before the home fight, I slipped down some fucking stairs in my socks, tore out my knee, knocked myself out on the stairs 2 weeks before the fight. This was after somebody else already pulled out of the fight. Dana needed me to fill in. I couldn't pull out. So I fought anyway, already having a concussion. And then I had a fucking, my mouth guard was the wrong mouth guard, and it didn't have the back on the teeth. And so the first time I got hit, it knocked my teeth out. It knocked me out of my feet. Like I couldn't fucking see. I couldn't tell distance. And so the whole fight, I was just trying to make it not look like I was out on my feet trying to recover. And all I could do was keep coming forward, even though I couldn't see how far away she was. And then I was continuing taking hits over and over. But I was just like, I can't let it show that I'm hurt, because if I get like descended upon, it's fucking over. And it still like irks me to this day that people judge that performance as like how I fight or like what my game plan was, when that was like me literally out on my feet, like trying not to let it show. And then and then after that, it was just like the smallest hits would give me a concussion, dude. Like Stephanie McMahon and Nikki Bella slapping me with an open hand would give me a concussion, like those symptoms. And I couldn't say anything. I couldn't say anything about it after the fight because I was expected to fight again. I couldn't let anyone know like that it gotten that bad. And Then afterward, I wanted to go to the WWE. They've had such a, a complicated past with concussions and stuff like that. They wouldn't hire me if they knew it was that point. And then if I let them know how often I was getting concussions, they wouldn't let me, perform in matches. So I had to I'd had a lifetime of experience hiding the fact that I was concussed all the time. And so, yeah, now I can finally talk about it because I don't think I'm going to be wrestling for the WWE ever again. And, so.
Yeah, that was what
That's
I was
why.
thinking. Like, reading all about the concussions, I just thought, wow, like, here, this is kind of counterintuitive to go from a career of concussions in fighting, and then now let's go to the WWE. Like, how do you not get like, how do you ever get through a single match in the WWE without getting a
You
concussion?
had a concussion leaving the
Oh
ring.
my god.
Who doesn't?
Yeah,
I mean,
everybody that
it's
gets
kind
in
of like
there.
a gift basket. It's
For
like
sure.
it goes in there. Like you get a bobblehead, you get a concussion, you get some T-shirts. But I mean, it was, I guess, easier because if I had a concussion, or if I needed a moment, if I got dazed, if I was seeing stars, I could always be like the other person, like, "Hey, give me a second, please don't jump on me and punch me in the face a bunch of times." Like you can kind of have that communication, and there's more of a room for error or stuff like that. And yeah, I don't know. I guess I just wanted to do it, and I didn't want anyone to make that decision for me. So again, I had to keep it quiet, and
Yeah, I wonder what sport has the highest rate of concussions.
I don't know. I was
Football.
talking. No, I mean
Football.
soccer,
So they say 'cause
football,
the
maybe.
the headers.
I think football.
Yeah.
I think football
Not
for
boxing?
sure.
Boxing.
The thing about football is that
Football
like
and lacrosse.
the linemen, every play, they're like boom, it's just like they just all ram into each other every
Yeah.
single play. And because you've got this big, huge, heavy helmet, like you feel like you can hit it with impunity, but in fact, like
It's making it worse. So for every fight, I would have to do 50 rounds of sparring. And when you have the headgear and the bigger gloves, it protects you from cosmetic injuries like getting cuts and
Yeah.
swollen and stuff like that. But your brain is suspended in fluid.
Yeah.
That's not what gives you concussion. It's like
Coup contra coup.
it's your brain hitting your skull on the inside on basically the
Yeah.
other side of your head. So if it's a bigger weight, you're getting more of an injury neurologically from wearing a helmet, from wearing headgear, from having bigger gloves. And so that's why even when I was having fights where nobody
Sparring.
was touching me, the sparring was
50 rounds of sparring.
for every match I would do, because I only had championship matches because
Yeah, you're a
it's
champion.
me. And we would always do 10 times the amount of sparring rounds as there were rounds in the match. So if I had a 5-round match, which I never went to 5 rounds, but in theory,
Right.
it could
So your
happen.
first couple, you had a combined 2 minutes of your first 4 matches.
Yeah, I actually have it. This is how many seconds all my wins were. Yeah, in a row.
Wow.
And when I look at it like that, I'm
That's
like, you know
sick.
what? That's pretty incredible, and I should be proud of myself. Which, makes it tough because I had to leave a sport where I'd never been faster, never been stronger, never had a better grasp of the art, and but you only get one brain, and it doesn't callous. It just inevitably, declines and degenerates,
Yeah.
and I have to be like an ambassador for the sport forever. And if I end up like Muhammad Ali, it's not going to help the sport. And you don't want to be one of those fighters that just sticks around a little bit too long,
Right.
because it's sad to watch, and it's so hard to say when, especially when you've never been better. But you only get one brain, and I already have dementia and Alzheimer's in my family, and that's one of my fears. Then and they weren't spending any time. Like, my grandma was a librarian and now has Alzheimer's. Like, she wasn't taking
Right.
thousands of hits throughout her life. So
so crazy. I remember I asked Tony Hawk, or Tony Hawk told me.
His grandma has it.
Yeah, his grandma, his mom had Alzheimer's, and we were randomly talking about CTE, and Tony said, "Oh, there's this test you can get, which determines if you have a gene which makes you
I
predisposed."
took it.
Oh, really?
My grandpa got Alzheimer's at like 58 years old. So when you do the 23andMe, you can check to see if you have the gene or whatever
Yeah,
that
a
was.
gene which makes you predisposed to Alzheimer's disease.
Yeah, but you can't do anything to prevent it,
Right,
though,
and
right?
if you have the gene which makes you predisposed to Alzheimer's, then you're more prone to have problems with CTE. And Tony told me that he got the test and he didn't have the gene. And I said, well, that's great, Tony, but what were you going to do if you did have the gene, you know? Like, because I'm thinking, do I want to get it or not?
Well,
You should definitely get it.
I don't have the gene.
I
And
know,
they said
but
I
you
still have a
can't
9% chance of getting it, even without the gene. And
You still have a what chance?
like a 9% chance.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't want to sound like one of these fucking douchebags on a podcast talking about ice baths and saunas, but they do have those studies that are out that are saying, like, if you do 175 degree plus 5 days a week in a sauna, it reduces your risk of like
175
degrees or higher in a sauna for 20 minutes at 5 days or more a week. The studies are showing that like it reduces your risk of like Alzheimer's and dementia by like 70%.
You can always count on Scott Randolph to chime in with a tip about your health. And you can always count on me to do the same thing, because I care about your health. And if you've got a nasty habit that it is time to drop, then listen close, because fume is the solution. It's the way to replace a bad habit with a good habit, to trade in the toxic chemicals with flavored air. That's what I'm talking about. I love this thing so much. It's a diffusive device that simply flavors air with its flavored core. My favorite flavor is the crisp mint. And I always have my fume in my pocket. If you catch me in public, ask me, hey, you got your fume in your pocket? And if I don't pull it out right in front of you, I will make a shout out video for you and all your buddies on your phone. Thing is, I always have it, and when people do ask me, and they ask me about my fume, I pull it out and I say, you know what, let's shoot a shout out video anyway. Because that's the kind of guy I am, man. I like to make people happy, and I like to contribute to their health. So let me encourage you to drop your filthy, nasty, embarrassing bad habit by picking up a fume. How do you do that? Well, you go to tryfume.com. That's tryfum.com/Stevo, and use the promo code Stevo at checkout, and you will enjoy 10% off your journey pack. It's called a journey pack because this is the beginning of your journey to a happier and healthier you. How's that for a health tip? So one more time, go to tryfume.com/Stevo and use the promo code Stevo for 10% off your journey pack. Yeah, dude. Now let's get back to it.
Great, because I've been trying to convince Trav to let me get a sauna because I got a cold dip finally.
Oh, cool.
But he didn't put it together until like I had a month of WWE left, and I kept like tearing the cartilage in my ribs. I kept messing up my ribs like the whole time, and I finally got it the last month, and then I haven't gotten it since. I'm like, I'm not gonna jump in there just because, but yeah,
I
we
jumped
have
in this
one.
morning.
There was a company that gave me a cold plunge, and I looked at it every day and thought, man, not today. Today's not the day. and like literally, I never once got in it, and it was just filled with mold. Mold water.
My boys use it a lot because they play football, so they're always it's
now-
got like sand and gook in there, and like dirty boys.
You haven't used it yet?
No, I do, especially when it's hot in the summer. But this winter, I haven't used it at all. I was using it a lot when I did WWE, but
Do you feel better afterwards?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's so
Yeah.
good for you, man.
Now I got a new one in Tennessee. I use it every single day.
Yeah.
Start my morning with that every single day.
No.
Yeah.
I can't wake up like that. I wake up with my baby on top of my chest, literally peeling my eyeballs open. It's like, wake up, like, I just want to sleep. It just literally peels open my eyelids every morning. Jesus.
Okay, I have so many questions, and the knee surgery. You said you had multiple knee surgeries.
Yeah, I've had like 7.
Oh.
Just my right knee.
Wow. On one knee?
Yeah, just one knee. I mean,
gosh.
the other one I'm sure is messed up, but like,
All the same problems or different?
I mean, I had like an ACL reconstruction, but I took the middle of my patella tendon out for that, and then I had like 5 scopes, and then I also had stem cell, which is like the fucking worst.
In your knee?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they pulled out. You ever had that where they pull out the stem cells from your hips and they put them in your joint? They put them in my knee, which I will brag forever that I have 4 times the normal amount of stem cells. They were like, we're gonna pull out 5. They were trying to pull out 500 million, and they got 2 billion out of me. And
Wow.
And they literally like shoot it right into your joint, and you're not supposed to move it or use any ice or any anti-inflammatories or anything for like 6 weeks. You're supposed to just let it sit in there, and that was the worst. Like, it made me rethink having a natural labor. That's how painful it was the first morning when I woke up.
So you're not saying it's the worst as in like ill-advised or unhealthy?
No,
or
it's just
like,
so painful.
Just so painful.
Yeah,
okay.
but it really helped a lot. But if you're at that point, like, you shouldn't be like, oh, I'm gonna try some stem cells. I'm like, don't do it unless you really, really have to do it. It helps a lot, but and I had to be awake when they like drilled into my hip and like pulled all of like everything out. It was just like so painful, man.
Did they drill it from your bone?
Yeah, from my hip bone.
Where did you get the stem cell treatment done?
I think it was like Regenix or something like that. I don't know. It was like a friends of my godfather who's a doctor. He referred them. I mean, it helped a lot. I mean, but I have no ACL. I tore my ACL falling down that stairs 2 weeks before that fight, the home fight, and then I have basically no cartilage left. I've had arthritis since I was 19. And yeah, it's just a bunch of bone spurs and stuff floating around in there, and it's kind of, I had to create a fighting style around not having a stable right leg, so that's why I really can't move backward effectively. I can't like really go backward and be stable. So I had to like create a fighting style around the fact that I can't get hit and I don't have a right leg.
Wow,
That's incredible.
Yeah.
that like flying around, jumping off the top ropes in the WWE without a stable right leg might have been a problem too, huh?
I mean, I know how to move with it, and I learned how to fall very early in judo. It's called the ukemiwaza, your falling technique, which I'm really surprised that they have very limited like techniques of falling in WWE. They have like a back bump and a front bump. Like this is how you fall on your back and start falling front, which is different with guys. I've figured out when I was trying to teach you. But but there's like an infinite amount of ways that you could fall. Like, are you kidding? Like, you've done a lot of falling, right? You don't just fall on your front, on your back. So in judo, you fall all these different kinds of ways on your side, and people trying to throw you. And so I'm really, really good at protecting myself from crazy
hit the ground
falls.
first, right? Or do they make that
Yeah, you
loud
does a
slam?
slap. Yeah, you try to slap the ground like right before you hit it to like dispel it. It's kind of like imagine that you're falling on glass and you're trying not to break the glass. Like, you're trying to not take all of the impact through one part of your body. You're trying to spread it.
Yeah.
And so no, I never really felt that bad, like taking a bunch of falls and impacts and stuff during WWE. It was just all fun, especially it wasn't competition. You guys were working together. I had a great time. I mean, it was more like the management and everything, and like they wouldn't. It's such like a disorganized shit show, dude. Like, they won't work with you to develop any matches. They'll like literally tell you what you're doing last minute. Like, most of the time you can't even rehearse it, and you have to like talk to somebody in like a hallway about what you're gonna do for a match. And then you go out there and do it for the first time, and it's just like, you can do such better matches if you're allowed to prepare and rehearse, and like, you can't like try something new that you haven't done with somebody before, because you don't have a chance to practice it. And so
what do they tell you before? Like, just how many minutes you are to go?
Yeah, they'll be like, you have 10 minutes, including your entrances. And so that's basically, you have an 8-minute match, and you need this to be a finish, and you can't do, power slams or this or that because other people are doing those things tonight. And you'll be like, okay, what about this match? And then it'll be like, no, for some random reason. And then it'll basically, that'll continue. Like, it's like not even like a a creative collaboration. It feels like bargaining, and until the very last minute, until you get out there, and it's just like, dude, how can you guys take something so amazing and so fun and make it so needlessly stressful? And so if I wrestle from now on, I'm just gonna do it like on like an indie show where I can wrestle for as long as I want and prepare for, as long as I want and do whatever moves I want to do and just do it with my friends and like just take all of the anxiety out of it, because it's just so needlessly stressful and dangerous the way that they do it.
Yeah, was it always like that? I mean, like, back in the Ultimate Warrior days and Hulk Hogan, or is it more planned out, or it's because it's evolved so much that they're just like, get it going?
I mean, I feel like that was like the traditional way that a lot of guys do it. Like, oh, we'll just call it out there. But
oh, so they were just on the fly back then too.
I mean, it kind of started as like people basically doing a sparring session and just letting somebody else win, and then it turned into like more of a performance. And then, but like a lot of like the old fashioned guys, like Hulk Hogan gave me this advice. He's like, "Oh, kid, you got to keep your boots on the ground." Which means you want to do as little risky things as possible, put as few miles on your body as possible for every performance. But I'm like I get that if this is what you want to do for as long as possible, but like I just want to do like super awesome fucking matches, Like, I just want to have like a collection of like really fucking cool matches, and I want to like. I first started with fight choreography with like movies and stuff, and I want to make this as amazing and spectacular as possible, and you can't do it like that. Of like, okay, we're gonna do a hip toss into an arm drag and just like they rearrange the spots if they've done a million times in the moment, because that's what's safest and easiest on their bodies. Which I mean, it's great for some people, but it's also like I want to create like something special that's never been done before, but like. The company's just not really interested in that. They just want to leave well enough alone.
Yeah.
When Pontius and I were on Monday Night Raw, we had a match against Umaga, and we blocked out like what it was gonna be. Like each like big thing, it was like, okay, there's gonna be this move, and then like
that's because you were brand new. That's what they did with me when I first got there, and I'm like, oh, this is awesome. This is what it's always gonna be like. And then like as soon as I was part of the company, they were like, no, you're basically just gonna show up and figure it out like as you're going along. And
did you do that with Umaga or just you and Pontius?
No, but we did it with Umaga.
Oh,
we did it with Umaga. We actually got in the ring. We blocked out like.
So he was actually like friends with you, and then he kicked the shit out of you.
And like the moves, whatever we did, were like very light in the rehearsal compared to what it was like in the actual match. In the actual match, I was like, wow, like why is it being so mean to me? And like, and then the problem was, and this was a big problem, I didn't know that you have to like play dead, that you can't like.
You kept trying to get up.
I was like the clip on here.
Yeah, no, don't do that. But here, like he keeps hitting me, and I'm like, no, stop, man. Like that's supposed to be over, but I'm moving around.
Right.
So that's like disrespectful to him. So he kept hitting me. Like I genuinely did not remember leaving the ring. I got beaten into a blackout.
But that's the kind of thing that you would have been able to know if you're able to actually rehearse the actual match instead of just the spots. You know, if you were able to do the match from beginning to end, you would have known, like, okay, this is the part where you stay down, so I don't have to hit you 15 times because you don't know. And that is pretty much like a really good, way to sum it up, except for you actually got time to go in there and rehearse. And a lot of times it's like, yeah, girls, the guys are in there practicing their ladder match and the door is open in 10 minutes, so you're just going to have to go over this in the hallway. By the way, your time just got cut by 2 more minutes, so you're going to have to cut like a third of the match out.
Well, that's not ideal. But hey, you know what? There's a very loyal fan base of the Wild Ride podcast who only listen to it on audio. And they don't have the benefit of seeing the awesome outfit I'm wearing, which comes from Outer Known. Now, Outer Known is one of my favorite companies in the world. Number one, because it was started by the GOAT of surfing, Kelly Slater, who I do consider to be a buddy. And they only use organic and recycled materials, and these clothes are only made in fair trade factories around the world, places where people are treated with decency and respect and compensated fairly for their work. So basically, Outer Known is a great company started by a great guy that does great things, and that's why I'm so proud to wear them. Never mind how awesome the clothes are, how good they look, and how generous the company is, because my friends and the listeners of the Wild Ride podcast can get an entire 25% off your entire order. And that's not even just, it's got to be your first order. That's all the time. You're a listener of the Wild Ride podcast, you consider me a friend, and it's all the time. 25% off. Now, how do you get that deal? You go to outerknown.com. That's outerknown.com/Stevo, and use the promo code Stevo at checkout to get a full 25% off your order every time. That's thanks to Kelly Slater and Outer Known. Man, I love you, Kelly. I love you, Outer Known. And thanks for making me look so dope. And thanks for always doing the right thing. One last time, outerknown.com/Stevo, and use the promo code Stevo at checkout for 25% off your order. Now let's get back to it. Wow. There was a point when I was this band, and I forget the name of the band, but they were like a jam band, and I was in their dressing room before their show, and they were describing, okay, well, we'll do this, like the bridge, and then we'll do that, and I was like, man, the way you guys just kind of mapped out what your plan is for your show, like, reminded me exactly of wrestling. Like the kind of the tentpole moments, and then they just kind of fill in everything in between, just jamming, improvising.
Crazy.
And I think that really does. Yeah, that could have saved me a major concussion, maybe, if we rehearsed.
But the people that are like the greats, like Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart, they could improvise a 5-star match on the fly. But I mean, these kids that you just brought up from NXT can't, like me, who I just spent like 20 years getting hit in the head doing other stuff. Like, I can't. I need to rehearse, and yeah, it's kind of like a machine where everyone's just kind of jammed into the cogs. And
well, how do you rehearse for a Royal Rumble when there's so many people in the ring? Is it just kind of like, have fun,
dude? You
this
don't.
Is the winner. You're out first. Like, when do you know to okay, if you're not going to win, you have to get out of the ring at some time. Do they know like who's going first, last?
I mean, they know the order, but no, they can't rehearse the whole match from beginning to end with everybody in it. And my first time doing it, I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do in the time when other people are like, I don't know, keep busy. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Keep busy. I don't know how to keep busy. And the whole time I was out there, I'm like, I look like a fucking idiot. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I'm keeping busy.
That's funny.
But yeah, I mean, it's so like the other people that you're in there with, you're like bonded by trauma. I mean, you're never closer to anyone than the person that's actually beating the crap out of you. But yeah, it could definitely be run better. Hope the buyout changes things, but the way it was just a shit show.
Yeah, my favorite story. I rode a motorcycle through India. It was like a month long. It was the fucking craziest like journey of my life. And the one thing that stood out for me on that whole trip was I was in Calcutta, and I was out in front of somewhere, and these Indian guys kept looking over at me, and they nervously walked up, and they're like, excuse me, are you from America? And I was like, yeah. And then they were like pushing you, like the one friend, like, you ask him. No, you ask him. You ask him. And I was like, what? Like, what's? And he goes, excuse me, is WWE real or fake? And I was like, oh my God. And I was like, I don't know. And I guess the WWE just got to YouTube out there like in 2016, and they're watching everything from scratch. And so they're like the newest audience members. But I don't even know how to answer that, because of course it's fake, but it's real as fuck.
I mean, it's scripted. I mean, mostly.
Yeah.
There's a general idea. They're working together. I like to relate it to like figure skating, like two people together creating a performance. But as Shayna likes to say, there's no fake way to take a chair shot. You're actually getting hit with a chair. But it's also not a competition. which a lot of like wrestlers and stuff will be like, wrestling's real. I got this injury or that injury or this
Right.
injury or that injury.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, as like a competitor in like an actual sport, I'm never like worried about getting injured. I'm worried about losing. Like that's the most stressful part of
Yeah.
it. Not like, oh my God, I'm getting injured. I remember I like exploded like I exploded my knuckle and broke my thumb.
It was
Beating
a
Alexis
cyst that
Davis.
you had blown.
Yes. And in 16 seconds. And I walked out giving everybody high fives and all this stuff. And afterward, I like going backstage. I'm like, I think there's something wrong with my hand, man. Like there's something going on. But like injuries are not at all what you're thinking about. That's not what makes it real. That's not what makes it hard. It's the uncertainty of the outcome. So like when people are like, oh, it's a real sport. I'm like, no, it's not a sport. It's like a very intense performance, which I have a lot of respect for, but it's not a sport. Like if you've ever dealt with the stress and anxiety that comes with competition, you can't take that out and call it a sport.
Right.
I mean, it's so tough. It's very physical, but
Well,
it's not a sport.
The simple fact that the winner is predetermined, it kind of tells you that right there.
Yeah, but
I guess it sums it up when wrestler was getting interviewed by that guy and he asked him if it was fake and then he just beat the shit out of him. You ever see that?
I remember that being a story like 5 years ago or something.
Maybe a little bit longer, but he was like, "Is it fake? Is it fake?" And he just,
Yeah.
But I mean, was him beating the shit out of him an actual wrestling match, or was that just
it
a
was
dude?
backstage, a guy.
Yeah, so that's just a guy beating up somebody backstage. That doesn't prove his point.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
is this thing over here real? Because I'm going to beat you up in the hallway. I'm like, how are these two things related?
Oh, so that's something that happened way back in the 80s.
I guess it just
I
circulated.
think maybe it happened again. But
I don't know,
yeah.
but I don't think it proves the point.
I'm not out to bag on it. I have tremendous respect for wrestling. And how about Logan Paul? Like him or dislike him,
He's
that
on
dude
fire.
is a performer
Yeah.
in the WWE. I mean,
He's great on the mic. He does a great job on the mic. But
And-
I mean, I wish that I was allowed the time to rehearse that he gets, because it's not evenly spread. You know what I mean? Like
Were they
some people
grooming
get
him?
it. Oh, like he's like their next big star. You know,
Yeah.
they're rolling out the red carpet, which is like, it goes to show that if you give people the time to rehearse and the resources, you can like do amazing things. You know, and it's frustrating that like everybody doesn't get that treatment, because like my first match with them was incredible because we had like 6 weeks to rehearse, all the best minds in the business coming and putting like their, giving their 2 cents, and it was like an instant classic. And it was just like, then they never did it again. And I'm like, why isn't this the model? And they're doing that with Logan Paul, and he's having these fantastic performances. And it's like, look what you guys can do when you actually put organization and like effort into things, And it's just it just blows my mind that like this $1 billion company is just like succeeding despite itself in so many ways.
yeah. Wow. Yeah, we were at WrestleMania. Was it just last year?
Coliseum.
At the SoFi Stadium.
Okay.
That's I think the most people I've ever seen packed into one spot, because like if a football game, the football field takes up the whole floor. With WrestleMania, you're in a stadium, and the only thing that the event really takes up of the floor is just the ring, the whole floor. I mean, is there such a thing as an event in a stadium that fits more people than WrestleMania?
I think they usually are breaking attendance records because of that.
It was so unbelievable to me. Like,
And it was
what
completely sold out.
completely,
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Over 2 days.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you tell the difference in like the energy when you're like fighting in the UFC versus WrestleMania, like the amount of people in the crowd? Or is it all the same when you're in there?
Well, I mean, UFC, you like block them out, and
there
also
you
in
feed
the
off of them.
WWE, you feed off of them, and they're like trained to sync up.
Wow.
That's great.
Oh, so that 161 in 2 days. So you divide that by 2, it's
8,500.
yeah, 80,000 people. It feels like it was more than that, but
80,000 people is a lot of fucking people.
Yeah, that's
It's a lot.
of fucking
Yeah,
people.
it's a lot. It's a lot of people. Okay, I have a question. You described watching Travis knock out your unnamed ex-boyfriend, and you said that as you watched the fight, you felt like you could hear him say, like to this partially conscious, dude, like, Ronda says "fuck you," and I'm dying to know, did he actually say that?
No. No, he didn't. I don't know if he wants me to say what he said. So
Okay.
you can ask him that
All
one
right.
day, but it was pretty fucking metal.
Nice.
And he got awarded a Harley Davidson motorcycle for that knockout too.
How does that work?
I don't know.
Bonus.
They had there was like a sponsorship or something. They're like, you had a great knockout. Here's a motorcycle. And so
Does he
it's
still
kind
have
of like,
the motorcycle?
yeah, he got it like custom everything, and he hasn't ridden it since we had a baby though. Now it changes things when we have a baby,
sure.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. My brother called me this morning. He's like, dude, I got to start taking better care of myself.
Yeah.
Wait, your brother said that?
Yeah. He's like, dude, my wife delivered the baby right next to the, the cardiovascular ward where people are there in my age with heart problems. He's like, I don't want to be that person. And but he referenced, we used to be really good family friends with Luke Perry, and he was over at my house for Thanksgiving one year, and I think he was Luke Perry died at like 49 or whatever, and so he came over my house maybe like in 2006, and he's like, I just came from the doctor's office. He's like, yeah, the doctor said I had a rich cholesterol, and I had to start taking care of myself. And he's like, don't worry about it. And 10 years later, he died of a stroke due to so I'm at the age 40 to 50 is like, you start getting healthy for blood work and not for like vanity reasons, I guess. And so
That's crazy that your brother says that when your brother is like my mentor for my food program.
yeah, but you can always do. I mean, just because you eat well, you still got to do like workout and cardio and like.
Yeah.
Isn't your brother in pretty good shape?
Yeah.
Is he still doing jujitsu?
Yeah, but like he keeps getting ringworm. So
Why do we have ringworm?
well, you get ringworm because you don't.
Does he go home and shower? Or does he shower there?
They don't have showers at the gym.
You can get like wipes for your body, because
Yeah.
it's like something like 20 minutes after you stop sweating is when your pores closed, and that's like basically your window to like get everything off of you. So you can get like fungal wipes, and right after you get off the mat, just wipe down your whole body. You can also wear like antimicrobial rash guards, so you can wear like tights, like head to toe. That's why I used to wear like head to toe black tights, because my skin was really sensitive, and I always pick up
So
stuff
it's
in the
common.
mats.
Ringworm is common in.
Yeah, so you can get antimicrobial like tights and like a long sleeve, rash guard.
Yeah.
And then after you're done, take everything off, wipe yourself down with the antifungal wipe, and that'll probably help them out.
What's the risk of ringworm?
It's itchy. No,
It spreads, and like
yeah, it's
their daughter
contagious.
got it, and then all of a sudden the dog got it. So like they kept going to the doctor and getting cream, and everybody was cured, but they kept getting it. And he's like, dude, I'm not even doing jiu-jitsu anymore. But the fucking dog had it, and was just kept it going.
I literally get it like every time I go to Hawaii. I just have like a what's the word? A policy of like, when in doubt, put antifungal on it.
Yeah.
You see a tiniest little red spot, I'm just like, antifungal, anything. And I'm not even on mats anymore. It just lives on me now. And it's just like, whatever it is, I see the smallest thing, put antifungal on it. It's in my purse.
Wow.
Seriously, if I see a smallest little dot on my antifungal, and it'll go away, and I'm like, you know what? It could never have been, but it's just a nice, just put it out, just nip it in the bud.
Who wants it? But you have staff, and you're like, oh, isn't this rad?
I
And
mean,
then you see the line going up to like your heart, and I'm like, bro, like you gotta fucking like, all right, maybe. And then the next day we take you to the hospital, and then you get it fixed.
we went to the urgent care. That was after I went surfing in the LA River. Not that they don't have waves, but the water was flowing because there was heavy rain.
I actually ended up getting like a flesh-eating bacteria right before my last fight.
From what?
From like Like we went to Hawaii and like I cut my toe on some coral and kept going in the ocean, and then like I scratched my leg on like a fence or something, kept going in the ocean, and then by the time I got back, I got like a line going up my leg, and I'm like, oh shit! So they had to put me on like the last resort IV antibiotics in the middle of training camp. Fun stuff, or like at the beginning of training camp, but yeah, it's rough.
Do you still watch combat sports? Are you gonna watch the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, or do you give a fuck?
I mean, I don't. Trav likes to watch like the heavyweights, the UFC heavyweights sometimes, but I just kind of like overdose on shit. Like once I was done with judo, I never wanted to watch judo again.
Yeah.
Once I got done with MMA, I didn't really feel like watching it. I don't watch pro wrestling anymore. I just kind of like obsess over something until I'm sick of it, and then like move on and obsess over a new thing.
What's your new thing you're obsessing on? Farm life?
Farm life, that's one of them.
Doomsday prepping.
Trav's actually up at a soil seminar right now.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
Rousey Acres is our regenerative ranch where, we raise Wagyu and poultry. Actually, writing this book and the last book just really got me into writing and writing creatively. I have a comic book coming out this year.
Wow,
yeah,
cool.
My first fictional thing that I wrote, and I'm like on my 4th script right now. I usually write them as screenplays first, and then now we're like translating into a comic, and I had to like film all the choreography and stuff for the artist to use as reference, because mostly in comics like the choreography is like punch, kick, energy beam. You know,
Boom.
yeah. So I kind of want to make a comic that like revolutionizes the fight choreography. I'm really big into like combat storytelling and stuff in general. So usually the stuff I write is just a reason to have different kind of cool fights and stuff. And I'm actually an intern at the story department at WME right now.
Wow.
Yeah, because I want to learn how to like read like and cover scripts. So I was actually just working on a script coverage right when you got here.
Cool.
And just studying and doing that, because my sister's an award-winning sport journalist. My other sister has a degree in creative writing, and so I have a very academic family. I was like the weird jock that ended up going. And now that my body is falling apart into little pieces, I'm like, I gotta find something to do that, doesn't rely on, taking impacts. Because, going straight from fighting to like, I'm gonna go do pro wrestling. And so that's kind of like my new obsession right now. I stay up late after I put Poe down and read a script every night and write coverage for it. And it's cool.
How's your degenerative disc disease in your neck?
It's still degenerating. It continues.
I've got here, feel right here, like my shit bulges like crazy. See that? I don't think it's supposed to be like that.
I think that's supposed to be there.
Is it?
I think that's just there. I think that's just
Well, dude, thank God.
Well, I think it happens when you're like looking at your phone. I think it like grows.
Well, no, but I mean, like whether that's it or not, like the doctor said it's bulging and herniated. And are you still making YouTube content?
You know what? I haven't as much, especially since just having Poe, because I'm just always with her.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be like,
Right.
using my kid to like get all these views and stuff and putting her in front of the camera all the time. So it's just like, I just don't have time to be away from her. So I miss game streaming, man.
Oh, I was going to ask that.
What
Like,
game?
I love RPGs.
Yeah, I've been playing Call of Duty a lot.
Oh yeah,
You ever
you're a
play that?
first-person shooter guy.
Yeah.
I'm not a big first-person shooter person. I kind of like to. I'm into like the environment and exploring the
Is
world
that
and the stories.
Red Dead, or what is it? Red Dead Redemption.
Trav likes that more. I'm kind of like, I don't know. I like Horizon Zero Dawn, Forbidden West. I like the new Zelda that just came out and stuff like that.
Yeah, Steve, we got to get you streaming some video games.
I know.
Are you good at it?
No, well, I have
Long story, Ronda.
I've historically I've been like pretty outspoken against video games, and I've recently realized that number one, that everything I said was wrong, and number two, that I was a douche.
84,000 5-star reviews.
Yeah, I just like I would say that I
incredible.
think you know, that like the big problem I think with America and our future is you know, kids not getting out, you know, kids not like just sort of kind of rotting on the sofa, and I would blame video games for that. Like, but then, I mean, dude, I sit there and watch, scrolling through my feed and watching Netflix and everything. Like, it's just so dumb for me to act holier than thou about video games when I sit on my ass and rot my brain in so many other ways. Not only do I love video games, but I have a buddy who has created a revolutionary product for video game players. It's called Better Plays. It's this cushy foam like lap table that makes playing video games more enjoyable and just more comfortable. So it's called Better Plays, and the website is Better Plays, BetterPlayz.com. Betterplays with a Z.com. And my buddy started the company. He's a good guy, and he's part of the video game community, to which I am forever indebted and always in support of from here on out. And so I'm pledging my support to video gamers by telling you about Better Plays, just because that's my buddy. Betterplays.com. Let's get back to it.
I mean, when I was training the most is when I actually played the most video games, because I'd be like unable to move, so sore all the time that like this was only like I'd have an active mind though, and like this was the only way to keep doing something. And also like it creates like a sense of community. Like I was going through like some hard times, and we go into the book when I was like really depressed after UFC. Yeah. There was this one guy named Omatraya. That was the name of his Draenei. I know his Draenei. I don't know if he was a warlock or something in WoW, and it was like someone to hang out with that didn't know that I was Ronda Rousey and just wanted to like, you know, run quests and stuff. And it was like exactly what I needed so much at the time. And for so many people like that aren't socially adept, like as a kid I was really awkward and stuff like socially and had a hard time, and like the Pokemon forums on Game Talk were some of the only like socialization that I got, and like sense of community that I got. So I mean games help people that have a hard time socializing in person.
Right.
Well, for me, like I couldn't like shut my brain off, like with all the work and with you know, and it's like I finally just bought a PS5 because I was like, dude, I don't have any healthy outlets to shut my brain off. And like it literally like an hour will go by and I'm like, oh my god, I haven't thought about work in an hour.
It's like a first time kind of meditation almost. Yeah. You know what I mean? I love it so much. But yeah, Call of Duty is a different kind of meditation. You're like,
yeah, I know. It's crazy, but like I'll watch these streamers, you know, and they got like Tinda Tatman or Dr. Disrespect. They'll have like 80,000 people live watching them play. You know, like fuck, like it's huge.
I mean, I've never doubted that it's huge, and that is just all the reason why I'm even more of a douche. Because to imagine how many people I offended with my anti-video game stance, I'm done with it. Like, I need to. What kind of video game console should I buy?
If you're just starting,
yeah,
and you travel a lot. You should start with a Switch. You should just start.
What's a Switch?
Nintendo Switch. But you can put it up to your TV, and I would start with
Super Smash Bros.
Oh, so I wonder if I can set that up to my Tesla too.
Yeah, you could play. I think the two Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, and Breath of the Wild. Start with Breath of the Wild. Then go to Tears of the Kingdom.
But here's the thing. Steve's going to get so obsessed on it.
That's fine.
But, like, can we talk about your camping obsession and your Tesla? Because, like, dude, you were late today.
Well, yeah.
And why were you late today?
Well, because I got the ranch in Tennessee, right? And I should say Lux and I got our ranch in Tennessee. And we're getting ready to move our 3 goats from LA to Tennessee, which is a road trip.
Fun.
And we're bringing, it's so much fun too. Like, I haven't even done it yet, but the goats are going to travel in a cargo van full of hay and straw.
Yeah.
Right. And like, let's not leave them in the van the whole time. So I thought, who do I know who has farms that we can stop on the way?
Oh.
Sugar Sean O'Malley has a farm in Phoenix, and he said we can leave our goats in a pen on his farm overnight. Afterwards, so we just have to drive to Phoenix. We give the goats a break in the farm. Then the next night, it's drive to Albuquerque, another 7-hour drive, and then we go to Cowboy Cerrone's BMF Ranch.
That was fun.
And he said that he's got 500 acres for the goats to play.
500
Oh my
acres?
God.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure what to
How
do in
big are
Oakland.
your goats, though?
They're Nigerian dwarf goats.
You might have to worry about predators and something like that big.
Right,
You know what I mean? So
right,
you
yeah.
might not want to just turn them out.
For sure.
You should buy like a fake fence, not a fake, a fence, so that you can fold out. And put it
No,
around
like
them.
I'll flag that with Cowboy for sure.
But we have actually, because we had to give away our goats, because once we had Poe, we weren't able to take them out the way we used to. So they're actually, a couple of them are part of goat treks, so they do like goat tours and stuff like that for people.
You had big goats with horns.
Yeah, we
too.
actually had like packing goats, but we still have our traveling goat palace, which is basically just something you put on the back of a pickup truck. I don't know what you guys are going to have back there, but specifically for transporting goats,
Whoa.
if you need something like
Wow.
that, you can just put it on top of your pickup bed, and it's like
Yeah.
perfect for the goats to go in there. You don't have to get a whole trailer.
Lux didn't want them to be in a flatbed situation. Like we
No,
want.
they're in a.
We're doing a
towing them in
cargo.
truck.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
talking
we're-
about for the cross country thing, but
Yeah.
I'm saying
Right,
like,
right,
in
okay,
general,
good.
if you need to like
Yeah.
take them on a hike somewhere or something,
Got
you
it.
can kind of throw them in the back if
Right.
you want. I have one. If you want it.
Well, we do have a pickup truck in Tennessee, but in any case, back to the Tesla camping thing, because we're going on this road trip. It's going to be like a whole caravan, and I'm a full psycho over my diet right now. Like I'm either all bad or all good, and
So vegan?
no, I added eggs and fish,
Okay.
but
Should try some Rousey acres or generally raised Wagyu and poultry.
I know you. I'm definitely stoked on what you guys are doing with all of your sustainable farming and harvesting of meat with love. But yeah, I'm doing what I'm doing. So just veggies in an air fryer and the fried like fish and eggs.
What do the bad days look like?
Oh no, every day is a good day now.
Oh, okay.
You can't even
Okay.
cheat on like a snack, right?
One serving of fruit per day.
That's
like-
your cheat.
Yeah. Yeah. And so for me to eat like this, I was like, oh well, I've got to outfit my Tesla with an air fryer and
Refrigerator system.
yeah. So like I'm going out cross country with 2 refrigerators, a 2-burner stove, an air fryer, a milk frother.
Wow.
Like all in my in my Tesla.
You don't have a problem finding places to charge along the way? I haven't done any long trips in mine yet.
No, I mean the car itself will route you to a supercharger.
Oh, okay.
Like it won't even let you. It'll say, "Oh, you don't have enough battery to get to your destination, so we're automatically routing you to a supercharger."
Interesting.
And you charge up like the whole damn car in like 10, 15 minutes. It's ridiculous. These
Oh yeah.
chargers.
I mean, it saves us so much money because we got the roof,
Yeah.
and so like we save so much on just like AC during the summer.
Right.
And then it's 70 miles into town, and so 2 trips into town used to be a whole tank of gas, and I was
Right.
just like, it wasn't just the gas. I was tired of having to stop. You're like
Right.
you have like a schedule, and you're like, oh shit, I gotta stop for gas, and then it like fucks up your whole day.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just so glad I don't have to take the time out of my day to go stop for gas anymore.
Right.
It's like, but man, you ever forget to charge your shit, and then you're like, oh, I got a trip. You're like, oh, I forgot to charge
I
it.
did that on the way here. I had to stop off at in Eastvale and charge.
Yeah.
But I was looking at it, and I went from 12 miles all the way up to 300, and it only cost me like $11.
Oh yeah, it's so cheap, but it's one of those things, especially when you have a baby and you're juggling all these
Yeah.
things, and you
Right.
come out in the morning, you're like, "Fuck, I forgot to charge it!" Like I need to put like a sign that like drops down as I'm walking around the car, like charge it, bitch, like something that just unveils.
It's like a post-it note.
Yeah, that's so funny. But yeah, the reason I was late this morning was because I've got all this stuff, and I just had to cook breakfast. Just like I pulled off
on the side of the road.
Side of the road, and just set I got all my camping gear out and just to see how it worked.
I love it. You're a mobile man,
Yeah.
as this podcast is a
Yeah,
example of.
I love it. I'm gonna show you a picture of my breakfast. Just
You're like one of those people like, don't eat it. Wait.
yeah, you see, like my.
Wow, you have great presentation.
Well, thank you.
Like that's even a fancy plate to be traveling
Oh yeah,
with.
that was last night. Yeah, every meal I take a picture of it. I send it to his brother. and it's going great. Like I'm almost 50.
You look fantastic.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that so much. I'm like on a crash course for 50, less than 3 months, and I want to like really get in the best shape I've ever been in. I've been doing push-ups.
How many did you do today?
Well, I did the perfect push-ups once. It doesn't get. Yesterday I did 72.
Wow.
Straight without.
Yeah, 72 push-ups in a row. I'm pretty stoked on that.
I'm stoked for you. Good job.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Proud.
Yeah. So yeah, tell us about farming and doomsday prepping.
Well, farming kind of became our doomsday prep because it's just being like completely self-sufficient. That's the prep.
Right.
And it also, as prize fighters, we would get bunches of money at a time and think like, okay, how long can I last this? So you always want to like bring your expenses down as little as possible. So we just try to like eliminate bills. So we got like the solar, so we don't have an electric bill. We got the water catchment, so we don't have a water bill. And we have these planter boxes out front that is all dirt from like our cows, like like poop and hay and everything together, and like that eliminates a huge amount of our grocery bill. And then we have our chickens in the back that accumulate our eggs, and then we also have our cows in the back, and one animal will feed our entire family for the whole year,
Wow.
And so we raise these guys like one at a time, and we know what happened to them, because there's so much like, dude,
Factory farming, so gnarly.
but like getting our own meat business made us realize how bad the meat from the grocery store is and how bad the meat from the restaurants are. It's all the same stuff. A fancy restaurant is getting the same chicken as like a pizza place. They're all getting it from like Tyson or something like that. And that's because they only buy things at wholesale prices. And so, what we're doing is we got a couple 100 acres in Oregon that we're raising our Wagyu and poultry together, mimicking natural processes to raise them regeneratively. And so we rotationally graze the Wagyu, and we move them with electric fencing to like a different like acre every day. And so they like mob graze one area, and that way the grass is allowed to recover. They're not open grazing on pasture all the time. And so when the grass is allowed to go through its full cycle, it actually ends up sequestering tons and tons of carbon into the soil, because every time the grass grows, it mirrors its growth underground with its roots. And when it's allowed to grow long, and then the cows come and eat it, it sheds those root hairs, and all of the carbon they used to make those roots is now deposited as organic matter in the soil that gets broken down by these microorganisms. And then the cows, eat the grass and poop it on top. And that's when we bring the chickens in afterward in their schooners, and they spread out all the cow patties, and they, get to eat the minerals in the soil and actual like bugs and stuff like that, because chickens are not vegetarians. They're fucking dinosaurs. Okay. Like they shouldn't be, it's not healthy for them to be on a vegetarian diet. And then we give them a canola-based blend with no corn and no soy, the chickens, and they spread 300 pounds of their own poop in the area of the schooner every single day, and then we move them to a fresh new area. And so it's mimicking these processes of these giant herds of like used to be bison passing through with all of these birds and stuff following them, and then predators chase them off and they don't come back for a long time, and the grass is allowed to go through its full cycle and grow. And so we're basically recreating that and people forget that the animals, the grazers, are the dynamic part of these ecosystems. Like the grasses need to be grazed in order to be healthy, the grasslands. And now we have like these herds of like antelope coming through, and like it's become like a habitat for mule deer, and we have like these geese that come in and nest, and like blue herons, all this stuff. It's
All
really
here
cool.
on Rousey Acres.
Yeah, because it was like this really degraded, mismanaged, place before, where there was more dirt than there was grass, and to like watch the animals actually like rehabilitate this like habitat, it's been absolutely incredible to watch it change and to watch them do that. And the meat that we get out of it is fucking incredible. It'll change your goddamn life. Like I can't eat at a restaurant anymore, and it's so healthy for you. Like Wagyu in particular, they actually used to be like a working animal in Japan. They would like pull plows and stuff, which is why uniquely they're famous for having intermuscular fat, because they had the fat in the muscle to help them pull these heavy weights. But the fat is, the Wagyu meat is actually the highest source of monounsaturated fatty acids in any red meat. And that means it's like the healthy kind of fat. It's not solid at room temperature. It's like a gel, which is why it feels like it melts in your mouth when you eat it, and why it's so delicious. But it's also why it's good for you, because it's not that saturated fat that's sticking to inside your arteries.
Yeah.
It's not solid, and so your body processes it better. And like my baby girl pounds steak. Like she eats so much steak, and I'm like kind of concerned because she's like really ripped and athletic, and she's 2, and I broke my mom's wrist accidentally at 3 training with her, and I'm like, this girl's gonna fucking demolish me by the time she's 6. Like,
wow,
she's a specimen, and this is like all she eats. And
So for the people listening and myself, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna type in browseyacres.com. What do you recommend I get?
Definitely get the chicken. It's just incredible. We raise it 2 weeks longer than most people raise chicken. They have no corn or soy. They're out in the pasture. Like, you have the chicken, you're like, oh my God, this actually tastes like chicken, and you'll realize the stuff in the grocery store is like freaking air. We have a bunch of curated boxes for the Wagyu for now. We're gonna start getting like customizable stuff later, but we can't ship smaller than 10 pounds because it's frozen, and so we need more of it to keep itself frozen. But the ground beef is my favorite because I don't know how to cook for shit. And literally, I'll just throw ground beef with rice, and because the meat itself is good, you don't have to season it for it to be good. Like, I'll just eat plain ground beef and rice, and you can like reheat it a bunch of times. It's like really, I don't know, it's like really convenient. But a lot of people get intimidated because it's like really like luxury meat. But I really like the Rokudan box because I have a husband that has become like a steak master now. He only cooked tacos when I met him, and now he's like, oh no, you have to like put the fat cap needs to be fried in this way, and like all of this stuff. But he makes the most incredible steaks every night. But I mean, now that we have our own animals, we have to try and like cook all the different parts, instead of just like the New Yorks and the ribeyes and stuff like that. And so like the chuck steak is actually one of my favorites, which is like one of the things that people usually make into a burger, but I like to like slice it up small and like fry it on a pan with like butter and rosemary and put it on toast. But yeah, I mean, literally you can't go wrong. It's all so good.
You gonna open up your own cooking channel? You sound like you know what you're doing.
I mean, we do have some cooking stuff on our YouTube sometimes, but Trav is the one that's become like the meat aficionado. He's like, putting on like the black like gloves to like rub things on stuff, and he made like corned beef hash out of our Wagyu for St. Patrick's Day, and it was so good. Oh my God.
I love it, man.
Yeah, he's amazing. It was just like, oh yeah, I'm the perfect man, and now like I've learned how to like cook the perfect steak for you every single night. He'll be like, oh, this is, and he'll always say what animal this is. I'm like, oh, this is from Zing. This is his hanger steak. I have put the truffle salt on it today. I'm like, oh God, that's my husband.
Dude, that's epic.
Yeah.
Well, fucking right on. So we've got Browsey Acres to. Everybody go to browseyacres.com, just the way it seems like it would be spelled. We've got your new book, Our Fight.
Our Fight.
And
and you're doing signed copies for the UK. I saw something.
Yeah, we're doing signed copies, and Yeah, we got we have like thousands of hours of footage while doing the WWE. I think we're doing like a documentary with A&E soon. I think we're going to be announcing the comic book soon, which I'm really
Cool.
excited about. And Poe is going to preschool for the first time on Tuesday. There's just so much happening.
Shout out to my guy Isaac, who's up in the front off camera and running the computer. He read your book to me.
The whole thing.
We didn't get through the whole thing, but for hours he read your book to me, which
So you, Isaac.
Isaac
hope you
did-
liked it. I hope it
Don't they
wasn't
have like an
chore.
audio version of it?
well, it's
Yeah,
not
I
out
read
yet.
the audiobook. I
It's
did it.
It'll be out on April 2nd.
Uh-huh.
The audiobook's not available to us, so Isaac's my audiobook. Hey Isaac, did your ACL come from your patella?
Yeah.
It did.
Did it tear too?
He's being
I
so
tore
careful.
my ACL. Yeah.
No,
but
did you tear your graft?
No.
Oh, good
No,
for
I'm still
you.
good. The surgery was 7 months ago.
Oh wow, that's recent. How
Yeah.
you doing? That's you're not like all the way recovered yet, are you?
I'm not all the way recovered, but I'm happy to report I went on my first hike 2 days ago,
When can you skate again?
July 21st. I'm not counting the days or anything.
Make sure you do your rehab. Don't just do nothing and then jump on.
Yeah, no, he's taken it so seriously. It's
Okay, good.
because all the horror stories with people who had failed, you know, like they skated too soon and it tore again, and he doesn't want to be that. But yeah, Isaac's my guy. He's a genuine MVP. And yeah, man, we were both saying, like, as he read it out loud, I'm like, man, this book's got me like choked up. It's like, it's really good. You know, like I enjoyed the shit out of it, and I love, you know, I give every episode, when I film the intro for each podcast, I give each episode a unique adjective, and I feel like I want to call this one unapologetic. You know,
I like that.
I love that's the if I had an adjective for your book, I would say that you are unapologetic in how you like. It's just so even aggressive. You know, if people don't like me, then screw that. You know, like I inspire people, even if I inspire them to hate me. Like, you know, like leaning into it and just being who you are and saying whatever the hell you want unapologetically, I think is a real. It's a real asset to you, and it's so well complemented by how vulnerable you are in there too. You know.
Yeah, thanks. I try not. I'm like, I try not to paint myself as being like perfect. You know, like I make a lot of mistakes, as have we all. And one recurring theme I like to see in the book is like just forgiveness. You know, like I fuck up, the people around me fuck up, and we find a way to move forward together. And yeah, it was like a tough time to actually put into words. I think it's the only way I could have addressed it. It would be in this long form, because it was just so complex, everything that was going on at the time. And I want to point out that the pictures in there are incredible. That in the first book, where all the pictures are by Eric Williams, who apprenticed under Howard Bingham, who was Muhammad Ali's photographer. And yeah, I mean, it's just incredible. I'm really so proud of it, and so like glad that I finally got to get all this stuff out, because it was things I was holding on to for a really long time, and I felt like I couldn't talk about, and people have been making their own assumptions and everything about me, and especially like, you know, about leaving UFC, when it was so hard to be able to like leave something when I'd never been better, and to have like this like secret hanging over my head about like, you know, all the neurological stuff. But, you know, also like when you like deal with something tragic, everyone just tries to rush you into being better, and I'm just like, you know what, I'm just gonna go be depressed for a couple of years.
Yeah, wow.
You know, and like and not feel, I don't know, I feel like people try to like make that into like a fault, when really it's just like, you know, your mental health is important, and the people that want to see you fighting until you can't anymore aren't going to be there for you when you're 70 years old and might not be able to stand up
Right.
on your own. So
For sure.
it's heavy, but I was worried it'd be depressing, But after reading through it, I'm like, actually, this is kind of like hilarious and lighthearted at a lot of times, and not just like, you know,
I mean,
bunch of gloom and doom.
there's no way that the average person can understand or like or relate to like how crushing a loss is for somebody like you, you know. And I think that you do a really good job of kind of letting people into your head, and like the gravity, like the level of it. And like one thing that really stuck out to me is when you point out that, quote, experiencing a loss is how regular people refer to actual death. You know, you experience a loss in your family, like, and to you as an athlete, like losing in a sport is at that level of like death.
Right.
Like it's
Put your
it's
life into it.
it's a really powerful line in the book.
It's like the death of that version of yourself that you believed could have won, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, having to set your sights lower is it's painful. But I don't know, it ended up being like the best thing that ever happened to me, because like it got to a point where my public perception was intrinsically tied to my self-perception, and it like forced like a break in that, and the kind of mania that I had created around myself. I felt like I had to keep it going for like my own ego, and it just made me realize that like being so famous that you can't be in the in and out drive-through without getting mobbed was something I actually like. I hated it, you know. I couldn't do things with my family. I was like so isolated. I couldn't like stand in a line or go to a public, you know, bathroom, and it was not a lifestyle that I wanted, but it was one that I felt like I had to like keep pursuing and keep hustling for, because I was like racing what? I'm like, who the fuck are you racing, bitch? Or hey, you're doing fine. But it was forced myself to put a lot of things into perspective of like, what is it that actually makes you happy, instead of just trying to be as, you know, rich and famous and successful as possible because like that's what you feel like you're supposed to do. When, you know, being on the farm and being with my family is literally like the thing that makes me the happiest. But I wouldn't have figured that out, I think, otherwise.
Yeah. Well, I love it. I really want to heap praise on it. I want everybody to get this book, Rousey, Our Fight. And I want to thank you, too, because I know how selective you are in the interviews that you do.
You are the upper echelon. You're one of the few people that I don't hate at this point. No, it's fine. You're actually.
Well, no, it's genuinely an honor. I know that you know, as much as you want to get out there and promote this everywhere, that you're just not into doing like a lot of interviews, and to be able to be one of them, it means a lot to me.
Well, thank you for having me. It's a lot. One thing is you're not like out like. You're not like a gotcha journalist, you know? You're not trying to get me to say some shit that I'll like regret later, and I get like such anxiety from doing press, man. Like not during it, but like afterward, like second guessing the way that I said this or the way that this would cross. And it made me so good at it before, because I would refine my answers until like while promoting a fight, it would like every single answer was as witty and concise and everything as possible. But man, it like I did my first interview for this book tour, and like I'm still stressing out about it, about like, oh, I didn't say this right, I didn't do that right, I didn't do that. It's like, just thank you for being like, just being a fucking friend, you know, and not trying to like profit off of our interaction, but like having a genuine one. And you know, you're one of my real friends.
Yeah, it was funny. The last one we did, you started going viral with like news clips, and Steve's like, "Oh no!" and he sent you a thing. He's like, "Dude, do you want us to take this down?" And you're like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah, no, I was talking shit about WWE fans.
I remember like
fansies. No, it's fine. It is what it is. It's
No, but I love that we're friends. It means the world to me, and you inspire me, and now we're both ranch people.
Yeah.
So yeah,
goat man, you're a goat guy. Were you a goat guy on your first goat walk? You were about to.
You know what? We might not have already had our goats at that point.
Yeah.
You were looking
Yeah,
into them.
we got our goats in November of 2019, so it was right around the same
I
time.
think you did.
Now we got
Just
pigs.
got 'em. Wow.
Now we got pigs, and we're gonna have so many animals. It's gonna be stupid.
I'm
But
excited
yeah,
for you guys.
I love you. I'm grateful for you, and I'm proud of you. I think this is really an awesome book. So everybody, get that shit.
Get that shit.
All right.
I love you too, Aw.
Yeah, right on. There you have it, folks. Ronda Rousey. I think she's wonderful. I really do. And I think you're wonderful for sticking around to the end of the episode. So let me tell you, where am I? Where is the Wild Ride crew? We are in Texas. Why? Because we're on a strike mission. And I'll tell you a little juicy bit of information. Next week, we're dropping 2 episodes. Should I tell them who? Because I'm a maniac. We got the CEO and founder of Cash Money Records, Birdman. Nobody's going to be able to possibly believe that we got Birdman. I mean, dude, you don't see that guy doing podcasts, dude, but he's my bro. And who else? Who else did we get? And just today we got him? Oh, you're not going to be ready for this. Dr. Phil. Oh, man, my new homeboy, Dr. Phil. Get out of here. Tomorrow I'm going to be walking around on Cloud 9 still because Dr. Phil was such a rad bro. Man. And next week we got double banger, Birdman, and Dr. Phil. Man, what a big week it's going to be. And I just want to tell you guys this. When I'm out in public and people come up to me, man, and say, hey, I love your podcast. Dude, that means the world to me. It means the world to me. And you mean the world to me for sticking around to the end. I love you, and thank you for the support. All right, man, that's it. Hey, everybody, and welcome to an exciting episode of Wild Ride with Steve-O. We're talking to a UFC Hall of Famer today. And here's a spoiler alert. He's going to pull out his eyeball for your entertainment. So, let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Bisping. Yeah, dude.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it, buddy.
I would like to introduce you to my co-host, Scott Randolph.
What's up, Mr. Bisbing?
What's going on, Scott?
Not much.
Up at the front of the van, we've got the gorgeous Paul Brisky.
Hello, Michael. How are you?
He is. You are particularly gorgeous, Paul.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen some handsome men in my time, but geez Louise.
UFC Hall of Famer. Dude, that's pretty epic, man.
I love it.
And dude, thank you for doing this, man. It's been a pleasure getting to know you in the sort of the fight community. I've really inserted myself into it as just a super fan, and I love to go to the fights. It's always rad to see you. And if there's a question burning on my tongue that I just have to ask right out of the gate, it's how does the compensation compare between being a fighter and calling the fights as a commentator?
I mean, listen, I'm not fighting, so there's way less risk, there's way less work. I'm not having to get punched in the face. I'm not having to break my body down in training. The pay as a commentator is very good, but compared to being champion of the world, it ain't shit. But it's very good though. It's a very, very well paid job, and I'm very grateful and very lucky to have it. And I truly enjoy it. I'm so passionate about it. No, the pay's fantastic, but as I say, if you're champion of the world, it's next level.
Right. Okay. And I didn't mean to start off with a particularly invasive, rude question or anything.
Quite all right, my friend.
But I just want to tell you, I really think you're good at it, man. I absolutely, what a treat to be able to watch the fights, get this insightful commentary, and really have a laugh, man. You cracked me up when you're commentating, and all of
the thanks, Steve.
Yeah, of course. All the UFC commentating, great, man. It's just really, really, what an organization, man.
Yeah, no, well, they're fantastic, of course. Well, thank you very much for the kind words. I appreciate that, and I do try and bring some entertainment to the table. I try not to take myself too seriously. I'm a light-hearted kind of guy, and I can like to be self-deprecating, but I can't take all the credit because the production team behind the camera, if you will, backstage, they do a fantastic job. They provide us with a ton of information. We sit down with the fighters every week. We get to talk to them. John Anik implemented that. He spoke to the UFC when he came over. So yeah, thank you very much for the kind words. But as I say, we get a lot of support backstage.
When did it occur to you that this could be a lane for you coming out of fighting?
Yeah, so what happened was, obviously, it's well documented I have eye issues. In 2013, when I got a detached retina and then ultimately, I lost an eye, if you will, I knew that my days as a fighter were numbered. You know what I mean? I knew that when the cat was out of the bag, I was fucked, for want of a better word. So I started doing everything I could to open as many doors as I can, because I thought at some point soon I'm going to have the rug swept from under my feet, no more fight career, and then how am I going to make money? So I was doing everything I could. I started working on some acting, started working at Fox Sports, started doing analyst work, doing a podcast, doing anything I could to use my platform, for want of a better term, right? I know that sounds like a little arrogant, but when you have a platform, you got to use it, because when you're a washed up ex-bum fighter, nobody gives a shit. You're one of many. But while you've got that platform, take advantage of it. So that's what I did. And I started, obviously doing a lot of pre-fight work, pre and post shows on Fox, doing UFC Tonight. And then slowly but surely, after 8 goddamn years, they gave me a shot behind the desk.
That's
But
great.
I got there eventually.
Yeah, I don't think that anything about that sounded arrogant. I think a platform is it's exactly what it is. And did I hear you right when you just said that your detached retina, that your eye issues, that you kept secret? You said when the cat was out of the bag?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to go too deep into detail. You know what I mean? But yeah. I lost vision in the right eye a long time ago.
You could only see and you didn't tell anybody. It's crazy.
Only my only my wife and a very, very couple of close people. Coaches,
training partners.
Fortunately, the legal requirements to fight, you're still classed as clinically blind. So 2200 vision is still classed as clinically blind. So it was a difficult one. It was very stressful, because the problem is every fight that you have, you do your training camp, you fly to wherever it is. I used to fight a lot internationally. So let's say I fly to Australia, you do an entire training camp, you fly all your team out there. Obviously, the training camp is very expensive. You fly all your team, you get the flights, hotels, meals, and you got to pay them a wage for coming. And then you got to see a local doctor at the fight, the day of the weigh-in. You know what I mean? I'm always like, shit, this guy, it might be, you want to be that guy, pulls you from the fight. You know what I'm saying? Takes a look at your eyes, says, no, fuck this. You're not fighting. You shouldn't be fighting. So that was always very stressful, because you do all that work, you train your ass off, and you spend all that money, and the fight might not happen. So that was always really stressful, but fortunately never happened. And I was able to walk away on my own terms.
Wow. So did you have to sort of trick them that you had 2 functioning eyes for a while?
I cannot go into detail,
my friend. Sorry.
Now, I mean, I think that what blows me away is that when I saw you on TMZ, and they had you on TMZ where you actually took out your eye, and I do not want to ask you to do that. I'm not asking you to do it. We did this show for UFC at one point called the Watch Party. And Adam, did you see the episode that we were on?
I didn't see it, no. But funnily enough, I'm doing it again this weekend.
Oh, are you? They've asked me to do a Twitch stream.
Is that for video games?
Yeah, and I love the UFC. There's nothing I won't do for them, but I'm just concerned about it, because with the Watch Party, you've got like an actual production crew in your house, and they're going to edit it, they're going to put it together, it's going to look great, but with the Twitch, it's just a constant stream. Like, like the whole, you kind of have to be on the whole time. And I'm just like, well, what if I just like trail off and I'm watching the fights and I'm not like, engaged. I'm nervous about not giving quality.
But you're doing it, right?
No, I don't know. I haven't decided yes or no. But when we did the Watch Party thing, and I haven't seen the episode either, you did take out your eye for me. And it's so fascinating to me that I don't know if they included that in the episode or not.
No, I was just thinking, you're right, I did. I totally forgot all about that. Obviously, you don't drink anymore, Steve-O, but my boxing coach does. and I don't see him very often. And I don't drink that much these days either. Contrary to popular belief, everybody thinks I'm this crazy party animal. I'm really not. I mean, when I was younger, I was a fucking nightmare. But these days, I'm pretty good. I'm 42 yesterday. But Jason Prillo came up, and I don't get to see him in a social function very often. And the UFC, they brought drinks and brunch and food. And, it's a watch party. It's a Saturday morning. I've got no work. So I had a few drinks. So I was like, hold on, did I? I'm like, oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
But
it's so fascinating to me that you've got an artificial eye. It's completely fucking fake, but you control it. Like, when did this technology become a thing? I mean,
tell me about it, because if I don't have it in, my eye looks terrible. It looks a mess. And, I'm working on an acting career. I'm very lucky. I'm landing a few roles here and there. But obviously, nobody wants a fucking actor with a fucked up eye looking like a cyclops or a fucking something from a horror movie, unless the character is written like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'd go in for all these auditions. And I was always so fucking self-conscious. You know what I mean? That's all I was trying to do, hide my eye, stand a certain way or whatever. So I'd go see these opticians, and they had these specialized lenses that had like a fake eyeball, but it was off-centered. So you put it in and it kind of looks real. But then after a while, what it would do was drift to the center, and it would look even worse. So when I'd work at Fox Sports all the time, I had like a little makeup compact. And anytime we cut to B-roll or commercial break, I'd have to always pull it out and recenter it all the time. That was my life. And I was going up to this optician's. It was like a 2-hour drive away from me. I had to go there every 6 weeks. It was a fucking pain in the ass. And then eventually I thought to myself, I'm over this. I'm just going to get a glass eye. I'm going to have it removed and have a glass eye. So I made an appointment with a doctor here in Orange County. And she looked at me and she said, you don't need, we don't want to operate. That's always the last resort. She said, there's a doctor close by that can do these prosthetic lenses. Turns out this place that makes them 5 minutes from my house, right? And they hand paint it and match it perfectly. They do a fantastic job. And the best $3,000 I ever spent in my life.
And that's what she said that day. $3,000. And, it's just not the way that you picture it either. Like when you take it out, it's like dude, is he doing it?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Absolutely unbelievable. I didn't want to ask you to do that, Mike.
Nah, you're good. I mean, the only reason I did it once on my podcast. Hold on, excuse me.
The Believe You Me podcast.
Yeah,
that's right. I did it on there because the guy I do it with, my co-host, he turned up and he's wearing sunglasses indoor while we're doing the show. So I'm bitching at him a little bit. I'm making fun of him. I'm like, who the fuck? Oh, look at this rock star. You know what I mean? And he starts talking shit to me. He said, hold on a minute. I've seen you showing up at press conferences with sunglasses on. And I said, yes, you're right. But the reason I always used to wear sunglasses was because of the eye, because I didn't want some jumped up fucking commission member saying, hey, come over here, let me take a look at your eye, or somebody from the UFC or whatever. You know what I'm saying? By putting sunglasses on, no one could see shit. So the guy was making fun out of me saying, oh, you used to wear sunglasses indoor. I'm like, okay, this is why I used to wear fucking sunglasses. So that's how that came out. And that's how the whole thing. And then of course, you got TMZ and places like that picking it up. So yeah. The cat's out of the bag. It is what it is.
Man, that's crazy. Like, hey, sir, let me return the favor. I pull out my teeth quite easily.
That's good.
Yeah. You're a mess.
Oh, dude, I'm a mess.
So was your eye looking like that underneath the fake eye while you're fighting? So when you got into the ring, everybody's seeing you wear glasses the whole time up all the press conferences, and then you get in the ring and you're fighting with that eye. The guy's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. Yeah, well, the cat was out of the bag. When I fought George St. Pierre, I was training with his trainer because I was shooting a movie in Toronto. And Rashad Evans said, hey, call this guy Jorge Blanco, great pad man. I wanted to get some work in while I was up there, just stay in shape, so you look good for the movie and whatnot. And as I say, he was George St. Pierre's coach. Great guy. We struck up a good friendship. We hung out a few times whilst I was in Toronto. And I told him, because it's clearly fucking obvious. And when you're hitting pads and stuff, the padman kind of needs to know. So he knew about that. Lo and behold, I didn't realize I'd be fighting George St. Pierre the following year. So, of course, they know all about it. And then on the post-fight celebration, George said, we knew he didn't see too well out of that eye. So that's why we targeted everything on that side. I'm like, you son of a bitch. But fair play, because if it was me, I'd do the exact same thing. So once the cat was out of the bag, I was like, all right, I achieved what I wanted to do. I earned some money. I got the belt. I've done it for a long, long time. Now's a good time to walk away.
Yeah, dude. I remember watching the press conference stuff, or the whatever, like the press conference with George St. Pierre, and he might have taken care of you in the octagon, but he could not handle you on the microphone.
For the record, did not fucking take care of me. He took care of me with broken ribs, with one eye. That is not me in my prime. No, George is awesome. I love George, and we've got a good friendship. He came on my podcast recently. When you're promoting a fight, the way I look at it, because it wasn't fabricated, if you will. I didn't necessarily mean what I was saying, and I was trying to hype a fight. But also at the same time, this guy is trying to fight me. He's going to try and knock me out, choke me out, take my world title. And if I'm going to fight someone, then, I'm going to build a little animosity. Mainly just because that's who I am. And I like to, if we're in this situation, that's how I'm going to handle it. And it's fun for everybody watching. It helps build the fight. But yeah, once it's all over, me and George are fine. But I remember one time we were doing some press tour. I think we were at the ESPN studios and whatnot. And I'm doing my usual thing. I'm talking some shit. I'm insulting him, anything I can think of, he's getting it. And then we go to the bathroom and there's no no cameras or anything. And I walk in and there's George. And I'm having a piss and he's having a piss. And we're just talking about cars. He said, you got a Range Rover? I'm like, yeah, fucking thing. It's always breaking down, blah, 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 blah. And I go, right, sorry, George, going back out there. Got to get the game face on. I'm going to be a dick again when we go out there.
Yeah, I mean, you say that. I don't think that there's anything, and I'm pretty sensitive to it when, like certain fighters promoting fights, they really will cross the line, and a lot of time I just don't like that. I thought it was all in good fun.
Yeah, no, for sure. Just a bit of friendly ball busting, nothing too personal, no family, no religion, nothing like that. Just keeping it strictly to fight stuff and making fun of his accent.
Right.
Are you and Luke Rockhold friends now? Do you guys bury the hatchet, or are you still kind of?
You want to know what I have in common with both those guys? I am a top athlete. Yeah. And I've been talking about going on a big old bike ride from Los Angeles all the way to San Diego. And ladies and gentlemen, that time has arrived. It's happening this weekend. And I couldn't be more excited about it. And I couldn't feel more prepared because I've got my zero sugar hydration stocked up and ready to go. It is called Element. And I bet you don't know this, but one of the biggest problems among top athletes is actually drinking too much water, where your electrolyte levels and your sodium levels drop to dangerous lows. And that's what this product is all about. It's also extremely delicious, but most importantly, it keeps your electrolyte levels, your sodium, your hydration right where you want it for serious major workouts. And this company, Element, has offered my Wild Ride listeners perhaps the most generous deal that I've ever promoted. What is it? They're going to give you an absolutely free sample pack, which comes with 2 pouches of citrus flavor, 2 pouches of raspberry, 2 pouches of orange, and 2 raw unflavored. That is 8 completely free packages, and all you have to pay is for the shipping, just $5, and they're going to ship it to you. Now look at this deal. If you don't like it, then they're going to give you your shipping money back. There's absolutely nothing to lose. Again, it's probably the most generous deal I've ever promoted. So how are you going to claim this deal? You're going to go to drinkelement.com/Stevo. That's DRINKLMNT.com/Stevo. Yeah. And that's going to get you this deal. One more time, drinkelement.com/Stevo. Get your free sample pack and work out, man, because I'm going to. Now, let's talk about Luke Rockhold.
I've got no problem with Luke. I don't know if it's reciprocated, that feeling, but he's down. He trains where I used to train. I don't get in there very often anymore, but I'm going down there tomorrow. But yeah, he's down at the Ruka Training Center quite a lot, so I'm looking forward to bumping into him. That should be fun. But yeah, I'm sure Luke's a great guy. I say this all the time. Daniel Cormier is someone that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. He's just a solid human being, you know, as well as an insane fighter and commentator. He's just a fucking good guy. And if DC has him as one of his best friends, I'm sure Luke's a good person as well. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's just that when you meet under those circumstances where you're going to fight, where you're rivals, you know, that's not conducive to making friends. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure if we met under different circumstances, there's a possibility we might have got along.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. I'm reading your book right now. It's phenomenal. When you teased it on the Believe You Me podcast, when I think Lewis asked you about going to prison, you're like, I'd rather not get into it. So I'm like, fuck, I got to get this book. I have two questions about that. Why didn't you read? Well, first, to your point of like, you know, not being really friendly. When you fought Rashad Evans, he was not your friend. And then after you're like, you want to shake my hand now, fucker? Like, I thought that was pretty cool. And then you're talking about you're training with him now in like Montreal or Toronto or you know, whatever you said. And then the second is, how come you didn't read your book? It's somebody else's voice. I was expecting to hear your voice.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the audio book. Yeah. Jesus Christ, don't get me started on that. So I tried to do the audio book, right? And I was traveling all the time with the UFC in regular times. That's what we do. It's not always at the Apex. So I was always on the road, but I spoke to the publishers. I said, oh, listen, I do a podcast when I'm on the road, so I can sure as hell do this, right? I remember I was in Greenville, North Carolina. I'm sat in the hotel room. I'd done all my studying for the UFC. I'm like, I've got a few hours. All right, I'm going to record a few chapters of the book, or a chapter or two, whatever. So I sit down in the hotel room, I get it out, I get the microphone, and I bring it up. Fucking, it's a wordy book. It's very, very, the first chapter, I had a lot of difficulties with the first chapter. I kept tripping it up. And then just as I start doing well, there's a knock on the door and it's the fucking maids, or then it's room service, or then there's someone next door having sex. I'm like, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? I just couldn't get it done. And in the end, I said, you know what? Fuck this. Someone else can do it. Because I wasn't getting paid any extra money for it. So I apologize for not doing the audio book, but I tried and I almost had a heart attack.
That's great. Yeah, I read just the first one or two chapters of my audiobook, and it was just the same deal. I had my comedy tour, and I was, you know, always traveling, and they just seemed to botch the scheduling of it with the studio. Yeah. But I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go back, and I think we can do that, man. You know?
Oh, really?
I think I'd like to do it
sometime. Yeah.
Yeah, loop back because I've never even promoted the fact that there is an audiobook, because it drives me nuts that it's not me reading it. So
yeah,
I prefer.
Yeah, no, I've had a few people on Twitter reach out and be like, "Yo, what the hell?" You know, I was expecting you to be, and I was like, yeah, sorry, busy schedule and whatnot. And I did try, as I say, it just didn't go very well. If they booked me a studio and I went in there as a professional studio, that would have been different, you know. Right. But on this occasion, as I say, in some shitty hotel room and every distraction under the sun, it was not easy to do.
Yeah, dude. How long have you been doing your podcast?
Oh, about 4 years now, I think. 3 or 4 years, something like that. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, it's yeah, sometimes we get a little carried away with what we're talking about, and then afterwards I'm like, oh shit, did we really say that? Unfortunately, my co-host does not give a fuck about anything, so like he gets a little bit too personal at times, but people seem to enjoy it.
Yeah, for sure. It's great the way that you've got the UFC and you've got the world of comedy really just intersecting. It's
and probably the Legion of Skanks are probably got your back now too.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, no, thanks, Steve. As I say, you know, I've always been kind of a lighthearted guy. So a lot of people, when they first meet me, they think I'm going to be this stern, you know, maniac. And listen, hey, I have my bad days. You know, I'm always trying to get better. I'm trying to be a better version of myself. But generally, if everything's going well, I'm always a, you know, happy-go-lucky type of guy.
I guess people probably ask you all the time, but being sort of like, you know, at this intersection of comedy and you know, entertainment, like have you tried stand up? You ever thought about it?
No, I haven't. You know, I mean, I did a one-man show in Toronto a couple of years ago, And I guess you could say that was kind of stand-up. I walked out on a stage and I did that, and there was about 2 hours, and it was a sold-out crowd, and people loved it. Got a really, really good reception. I was a little, it was my first time doing anything like that, so I definitely fucked up a couple of times, you know what I mean? But everyone enjoyed it. Everyone had a really good night. So I'm planning on refining that, writing it out a little better. That's my problem. I never prepare enough. I'll just wing it. I'm good. I know my life. I know what I'm doing. But I'm going to write it down properly, plan it, get some multimedia, get some, some extra bits to it, and take that on tour. But stand up per se, no, but I am going to do that.
Sweet.
Good, man.
That's cool.
Here's something that always interests me about the fighters in general, like choking people unconscious. It's to a lay person, it's such a shocking and like crazy concept. But to a professional fighter, choking someone out is really like not a very big deal, right? It's like a party trick, kind of.
Well, I mean, to be honest, just fighters or jiu-jitsu or anyone that does martial arts, basically, not too big of a deal. I mean, if you're doing jiu-jitsu, you'll start your session, you'll do some technique, whatever. At the end, you roll. You might do 5 minutes of rolling, and that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to put your jiu-jitsu to use. You're trying to choke people out, tap them out, arm bar, knee bar, whatever it is. You're trying to make them submit. So, it definitely feels second nature. It doesn't feel weird whatsoever, and the more you do it, you do kind of become desensitized to it. And the more you watch the UFC, you become more desensitized to it. I remember when I first saw the UFC, I was like, holy shit, because, I saw it a long time ago. I was in New Zealand in 1995 for Jiu-Jitsu World Championships. And that was the first time I saw it then. But I'm talking about 2002. An old trainer came to me and said, hey, there's this thing called the UFC. It's getting pretty big. I think you'd be good at it. And I said, all right, fuck it, let's go. So I gave it a shot without even seeing it. And then my wife got me ultimate knockouts or ultimate submissions or something for Christmas. And I sat down with my boys in 2002 and we watched it with beers in our hand. They're like, this is what you're getting into, Michael? I'm like, fuck. Yeah, looks like it.
It's crazy.
That's cool.
So like, have you in, like, with civilian circumstances, like at a bar or whatever, like, house party, like coffee shop, that had people say, oh, dude, would you choke me out? And
yeah, it's weird. I just don't understand it. I don't do it. I don't do it at all. Not so much to choke me out, more the leg kicks.
Oh, yeah.
People,
that sounds awful.
There's a lot of weird, sick bastards out there. They want to be leg kicked, and they'll go, hey, can you just, I've had people ask me to choke them out as well and leg kick, and I don't do it. A couple of times I did at the start, and then the UFC pulled me to one side. And I think the UFC actually sent out a mass email to all the fighters from now on, because it's a weird, like, fetish thing that guys want. From now on, if anybody asks you to choke them out or kick them in the leg, do not do it, because you're at serious risk of a lawsuit. Because could you imagine if you hurt somebody? No, I don't do that.
That's so funny. I was in Dana White's office, and I was, out there. I asked him if I could get a press pass, and that would sort of get me past the COVID bit, and so I could actually go to the fights in person. And I was like, yeah, dude, I'll make a rad video. I'll, promote the UFC. It'll be cool. And so, he was so nice to invite me into his office, and we hung out for like a half an hour. And I was like, what would make this video really perform is maybe if you choked me out. And I felt like I was so close. And he was like, yeah, it's kind of looked like he was really going to do it. Now I jumped up in the air and I'm like, yeah, awesome. And then I could see him kind of think about it. He said, why don't we do it in the octagon? At the fights tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I know never to bug him about that one again.
No, Dana's the man, though.
He is. Oh my God, he's my hero.
No, he's fucking awesome. He really is. I got so much respect for the guy.
He's my hero, dude.
Yeah, Dana could choke you out. Have you seen the size of the arms on the guy these days? He's fucking working out like a maniac.
For sure. You know what I get asked constantly is, will I kick them in the nuts?
Oh my God! No way!
Yeah,
no way. If somebody if someone did that for a laugh, then I'm gonna come out of retirement pretty quick.
Yeah, dude. It's like I have to turn people down constantly. I said, no, I've retired from nut kicking. I just don't do it anymore. and then every so often I come out of retirement.
Why not? So hold on, let me get this right. So you're kicking them in the nuts,
Yeah,
or
they're
they
begging
you?
me. They're begging me to
They're
kick
at
them in the
shows
nuts.
holding up signs, please kick me in the nuts, where we have to stop the show like, dude, please put the sign
They're like,
down.
dude, and they're like these impassioned pitches like, dude, is there any way I could get you to kick me in the nuts? This would be my dream.
What is going on in the world? I mean, I know we're in some funny times these days. You know what I mean? And you it's bad news to be a man. You know what I mean? Especially a white man. But asking someone to kick you in the fucking balls, Jesus Christ, get a grip.
Especially in Australia, like he would kick him in the nuts, they get back up and want it again. Like 3 or 4 times, you kick the same person in the nuts.
It's been going on for a long time too. But hey, you know what are you gonna do?
I mean, everybody has their like niches. It's like you get asked to get leg kicked. Stone Cold wants to get arm wrestled.
Yeah.
You get.
Yeah, do people try to fight you, Michael? Like,
You want to talk about fighting? Well, I've said this before and I'll say it again. You could kick my ass, but you're going to find it clean as a whistle. Why? Because I wash my butthole. How? With Hello Tushy. This is my favorite product that I have ever promoted on the podcast. It is a bidet, which you attach to your toilet very simply, very easily. It's totally affordable, and it really washes your butthole. You twist the little knob, and you get a refreshing spray that just blasts all the poop away. It's like pressure cleaning your butthole. It's better for the environment. It's better for your butthole. And when you buy it, you get a 60-day risk-free guarantee plus a 12-month warranty. And how are you going to do that? You're going to go to hellotushy.com/Stevo, and that's going to get you 10% off your order too, plus free shipping. So for 10% off your order plus free shipping, go to hellotushy.com/Stevo, and your butthole is going to thank you. Trust me, it's my favorite product, and I say that proudly. Now, let's talk about asking Michael Bisping to fight.
For the most part, people are cool. You know what I mean? Certainly, I've certainly had once or twice over the years. I've had a couple of dickheads. I was in this place once in Manchester, and like some gang lads came in, and I knew there was going to be an issue there because they don't fight with the fists. You know what I mean? It was all knives and guns. I was like, oh fuck, here we go. But generally, people are okay. And tough guys, tough guys are doorman, security. They know, they watch, and they always have respect. So as I say, generally for the most part, people just come up and say, hey, what's up, man? Respect, whatever, handshake, quick picture, whatever. Yeah, and I don't really put myself in those situations, to be honest, anyway. So I'm pretty good. I mean, when I was a kid, I was a bit of a dickhead. I was always getting in trouble. But yeah, I learned my lesson the hard way.
The leg kick thing, man, it seems so weird to me. Like the people asking for a leg kick, and particularly this past weekend, I heard you saying on the. Do you really believe that calf kicks should become illegal, or you just
No, I don't. No, I was just joking.
It's definitely changing the game.
They're so effective that they're having such a major impact on nearly every single fight now. So no, I was just kind of kidding, because it is now becoming the ultimate calf kicking championship. If you start dropping those calf kicks, the other guys fucked. So no, I was absolutely kidding. I think it's a tremendous evolution in the sport, and it's a new weapon that I feel that, again, as the sport evolves a little more, they're going to find a really good way of countering them, because a typical leg kick, you block it, you check it, you lift your leg up, and you kind of block it with the top of your shin or your knee, and that really hurts the other person. If you're going up against a really good kicker, if you check that first leg kick, generally they don't throw another one, because you can break their legs, right? It really, really hurts. With a calf kick, you can't really block it the same way. You've just got to not be there. You got to lift it up.
Right.
You got to have good timing, good reflexes. But yeah, no, I think they're a fantastic weapon. It was just a bit of a joke.
Sure. And that's the thing about it too, is that you can throw the calf kick without really like putting yourself in the pocket in any kind of danger, like it's just kind of there, and you're
Yeah. Obviously, the legs are longer than the arms. You know what I mean? So kicks, you can land further away. And a calf kick, because it doesn't come up as high, because you always want to look your opponent in the eye. You know what I'm saying? You never look at where you're going to throw a punch or a kick, because it gives it away. So, or you look at the chest. You look there. Sometimes gets a little weird if you're looking them in the eye the whole time. You know what I mean? So I look at the chest. I'm like, okay, listen, we're not going to make out afterwards, buddy. So I look at the chest, and if you're looking at the chest or the eyes, you don't really see the calf kick because it's so low. You know what I'm saying? So it is hard to defend for that, reason.
Yeah.
The UFC's been around for 25 years. How is the calf kick now becoming popular like a year and a half ago? Like, how did they not think to kick that calf the last 23 years?
It's a really good question because it seems so obvious. You know, I'm kicking the leg, I'm kicking the thigh, I'm kicking the body, I'm kicking the head. It just never really caught on. I'm sure some people have been doing it for a long time. I'm sure certain martial arts have done it for a long time, but it just wasn't popular in the UFC. And I've lived out in Thailand, you know, for many months and trained out there extensively and was never shown a calf kick or anything like that. I'm glad they weren't around when I was fighting because they look like they fucking suck. Do you know what I mean? You see the calf swell up and people get taken clean off their feet. But as I said, they weren't around in my day, and I'm very grateful.
Yeah, in the last year, there's been like 3 TKOs by strictly calf kick.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild. It really is. It looks like it hurts like hell. Because as I say, some people, I forget which one it was Saturday night, but Dustin Jacoby, he was the first fight of the on the prelims. In his last fight, he fought a guy called Justin Ledet, a very, very good boxer. And he just calf kicked him about 4 times in a row. And that's it. He was done. He was on the floor. He managed to get back up, but he got up so difficultly because of the damage. He just got dropped again when he got back up. But it was all set up from the calf kick. So, they're taking over the sport.
When you're not calling a fight or otherwise working at the UFC, are you just sitting on the sofa watching the fights as a fan?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm sitting at home on Twitter trying to not talk too much shit because I'm very sarcastic. So I'm always making jokes and I think, oh, hold on, maybe the sarcasm doesn't cross over in that. So, you know, but yeah, generally I'm sat at home watching the fights. Obviously, as a commentator, you know what I mean? It's important that I do. I need to know fighters' history. I need to know the prelim guys, you know, and I need to know their history and their backstory. So when you're commentating a fight, there's so much work goes into it. I don't just show up on Saturday and start calling the fights. As I said before, we have a fighter meeting on the Wednesday or the Thursday. That takes a few hours. And then every fight on the card, you know, I put about two hours research into each fighter. So it takes a full week because you got to give the guy on the prelims having his first fight in the UFC on the first fight of the night. I try to give them just as much respect and focus as the guy in the main event, you know, because they're making the same sacrifice. They're putting everything into it. They're putting their life on the line, essentially going out there. So you can't think, oh, he's the first guy in the prelims. Fuck him. I'll just look at his record and whatnot, you know. So there's a tremendous amount of research goes into it. So yeah, so when I'm sitting at home, same thing. I'm watching the prelims. I'm doing all that stuff. I'm taking mental notes.
Yeah, and the Contender Series as well, huh? I mean, it's a lot of fun, man.
Yeah.
So when you started in the UFC, of course, you could have all these logos all over your shorts, like all that. You know, it's great. You get all this money from sponsors, and then all of a sudden that goes away because there's the Reebok deal, and you're not getting any money from the Reebok deal. Like, was that like? I asked this I asked Ronda Rousey, and she was like, "Yeah, well, you know, like, look at the NBA. Look at, you know, do they have their own little sponsors all over the uniform?" Like, no, this was the UFC becoming legitimate, and I thought that was an interesting take. But part of me wants the fighters to be able to, you know, get fucking paid, you know.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. And certainly there was a booming period where with the sponsors, you know, you were making a lot of money. But then it kind of calmed down a little, to be honest, and the ass kind of fell out of that market. I don't know why, but there wasn't as much money to be earned. I think maybe got oversaturated or whatever. And when the Reebok deal came in, there was a tiered system, and I was lucky because I was in the top tier. You know what I mean? It was based on the number of fights that you had, and I'd had many fights in the organization, so I was lucky. I started at the top tier, and yeah, listen, there was definitely still a drop in money. I can't lie, you know what I mean? But I will say this as well. I actually said it to Dana. At least now we always get paid, because a lot of these companies, you'd have shorts all over your patches or whatever, and you'd have little arrangements that your manager gets for you. Good luck getting paid. You know, the next 6 months after the fight, you're chasing them up, you're going, sending emails, phone calls, and a lot of them just don't pay. You know, one company that I was with, fuck them, Fear the Fighter. Never paid me for a full year. And that was prior to the Reebok deal. I could have gone with anybody. Do you know what I mean? So, at least this way you were guaranteed to get your money.
Good.
Cool. Hey, can you explain something to me and maybe probably 90% of America is a scouser? But from what I understand, a Scouser is a fighter from Liverpool. So do they have to be born in Liverpool? Like, are you considered a Scouser?
No. I was born in Cyprus,
Right.
which is an island in the Mediterranean, but it was on a British army base, so British soil. No, you don't have to be a fighter. A Scouser is just somebody from Liverpool. If you're from Liverpool, you're a Scouser. And they all fucking talk like this, mate. So good fucking luck understanding a fucking word when you get there.
Like
no,
Darren
seriously,
Till.
mate, you won't understand the fucking word. Right? They all talk like that. It's hard to understand. Some of the funniest people ever, the Scousers. We call it taking the piss. They take the piss like no others. They got banter for days, and it's also a very, very tough city as well. So yeah, if you're a Scouser, you're from Liverpool. That's it.
And Darren Till is from Liverpool.
Yeah,
he's a Scouser.
And he's hilarious as well.
Yeah,
he's a
Darren
funny
Till was welterweight, then he went up to middleweight. So that wouldn't have ever been a fight for you.
Yeah, no, he was welterweight, and yeah, he came up to middleweight, and I wish him all the best. But he's got a good chance of being a champion. Yeah, no, different generations. You know what I mean? I paved the way for Darren without me. There'd be no Darren. You know what I'm saying? I'm only messing, of course. No, Darren's awesome. We're good friends, and hopefully see him become the champion one day.
Yeah, it's interesting to hearing in your book you talk about weight cuts, and you're like, oh fuck, you're eating Chinese food 2 hours before your weight cut. Like doing that yourself back in the day. I mean, how much different is it than nowadays when there's like a science to cutting weight, right?
Yeah, you know, it's funny because my wife bought me a book yesterday, and I was reading it, and it's about this boxer, and it was set in like the 1800s. And I'm reading the book, and even in there, they're talking about how this one guy was training too hard for this fight. And that is, so, and I stopped. I turned to my wife. I said, "Look at this." I said, "In the 1800s, they knew about overtraining." Right? I said, "This fucking team that I was with in England, the training schedule that I used to be on was just ridiculous, and they knew nothing about nutrition or weight cuts or anything like that, you know." And I would push myself into a grave in training. I trained so hard, it was ridiculous. And one of the things was the weight cuts. So I knew nothing of cutting weight. And when I was a light heavyweight, I was weighing 205 pounds, and I was fighting Rashad Evans, and he was in the sauna killing himself, cutting 20 pounds or whatever to make 205 pounds. And the team that I was with, they all wanted to eat Chinese food, which is the worst food ever to eat the day before a fight. But that's what they wanted to eat. So I was with them, and I'm fucking drinking Sprite and eating noodles, you know, and I'm like, I don't think I'm making the same sacrifice as Rashad here. Do you know what I mean? He's in the sauna killing himself. I'm having fucking chicken chow mein and a Sprite. You know what I mean? I'm like, so after that fight, I lost it. It was a close fight, but I lost it. So I went down to middleweight after that one.
Yeah. So now what about like merch? Did you have once the Reebok deal comes in, or you know, the whole time there's the UFC merch, and then you have your own merch as well that you sell yourself?
I do not. No, I've never ever done any merch or anything. Yeah, We can help wish you. I did. And I'm sure there is some out there because I've looked online. I can go buy a Michael Bisping t-shirt from one of many Mickey Mouse motherfuckers. But it's got nothing to... Listen, mate, it's hard enough for me to get onto a podcast. I do a podcast twice a week and I commentate the UFC. You know what I mean? Other than that, I don't have... You know, I've got a lot of free time on my hands, and just doing that is too much. You know what I'm saying? So fucking organizing merch, yeah, I'm the wrong man for the job.
Man, I think we could help you out there, man. Like, I've been pretty active with selling merch over the years, and and then more recently we decided that not to farm out our fulfillment of all of our orders to some third-party 3PL fulfillment center. We went ahead and got a warehouse and fulfill all our own orders. And we do it pretty simple, pretty easy. If you want to fire up a Shopify store and start selling some stuff, we'll hook you up. And on top of that, you get 100% of all your revenue. All we need to do is just build in a handling fee for the shipping. Yeah.
Oh, no, of course. You know, it's funny because I have a friend of mine that owns a brand called Violent Gentleman, and he's doing some podcast merch. So we're about to start that soon. But yeah, some personal merch. Definitely, Steve. Let's talk.
I mean, yeah, and whether it's us, whether it's not, I mean, who cares, dude? I just recommend getting in the game because it's pretty remarkable, like, when you stick with it, after a while, like, it becomes like a pretty substantial.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because the other day, everybody spends too much time on social media. But the other day I'm looking and I see Max Holloway's, and I was just curious, you click on his profile, see how many followers he's got now, because I thought he's super successful. I guarantee his followers are going up. And I looked and I forget, 3-4 million or something. I'm like, holy shit, good for him. And then you swipe to the left or right, whatever it is, and then it takes you to his shop on Instagram. And I'm like, what the fuck? I am missing a trick. I've not done this ever. So it's funny you mentioned that. I was just thinking about it the other day.
Yeah. I mean, either way, man, I recommend getting into it. And how about Max Holloway got essentially no credit? Maybe he did, but not widely enough for starting that whole bottle cap challenge. It was
start that? I saw that he did it. It was
absolutely him who fucking started it. Like, he was the very first one, and he was the only one where the cap stayed on the bottle. Everybody else, it was just an exercise in knocking the fucking cap off the bottle. He's the only one who kept it on. That was the whole point. And dude, it was genius, man. I'm the only one who did the bottle cap challenge with nothing but my penis.
You got to stand really
I was
close.
going to ask you, are you one of those guys that goes in for all these stupid challenges? You know what I mean? Like there's one recently, the silhouette, or like the girls are there and they all look bad, and then they put the hair and then they move it and they're all looking sexy. I'm like, fuck off.
I've done it.
Go and get your attention somewhere else. I don't want to see it, okay?
Right.
Keep this to pictures of your kids or whatever. Fuck off with your stupid challenges.
Right. I think I've done it twice and only to take the piss. Like when I did the bottle cap challenge with my dick. And I feel like
the water challenge with the
ALS.
there's
the ALS water challenge. I forget how I was making fun of that, but I took the piss out of that too. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too big into jumping on stuff like that.
Yeah. For Max Holloway, I think he'd probably prefer the credit of being the best boxer in the UFC, as he said in his last fight.
Right.
That was an unbelievable performance
against Calvin Kattar. Jesus, there was. I mean, it was reminiscent of the way Izzy took apart Costa.
Yeah,
I mean, just
it really was.
One-way street.
That fight there, what you just mentioned, that's why I'm looking forward to this weekend so much, because Jan Blachowicz is an absolute monster, and he's got massive knockout power, great wrestling. And Adesanya, we all know how good he is. I mean, what he did to Costa, I mean, that was an absolute masterpiece. Just picked him apart and just destroyed him, really. But Costa he was a little intimidated by the speed.
Costa didn't show up to that fight. He just went. Costa. Yeah.
But Blachowicz isn't going to be intimidated. I can't see that man being intimidated. He just knocked out Dominic Reyes, knocked out Rockhold, knocked out many fucking people.
Didn't he? Who's the fucking
Corey Anderson?
Corey Anderson, exactly. What I was trying to think of.
Yeah. So that's a really interesting stylistic matchup, because somebody like Israel Adesanya is like an Anderson Silva. They're a kicker and they use their reach and their range, right? But if you get in their face, that kind of nullifies that advantage that they have, So they always say crowd a kicker. So you got to go forward and put them on their back foot. If you allow somebody like Anderson to stand in the middle of the octagon, control the range and control the octagon, you're always going to have a tough time. But if you can put them on the back foot, it gets a lot easier. Now, of course, easier said than done, because you've got to walk through strikes. You've got to use feints and head movement to get on the inside.
Well, right.
But if you can do that, that's the way you beat somebody like that. So that's why this weekend's going to be a ridiculous fight.
I don't think that's going to be the solution to the problem, because, I look at the way that Whitaker fought Izzy, and Whitaker came forward and got knocked the fuck out.
Whitaker had a fucking awful fight there, Steve-O. You leave the fight analysis to me, I'll leave the ball kicking to you. No, trust me, that is the way to beat him.
Well,
Robert Whitaker is a tremendous
forward.
fighter, and I'm a big fan of Robert. He's a great guy. I've got so much respect for him. But that night against Israel Adesanya, he was shit. The reason because you're right, he tried to go forward, but what he did was he was leaping with a left hook. He was leaping in. That's not how you do it. You got to walk them down. You got to use head movements, feints, whatever. Draw out a reaction out of your opponent. So then when they throw and you're not there, when the arm comes back, that's when you go in. You don't just jump in sloppy from a distance like Whitaker was doing. But as I say, you're new to this, Steve. No problem.
Let me ask you this, and it's not like technical fight, but I see people accusing both John Jones and Israel Adesanya of avoiding each other. Like they're saying, as soon as John Jones decided I'm going up to heavyweight, then Izzy came up to 205. And I think that there's some other version of it where John Jones was avoiding Izzy. Like I don't. There's no way.
I mean, there's always stupid theories like that floating about, and honestly, both of them are kind of laughable if you really break it down.
Right.
Because for John Jones, he was in the light heavyweight division for the longest time. Multi generations is what he took out of champions and contenders, one after the other. See, when you're the champion of the world, you're always fighting the next best guy in the world, and that guy. Becoming the champ, when you're fighting for the title for the first time, you got an opportunity to change your life. So you know every single person that he's fighting, they're leaving no stone unturned. They're doing everything they can in training camp. They're making all the sacrifices. They're spending money on the rehab and the recovery, everything they can do to be the best version to become the champion of the world. And John Jones took out, as I said, generations of fighters like that, one after the other. So to suggest that he's scared of a middleweight coming up is disrespectful. And for Adesanya, undefeated, beating everybody, right? And when you go up to another weight class to fight John Jones, or he's fighting Jan Blachowicz now, he's got nothing to lose. You know, if he loses that fight, he's still the champion of the world at 185, and you get credit for being a badass at trying to take on the bigger champion. So again, that theory for Adesanya doesn't really hold any water either. But still, that's what people do. They go out there, they make these theories. People that fight in the UFC, they're not scared of the other person. You know, they might look at a matchup and think that's a bad matchup. This is a good matchup. But scared, I don't think that's ever the right word to use.
Right? I think that sounds perfectly fair. And Izzy's a big favorite over Jan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see why. 20-0. You know, 20-0 against the opposition that he's beat. That's an incredibly hard thing to do. And I'm not making a prediction because I'm working the fight, but I think it's a hard fight for Izzy. I also think it's a tremendously tough fight for Jan Blachowicz. You know, both of them have got a really tough fight on their hands. If you look at the skill sets, Izzy's got the speed, he's got the technique, he's got the finesse, he's got the swag, he's got all that type of stuff. On the flip side, you've got Blachowicz, who's not as fast, but he's a bigger guy, he's a stronger guy, and he hits hard, and he does have an ability of finding the mark. So when you break it down like that, yeah, I think Izzy has the advantage. I think he's probably correctly the betting favorite, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all. And if you can put him on the back foot, you can get him up against the fence. See, that's why backing people up against the fence is so important. Because if you're in the middle of the octagon, if you're swinging punches, well, they can just back up, right? But when you back them up against the fence, they can't back up any further. They got nowhere to fucking go. And if you trap them against the fence and then you could unleash, well, then you got a problem.
Wow. Any chance that Megan Anderson wins against Nunes?
No. Nobody beats Nunes.
Right.
Nobody.
And then Jan and Aljo. I'm guessing Jan's probably a big favorite.
I haven't seen the odds yet. I'm working this one for ESPN this week, so I better get my shit together. But Aljamain's such a good wrestler, you know, and anytime you're a really, really good wrestler like that, it's such a great skill to have, you know. So Piotr Jan, not as good a wrestler. Let's see how his takedown defense is. If the fight stays on the feet, Jan's tough as hell on the feet, you know, but Aljamain isn't going to come in there and just try and stand with him. He's going to mix things up. He's going to stand, then he's going to shoot takedowns, then he's going to go back to the strike, and then he's going to go back to the takedowns. He's going to mix things up nicely. So I think that's going to be a really competitive fight.
Dude, I can't even wait. Anything that we can promote for you?
Oh, no. I'm good. I mean, obviously, we've got the podcast, believe you me. But yeah, you know, I'm not one of those. You know, give me a follow on Instagram at Mike Bisping. Or on Twitter, catch me on there as well. Yeah, I'm like, oh, God, no, I'm good.
Well, dude, I love that. I love that we follow each other on Instagram. Sometimes I'll see, Mike Bisping, he liked my little post. And it always means something to me.
It's always nice, isn't it, when somebody you know that, you know, likes it. You know, I see a couple sometimes, like, oh, shit, hey, babe, look, you just like this. That's fucking cool, you know. My podcast, what's he called who plays Thor? What's his name?
Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah, Chris Hemsworth. So we weren't talking shit, but he was hitting pads, so we critiqued his fucking striking on the pads and stuff like that, and we were having a laugh because we always do. And if you've got a sense of humor, it's not insulting. If you haven't got a sense of humor, you might find our podcast insulting but we're always just having fun. It doesn't come from a bad place. So I'm like mocking it a little bit and making fun of it. And I'm just having a laugh. And I posted that clip on YouTube and I didn't realize Chris Hemsworth follows me. And I'm like, oh shit, when I saw it, you know what I mean? But as I say, all good nature.
And he had a good sense of humor about it.
Yeah, no, he liked it.
That's cool. Great. And what was the fuck I was gonna say? We got the Believe You Meek podcast, and fucking A, man, it's
and your book.
I've got a documentary. I've got a documentary coming out soon that I'm really, really excited about. That's just about to be announced. But we were working on that for about 3 years, so I'm very excited. We've got a lot of star power in that. We've got Vin Diesel on there. We've got Mickey Rourke. Got a bunch of UFC talent as well. Dana, Daniel Cormier, all those guys. So wow. That comes out in a couple of months. So keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, excellent, man. And dude, I owe you a podcast too. At one point. At one point, there was a thing with it, and there's a little bit of footage circulating around where John Jones had taken a hammer to my ear, and you were like, "Oh, let's hit." And I was playing coy about it because it's for a project that's really in its infancy, and it's going to be way down the road. And I was like, "Oh, I don't really want to talk about that too much." But yeah, let's set a time, and I'll come on your podcast, and talk about whatever the fuck you want.
Would love that. Would absolutely love that. So thanks, Steve. I appreciate it, bud. All right. Well, listen, guys, nice talking to you. Really appreciate it. Always a pleasure, Steve. And I just want to say, been a massive fan for years. Absolutely love the Jackass, of course, because the Jackass. I absolutely love Jackass. I mean, fuck, I'm sounding like a boomer there. I really enjoy the Jackass. No, I really fucking loved it. It was awesome, hilarious. Massive
we got a new
fan,
one coming out, dude.
Yeah.
There's going to be a Jackass 4 coming out, scheduled for September of this year.
Oh, no way. Oh, yeah. Good for you. Congratulations.
Yeah, picked up some new hardware, some new scars. It's like
nice. How is that? I mean, come on. I mean, so all those stunts that you do for real, right?
Yeah,
and there's no trickery to it?
None whatsoever. And what was scheduled a time on your podcast, I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
Tell me all about it. All right then, fellas. Well, until then, be well, take care, enjoy the fights this weekend.
Last question. It's got to be Michael Bisping, not Mike Bisping, right? Like on the thumbnail on the...
Oh, well, my Instagram is Mike Bisping, but Mike, Michael, Mick, whatever, they all work. Like, see, now people call me Mike, and the people where I come from, I come from this small, tiny town in the northwest of England, and they're like... He calls himself Mike these days. That's Mick. They used to call him. He's changed. Calls himself Mike. La-di-da. Excuse me, Mike. So I get a lot of shit for that. I was like, well, it's my name. It is my name. And Mick, no one says Mick, So Mike, Michael, Mick, Dickhead, that normally works as well. So whichever one you want to use.
People would click it. If that was the title. Dickhead Bisping.
Yeah, fantastic.
That was a popular one.
Hey, man, thank you so much, dude.
Anytime, Steve.
Thanks,
cheers,
man.
fellas.
Thanks,
nice
talking to you, man.
What a good time, man. I really like Michael Bisping. And, dude, I just realized that I'm going to be riding my bicycle maybe during these fights this weekend. This card is just too much. I've got to get to my destination in San Diego here by, 3 p.m. on Saturday when the prelims start. Oh, I'm going to be hustling, dude. 100 miles. It's probably going to be more like 110 miles that I'm going to have to ride within 24 hours. Doesn't seem too bad. Can't wait to let you guys know how it goes. And as always, man, the people who stick around, thank you so much. I do want to show off this killer sweatshirt I'm wearing. You can get one at stevo.com. But hey, man, you guys, most important, have a great weekend. And thank you for watching. Yeah, dude.